youth ought to be conducted. Moreover, some of his most memorable dialogues are discussions of such questions as whether or not virtue and courage can be taught. He believed they can. There can be no doubt that the Greeks invented the idea of school. Their word for it meant leisure, reflecting a characteristic. Oh, did the Twitch die? It looks like it's having an issue. Yeah, okay, I just saw two. Yeah. So yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why that's happening because it's all hooked up to the same internet. But thanks for letting me know. Okay. Their word for it meant leisure, reflecting a characteristic Athenian belief that at leisure, a civilized person would naturally spend his time thinking and learning. Again, notice the use of the word he as a generalized term, because that's definitely something that me and my colleagues are critiquing heavily about the. Because this was written in the 80s, like I said, there's no excuse. That's been outdated and understood to be a male or cishet man descriptor since like the 1600s. So there's no excuse for it. You shouldn't be using that at this point. And that's why APA's 7th edition has literally replaced it and said you can't do that because it doesn't make any sense. It's just sexist, like straight up. Okay. Even the ferocious Spartans, who were not strong on what their neighbors would call thinking and learning, established schools. According to Plutarch's Life of Lycurgus in the Lives, the Spartans enrolled 7-year-old males in classes where they did exercises and played together. Again, sex divided. They were also taught some reading and writing. Just enough, Plutarch tells us, to serve their turn. As for the Athenians, as is well known, they established a great variety of schools, some of which became vehicles for the spread of Greek culture to many parts of the world. There were their gymnasiums, their ephebic colleges, their schools of the rhetor, and even elementary schools in which reading and arithmetic were taught. For anyone that doesn't know, so one of my specialties is rhetoric, and I don't know why I'm so passionate about this right now. There's something that's apparently hitting me emotionally in a way that I don't know. Anyway, but rhetoric, I think it's probably just the mention of rhetoric, I guess. So I'm so passionate about rhetoric. It's literally why I got a PhD, because I took a rhetoric course in my master's that I didn't know was something I could do. I didn't know that people did this with their life. But rhetoric is just like public speaking. It's like the way that you present yourself, the way that you can effectively translate a message. It's the human's use of symbols to communicate, as Kenneth Burke said. All right, but also lots of other things that feminist rhetoricians have said since, and better. And even though the ages of the young scholars, let us say at elementary school, were more advanced than we might expect, many Greek boys did not learn to read until adolescence. Wherever there are schools, there is consciousness in some degree of the specialness of the young. Of course. Nonetheless, the Greek preoccupation with school must not be taken to mean that their conception of childhood parallels our own. Even if we exclude the Spartans, whose methods of discipline, for example, would be regarded by the modern mind as torture, the Greeks did not approach the disciplining of the young with the same measure of empathy and understanding considered normal by moderns. The evidence which I have collected on methods of disciplining children, notes Lloyd DeMoss, leads me to believe that a very large percentage of children prior to the 18th century were what would today be termed battered children. Indeed, DeMoss conjectures that 100 generations of mothers impassively watched their infants and children suffer from one source of discomfort or another, because the mothers and empathetically the fathers lacked the psychic mechanism necessary to empathize with children. This is something that I think people don't like. I've seen more and more people than ever before talk about, but that truly is something that more people should know. Like the fact that obviously across the board, like obviously it's one thing to talk about like just the over dehumanization of especially black and brown folks or anyone gender marginalized, anyone disabled, but it's another thing to recognize the sheer normality of abuse everywhere in society before, like, I mean it's still happening, but the normality of it 2 generations ago was dramatically different from even a generation before us and on and now. Like it is truly unmatchable, the level of abuse that was normal. And this is different, of course, all around the world. So I'm speaking primarily to like the Western world, and of course even that, it's not a monolith. You can never be universalized, and all these things are ethnically unique, and there's a long and complicated history of them. He's probably correct in this conjecture. There are certainly parents living today who do not have the capacity to empathize with children, and this after 400 years of child consciousness. Well, and another thing I wanted to add too is like, I was just talking about this with a friend of mine actually just earlier, I forget, last week. But so, and I've seen this talked about in other critical literatures and other narratives from folks that are disenfranchised in different ways. So, one of the ways I've been thinking about this recently is because I was a late in life recognized autist, my parents basically said it without saying it to me that I'm obviously autistic. They also attempted to discipline it out of me, right? Like that's the story of so many late in life realized autists. And that's a form of, I mean, it was abuse in my case, of course not in everyone's, but there's a long history of parents knowing how horrific societies are, doing what they think they need to do to make sure their children will be able to survive. And oftentimes that ends up reinforcing the exact structures that oppress us all. So there's a really complicated story there for sure. It is, therefore, entirely plausible that when Plato speaks in Protagoras of straightening disobedient children by threats and blows like a piece of warped wood, we may believe that this is a considerable more primitive version, and this is another word that media ecologists often use. This is hella problematic and colonial, by the way. Version of the traditional warning that if we spare the rod, we will spoil the child. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just getting to. We may also believe that for all their schools and for all their concern to impart virtue to youth, the ancient Greeks would be mystified by the idea of child psychology, or for that matter, child nurturing. After saying all this, I think it's fair to conclude that the Greeks gave us a foreshadowing of the idea of childhood. As with so many ideas we take for granted as part of a civilized mentality, another word that's problematic, we are indebted to the Greeks for this contribution. They did not quite invent childhood, but they came close enough so that 2,000 years later, when it was invented, we were able to recognize its roots. The Romans, of course, borrowed the Greek notion of schooling and even developed an awareness of childhood that surpassed the Greek idea. Roman art, for example, reveals a quite extraordinary sense of age of the young and growing child, which was not to be found again in Western art until Renaissance times. Moreover, the Romans began to make a connection, taken for granted by moderns, between the growing child and the idea of shame. Between the growing child and the idea of shame. This is a crucial step in the evolution of the idea of childhood, and I shall have occasion to refer to this connection in discussing the decline of childhood in both medieval Europe and our own times. The point is simply that without a well-developed idea of shame, childhood cannot exist. To their everlasting credit, the Romans grasped this point, although apparently not all of them and not enough of them. In an extraordinary passage in his discussion of education, Quintilian reproaches his peers for their shameless behavior in the presence of noble Roman children. And this is a block quote. We rejoice if they say something over free, and words which we should not tolerate from the lips even of an Alexandrian page are greeted with laughter and a kiss. They hear us use such words, they see our mistresses and minions. Every dinner party is loud with foul songs, and things are presented to their eyes of which we should blush to speak. So this adds like a whole different background, I think, to our understanding, and what I'm often repeating about the fact that bullying is just a belittled form of discrimination that adults condone. That's absolutely what it is. That's all bullying ever is. It's just some insert discrimination here, and then basically adults laugh at it as if it's not a joke, which is why people go on to believe then that jokes are just jokes when they're actually belittled discrimination. Here we are confronted with an entirely modern view, one that defines childhood in part by claiming for it the need to be sheltered from adult secrets, particularly sexual secrets. Quintilian's reproach to adults who neglect to keep these secrets from the young provides a perfect illustration of an attitude that Norbert Elias in his great book, The Civilizing Process. Ooh, I don't think I ever want to read that, but we'll see what he says. Claims as a feature of our civilized culture that the sexual drive is subjected to strict controls, that great pressure is placed on adults to privatize all their impulses, particularly sexual ones, and that a conspiracy of silence concerning sexual urges is maintained in the presence of the young. I mean, fair enough with all that, but like I said, the word civilizing is always a red flag in my opinion. Of course, Quintilian was a teacher of oratory and rhetoric, and in the work by which we best know him, he gives an account of how to educate a great orator beginning in infancy. Thus, we may assume that he was far more advanced than most of his contemporaries in his sensitivity to the special features of the young. Needless, or never mind, not needless, nonetheless, there is a traceable link, or no, a traceable line between the sentiment expressed by Quintilian and the first known law prohibiting infanticide. That law does not come until AD 374, 3 centuries after Quintilian, but it is an extension of the idea that children require protection and nurturing and schooling and freedom from adult secrets. And then after the Romans, all such ideas disappear. Every educated person knows that the invasions of the northern barbarians, another word that's incredibly problematic, um, the collapse of the Roman Empire and the shrouding of classical culture and Europe's descent into what is called the Dark and then the Middle Ages, our textbooks cover the transformation well enough to accept for 4 points that are often overlooked and that are particularly relevant to the story of childhood. The first is that literacy disappears. The second is that education disappears. The third is that shame disappears. And the fourth, as a consequence of the other three, is that childhood disappears. To understand that consequence, we must examine in some detail the first three developments. Why literacy should have disappeared is as deep a mystery as any of the unknowns concerning the millennium that spans the fall of Rome and the invention of the printing press. However, the question becomes approachable if put in a form similar to the way it is posed by Eric Havelock in his Origins of Western Literacy. That's another person big in media ecology, by the way. Shame! Why, after the fall of Rome, he asked, did it come about that the use of the Roman alphabet contracted to the point where the general population ceased to read and write, so that a previous socialized literacy reverted to a condition of ritual craft literacy, once more reversing history? So that's another thing that people often, I think, take for granted or maybe don't think about consciously enough. How much of the public throughout most of human history have not known how to read and were not educated deliberately? Again, perfectly tying in to everything that I said in that video that just blew up a few days ago. Like, we really can't underestimate that. No matter how propagated the mainstream like education system is in like a formal sense, that is a huge problem. Like, people truly didn't stand a chance in knowing anything for most of human history. And it was by design. Like, it didn't have to be that way. What is so useful about Havelock's question is his distinction between social literacy and craft literacy. By social literacy, he means a condition where most people can and do read. By craft literacy, he means a condition where the art of reading is restricted to a few who from a scribal and therefore a privileged class, which doesn't also, by the way, like, that perfectly describes exactly how everyone knows, even in dominant society. I feel like there's an understanding that it was a privilege to even be able to read the Bible. That's not a coincidence. That was by design. They didn't let anyone else read it so that they could be read to. Because if you're being read to, just like it's happening right now, think about how I'm reading. Like, think about anyone that reads and provides commentary that contextualizes what's being said and can offer an alternative understanding of it, or a negotiated one. That entirely changes the way that anything is learned if you do that. And they didn't do that deliberately. That's exactly what the problem with it, you know? And that's exactly the problem with what's going on with SB 83 in Ohio. Because what they're trying to do is remove that again. And you can't tell me that's a coincidence with everything else that's happened. It's so fucking blatant. And then Lutheran came out, and now we have the internet. Exactly. And the rest is the internet history. In other words, if we define a literate culture not on the basis of its having a writing system, but on the basis of how many people can read it and how easily, then the question of why literacy declined permits some plausible conjectures. One of them is given by Havelock himself, who indicates how during the Dark and Middle Ages, the styles of writing, the letters of the alphabet multiplied, the shapes becoming elaborate and disguised. The Europeans, it would appear, forgot that recognition, which was the Greek word for reading, must be swift and automatic if reading is to be a pervasive practice. The shapes of letters must be, so to speak, transparent, for among the marvelous features of alphabetic writing is that once the letters have been learned, one need not think about them. Internet history gonna be wild. People live strictly on the internet with well, yeah, exactly, with more access to never be a part of IRL. No, yeah, and VR chat. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to say about that, and that's what I mean. This is the most remarkable time to be alive that I can imagine. Like I don't I mean that entirely when I say it. As far as the advancement and our ability to do things, despite all of the inbuilt biases still. They disappear psychologically and do not interpose themselves as an object of thought between the reader and his recollection of spoken language. Again, they're talking about the letters themselves. Because that's really the main focus of media ecologists, by the way. The way that I do media ecology is dramatically different from traditional media ecologists. That's why me and my colleagues have started this new wave that I'm calling critical media ecology, but has also been referred to as gender and media ecology. But there's also other folks like Dr. Sarah Sharma who do like incredible work. Same with oh fuck, I have the worst memory for names. There's a handful of other scholars that do a bunch of cool shit just like this and under different names. Anyway, if calligraphy calls attention to itself or is ambiguous, the essential idea of literacy is lost, or to be more accurate, is lost in the majority of people. Havelock writes, calligraphic virtuosity. Let's say that fucking twice. Calligraphic. I don't think I can do it. Calligraphic virtuosity of any kind fosters craft literacy and is fostered by it, but is the enemy of social literacy. The unlucky, I don't know what he means by that, so we'll see if he expands. The unlucky careers of both the Greek and Roman versions of the alphabet during the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages sufficiently demonstrate this fact. What happened in Europe, to put it simply, is not that the alphabet disappeared, that the reader's capacities to interpret it disappeared. To quote Havelock again, Europe, in effect, reverts for a time to a condition of readership. And they split up this word in my brain. Analogous to that which obtained in the pre-Greek Mesopotamian cultures. So I'm thinking from what I'm understanding, and correct me if y'all understand this better than I just said it, but it seems like he's saying that because if you customize the writing of the words too much, people literally can't read it. Is that what? And they can't understand it in the meaning that is intended to be. Still, another explanation for the loss of literacy, by no means contradictory to the first, is that the sources of papyrus and parchment became scarce, or if not that, then that the severity of life did not allow for the energy to manufacture them. We know that paper did not come to medieval Europe until the 13th century, at which the time the Europeans began at once to manufacture it, not in the time-honored way by hand and foot, but by water-powered mills. Again, this is another a big focus of many media ecologists early on, is like, through what way was the communication actually done? And that's what changes this age as well, and like what a lot of other media ecologists focus on beyond me. Like, I focus on the algorithmic age because the way that we are able to communicate basically instantaneously and 24/7, as long as we have the privileged access of the technology and the internet access, it changes everything. Especially in comparison to like the shift from papyrus into like stone and all other types of media. And again, the printing press, etc., etc. Well, they're wrong on that one because I can start typing things diff, but you would still understand my message. Well, but typing, of course, is still standardized as long as it's typed. The easier the letter shapes, the more inclusive for the population. So yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah. Okay. It is surely no accident that the beginnings of the great medieval universities and a corresponding renewed interest in literacy coincided with the introduction and manufacture of paper, which again also is a perfect tie-in to the way that like the Yahtzees here, the neo-Yahtzees, are trying to ban books. That's why they're doing it, because they're trying to remove the media that allows people to have access to books that have material in them that they deem bannable. Like that's it's not a coincidence. This shit's been done. It's why the fucking Yahtzees burned like gender material. That's like they did this fucking the first time, dudes. Like we need to get it's all just repeating itself in new ways, of course. It is therefore quite plausible that the scarcity of writing surfaces for several hundred years created a situation, I can never say this word, inimical. That's not right. You get what I'm saying. To social literacy. No, maybe that is it. I just never see that word. We may also conjecture that the Roman Church was not insensible to the advantages of craft literacy as a means of keeping control over a large and diverse population. Exactly. That is to say, of keeping control over the ideas. Well, that's what's weird. It's actually, instead of an A, it's an I. Inimical. 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 Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna reread this because this is the entire thing that I'm always trying to say. Like this is exactly like, and I'm not just saying some bullshit. I'm saying it because this is my specialty and everything I've learned about media. This is one of the most important things we can keep in mind. We may also conjecture that the Roman Church was not insensible to the advantages of craft literacy as a means of keeping control over a large and diverse population. That is to say, of keeping control over the ideas, organization, and loyalties of a large and diverse population. That is the name of the game. That's exactly what's happening right now. It's what's happened throughout history over and over and over again. Certainly, it would have been in the interests of the church to encourage a more restricted access to literacy, to have its clerics form a scribal class that alone would have access to the theological and intellectual secrets. That's exactly what I mean. That's why I share this shit all over the internet because I see after everything I've learned, I see exactly what they want to happen. They don't want me to do that. That's why I put all my shit on fucking academia.com for free, even though there's a bunch of other bullshit on there realistically that isn't peer reviewed. I put all my peer reviewed academic publications onto the internet for free because there shouldn't be paywalls between the public and education and properly and most updated information. But whatever the reasons, there can be no doubt that social literacy disappeared for close to 1,000 years, and nothing can convey better the sense of what that means than the image of a medieval reader tortuously working on a text. Oh, thank you, 16-bit Riot. With you, and it shouldn't even be, you know what I mean? It's like, it shouldn't even be something that it's like, oh, thanks for doing that. It's like, it should be the default. Like, it's fucking ridiculous that that's even something that isn't just like, yeah, of course I'm gonna do this. Like, what the fuck? Okay, anyway, with few exceptions, medieval readers, regardless of age, did not and could not read as we do. If such a person could have seen a modern reader whisk through a page silently, eyes rapidly moving, lips in repose, he might have interpreted it as an act of magic. Literally. Like, because it is fucking magic. It's fucking magic. It's as close to magic as we have. Like, literally. We speak things into existence. And I'm not saying this in any kind of new agey kind of bullshit. You know, I'm not talking about when, but this is literally this is this is the literal form of manifestation that we have. We say things into existence, they become real. That's all writing really is. And we underestimate the power of that. And we can't right now because we're gonna lose our existence. Like if we do, we need to understand how powerful that is. The typical medieval reader proceeded something like one of our own recalcitrant first graders, word by word, muttering to himself, pronouncing aloud, finger pointed at each word, hardly expecting any of it to make much sense. Exactly, yeah, speaking too, for sure. Well, and that's what's so important about obviously like sharing any kind of pre-written, spoken, repeated stuff, because that's exactly how we learned anything before the written word, before language. I mean, yeah, before the written word specifically. That's how learning happened, was just always through repeating it. That's why. And I mean that's why ultimately, and a lot of luckily media colleges do speak to this in some capacity, although they don't say it overtly that it's a colonial project. There is a colonial form of control that is also exerted through idolization of the written word over the spoken word, because the spoken word is associated with, like, you know, I mean, Walter Ong wrote the book Orality and Literacy, but he used colonial words like primitive and civilized. And in on one hand, it's interesting because it speaks to the differences. Like, okay, there's a creator on this app that I just saw for the first time last week that talks all about the fact that he's learning to read later in life. And it's fascinating to see him explain his experience. The way that like he feels bombarded because he feels other people's thoughts inside his brain for the first time because he didn't learn to read until later in life. And it really, in its tragedy, in its torment, in its beauty, it's fascinating. It's like one of the most important things we can see right now. Yeah, Jane. Yeah, it's so intense. And think about it. That's what's happening all around us all the time. And that's why I love media ecology as an approach, because it really like allows us to embrace the breakthroughs that happen when we're not like taking that kind of effect for granted anymore. It's a big deal, and it changes our entire lives. It really does, but it's also tormenting. It's the whole Tower of Babel, like not knowing how to speak to each other, but then learning to speak to each other. Like John Durham Peters was the mentor. He's a theorist that is also big in the field of media ecology. He was the mentor of my master's in my master's. I'm like so excited to explain to this. All the words are like blah, blah, blah. So he writes a lot about speaking into the air. He's got a book by the same title. The idea that basically when we read something, we're encapsulated in it, that we can't have our own thoughts because we're like possessed by the writer's thoughts. And there's something to that in its beauty, but also in its potential exploitation of the public. And that's what's happened throughout history, realistically. There's a lot to it, and I think that there's something to be gained, but for better and for worse, right? It's like the whole biblical idea of, biting the apple of the tree of knowledge and like bastardizing people for, this, that, or the other disenfranchisement because they're like, all these things, they're not a coincidence. They're just social narratives that have been passed down to basically define who is human and who's not allowed to fucking be human. Like, it's just, like, anyway. All right. Mm-mm. Okay. And here I am referring to those who were scholars. Most people did not read at all. What this meant is that all important social interactions were conducted through oral means, face to face. Oh, and what I was going to say too that I think I forgot to say. Yeah, 7 minutes to 8. Yeah, that too. Yeah. Well, and like the importance of like recognizing the way that indigenous cultures have done everything they can, or really any culture that has just attempted to survive in a stifling society of whiteness that destroys by definition, because that's what whiteness does. They make sure to keep everything, their truth keeping, like they're doing everything they can to protect themselves so they're not forcibly assimilated in completely, and thus have their cultural richness destroyed. So yeah, there's a lot to that. We're realizing we also can take ourselves out of the experience. That's true to an extent, for sure. What this means is that all important social interactions were conducted through oral means, face to face. In the Middle Ages, Barbara Tuchman tells us the average layman acquired knowledge mainly by ear through public sermons, mystery plays, and the recital of narrative poems, ballads, and tales. Thus, Europe returned to a natural condition of human communication dominated by talk and reinforced by song, which is also why I've seen a bunch of other good creators in recent months talking about the fact that the way that the news started out was because, and this is like a theory that they put forth, but I think that it's a fascinating thing to think about. The way that obviously because of this, because of most of our human history and learning anything about each other and how to be a human and be in a society or a community has been passed through word of mouth, and then rumors have been like our main form of learning how to like trust or to distrust. The news came about, odds are good, because people that love to retain that information were then pointing out, like, hey, look at all these fucking people hoarding the wealth and treating us terribly. They're doing it over and over and over and over again. And that's why the billionaires bought up the fucking media. Also, thank you for the follow on Twitch, Swolmaz. That's exactly why they're doing that shit. Because literally, if you own the media, which is an obvious thing to say at this point, it's like, it should be at least. It should be an obvious thing to say because it's so clear. It's so blatant that that's what's happening. So that they can basically just be like, uh-oh, is someone saying what I can and can't, what I'm doing? Is someone calling me out for being a fucking billionaire? Like, oh, hell yeah. Well, thanks for being here. All right. Thus, Europe returned to a natural condition of human communication, dominated by talk and reinforced by song. Because that's another thing that Ong talks about. Also, thank you for the follow, Shape Tape. So just so you all know, it helps me big time if you're over on my Twitch, because I'm the one thing I'm waiting on to get affiliate so that I can like actually do streaming and like get income from it, and actually like on my Twitch, I know anyone over here can see it. I literally can't get subscribers yet, and I can't get tips yet because I don't have the average of like literally 3 viewers, because I streamed like over 100 hours in the first month I was on here, and then have had to pull it back so I can work on my book and teach. So it means a lot to me if you can go over to Twitch, but also it's okay if you don't want to. All right, anyway. For almost all of our history, that is the way human beings have conducted their affairs and created culture. After all, as Havelock has reminded us, biologically we are all oralists. Our genes are programmed for spoken language. Literacy, on the other hand, is a product of cultural conditioning. To this, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the great advocate of the noble savage, which is a fucking horror show, fuck that guy, fuck the noble savage rhetoric, ew, would readily agree, and he would add that if men are to live as close to nature as possible, they must despise books and reading. In Emile, he tells us that reading is the scourge of childhood, for books teach us to talk about things we know nothing about. Which again is why I put on fucking TikTok that it needs to be reading and critique. Because the reason why usually Postman needs to get critiqued, any kind of canonical scholar needs to get critiqued, is because they're citing people that are horrifically discriminatory in ways that were normalized and taken for granted. It's funny how back during the Bush era and Al Gore era, musicians kept saying, "Don't trust the media." Yeah, it wasn't, again, it wasn't a coincidence. Also, you're better off just having donation links like event. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, does it? Okay, I didn't actually know that at all. It makes sense that that happens. I got those too on my link tree. So, but yeah, I guess I didn't think about putting that like up here. That would probably be a good idea, Doogie Mookie. All right. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hey, Fabe Hero. Oh no, Fabe Hero. I can't. It's funny because actually it's ironic. I can hardly read the text that's there. I guess that's an example of what I just said. Rousseau is, I believe, correct, if one may take him to mean that reading is the end of permanent childhood and that it undermines both the psychology and sociology of oralism. Oh my god, y'all are just absolutely being the best right now. Thank you for the follow, Mystic Manjari. Because reading makes it possible to enter a non-observed and abstract world of knowledge, it creates a split between those who cannot read and those who can. Reading is the scourge of childhood because, in a sense, it creates adulthood. Also, I read the whole book, Literacy, or yeah, Politics of Literacy. It's on my Clubhouse profile. I read like a bunch of books on there, by the way. Those are all freely accessible. I think you just got to make a Clubhouse account. They should all still be there, even though I haven't logged into the account in like over 6 months. It's in my Critical Media Ecology Clubhouse. All right, literature of all kinds, including maps, charts, contracts, and deeds, collects and keeps valuable secrets. Thus, in a literate world, to be an adult implies having access to cultural secrets codified in unnatural symbols. Also, thank you for following or for sharing the live, Sarah. In a literate world, children must become adults, but in a non-literate world, there is no need to distinguish sharply between the child and the adult, for there are few secrets, and the culture does not need to provide training in how to understand itself. So I'd love to hear a perspective on this that isn't colonial, if anyone might have one to share. I think that I feel kind of iffy about that. I don't know. I'd like to hear someone that knows more than me. That is why, as Miss Tuckman also notes, medieval behavior was characterized by a childishness among all age groups. In an oral world, there is not much of a concept of an adult, and therefore even less of a child, and that is why, in all the sources, one finds that in Middle Ages, childhood ended at age 7. Why 7? Because that is the age at which children have command over speech. They can say and understand, but adults can say and understand. They're able to know all the secrets of the tongue, which are the only secrets they need to know. And this helps us to explain why the Catholic Church designated age 7 as the age at which one was assumed to know the difference between right and wrong, the age of reason. I don't think I knew that. It also helps us to explain why, until the 17th century, the words used to denote young males could refer to a man of 30, 40, or 50, for there was no word in French, German, or English for a young male between the ages of 7 and 16. The word child expressed kinship, not an age. But most of all, the oralism of the Middle Ages helps us to explain why there were no primary schools. For where biology determines communication competence, there is no need for such schools. Of course, schools are not unknown in the Middle Ages, some of them associated with the church, some of them private. But the complete absence of the idea of a primary education to teach reading and writing and to provide a foundation for further learning proves the absence of a concept of a literate education. The medieval way of learning is the way of the oralist. It occurs essentially through apprenticeship and service, what we would call on the job training. Such schools as existed were characterized by a lack of graduation in the curricula according to the difficulty of the subject matter, the simultaneity with which subjects were taught, the mixing of the ages, and the liberty of the pupils. If a medieval child got to school, he would have begun as late as age 10, probably later. He would have lived on his own in lodgings in the town, far from his family. It would have been common for him to find in his class adults of all ages, and he would not have perceived himself as different from them. He certainly would not have found any correspondence between the ages of students and what they studied. There would have been constant repetition in the lectures, since new students were continuously arriving and would not have heard what the master had said previously. There were, of course, no females present, and as soon as the students were loosed from the discipline of the classroom, they would have been free to do whatever they wished on the outside. See, I'm glad the postman at least says these things, because I actually didn't know that he is as explicit about it. I was under the impression, reading other canonical theorists of mediacology, that they don't mention gender much at all. So it's good. It's not enough, but it's better than I thought that it was. I don't know enough to. Yeah, okay. I know. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Angus. Okay. What we can say then with certainty is that in the medieval world there was no conception of child development, no conception of prerequisites or sequential learning, no conception of schooling as a preparation for an adult world. As Aries sums it up, medieval civilization had forgotten the paideia of the ancients and knew nothing as yet of modern education. That is the main point. It had no idea of education. Neither, one must add at once, did it have a concept of shame, at least as a modern would understand it. The idea of shame rests in part on secrets, as Quintilian knew. One might say that one of the main differences between an adult and a child is that the adult knows about certain facets of life, its mysteries, its contradictions, its violence, its tragedies, that are not considered suitable for children to know, that are indeed shameful to reveal to them indiscriminately. You know what? Okay, so I have another publication coming out any day now, and I've been checking the website to see when it's up so I can post the new copy onto my academia page. But I talk about in there, it's called requirement politics. It's where I like really hash out for the first time using poetic inquiry, so poetry and academic thought and activist insights for the very first time, my argument of the sexually violent US ecology. And I talk about in there that obviously, because, so I don't know if everyone here has heard me already tell this story. Oh, thank you for coming over, Shape. Um, the the enormous lengths to which this government in particular in the United States has gone to not fund comprehensive sex education. That's one of the most blatant forms of social control and literal, like, inevitable violence that I've ever seen. They've done everything they possibly can to make sure that we're not properly sexually educated. And that doesn't just harm all the citizens, it also harms every government agent that ever goes into power. Because they're not properly educated. So how can they possibly put in place policies that protect us all? They can't. That's why violence is so pervasive. That's why it's not criminalized. And I talk about it in that article that's about to come out. Because it's not a coincidence that the judges are like 60% non-disabled white guys that are discriminatory and that don't know the difference between sex and gender and that think that they're binaries and are oftentimes cis heterosexist because they've been sexually miseducated. And I talked about that in my testimony for SB 83 when I went to the State House, because that is why there are neo-Yazis, because they're sexually miseducated, they're racially miseducated. That all these things are not a coincidence. And also, I mean, it's not just education, because obviously you can be as educated as you want to be and you can still be a hateful piece of shit, as we often see. But there are plenty of people that are actually just miseducated and they've been lied to their entire lives. And that's why they are so hateful. other than the fear of, as I just talked about in my most recent TikToks, why they end up lashing out, hating themselves, harboring so much shame that they've been taught through abstinence only sex education, because all it is basically shame and medically inaccurate information. Like, you don't go around revoking Roe v. Wade or fucking like ruining any form of our bodily autonomy without being sexually miseducated. That's why it's happening. At least one main reason, of course. Me looking in Virginia requesting government IDs to access corn. Yeah. Like as if people can't just be like, yeah, I'm 18. Let me just like it. Also just had a training about how to have healthy sexual conversation with families. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's actually one upside, and I'll say that real quick, and then I'll get into the reading again. The reason why another big, like, cool thing about the COVID era is that because so much of the stunted forms of sexual education used to exist in the institutions of education, over the COVID era, there actually have been an explosion in accurate, comprehensive sex education available online, which is also revolutionary. Like, that is a big deal. And that's, again, it's division from the institutes that deliberately have done everything they possibly can to make sure we're sexually miseducated. It's not a coincidence. It's because we're able to, and that's why I'm like, it's obvious that when the users can actually give themselves and each other what we actually deserve, that it's very much possible. There's just been barriers put between everything we need to be able to be properly informed. All right. Uh, I don't remember if this is where I was. Gonna log off from work PC now. I'm not gonna. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Okay, so it had no idea of education. I think that's where I left off. Neither one must add at once. Did it have a concept of shame? Oh, that's where I left off. Yeah, okay, okay. At least a modern world would understand it. The idea of shame rests in part on, see, I'm gonna reread this just because it is that important, I think. The main differences between an adult and a child is that the adult knows about certain facets of life, its mysteries, its contradictions, its violence, its tragedies that are not considered suitable for children to know, that are indeed shameful to reveal to them indiscriminately. In the modern world, as children move towards adulthood, we reveal these secrets to them in what we believe to be a psychologically assimilatable way. But such an idea is possible only in a culture in which there is a sharp distinction between the adult world and the child's world, and where there are institutions that express that difference. The medieval world made no such distinction and had no such institutions. And that's, again, I mean, TikTok and many other platforms say that they don't allow children on if they're under the age of 13, but there's no hard and fast way to, like, stop that from happening. I don't know how many accounts I've reported from people that look like they're like 9, and they don't do a goddamn thing whenever I report that. And it's like, dude, like, what? How are we like? I don't know how you would like, because it's not like it wouldn't be smart. It would be surveillance capitalism to have us all reinforce and upload an ID. That wouldn't be a good idea. Like that would in fact be a terrible idea in this carceral, violent, inequitable world. But I don't know how we do that. I don't know how we. I mean, but at the same time, I know enough to know that you can't protect children from a world that is this way. You can't. It's impossible. No matter how sheltered you make them, you can't protect them from a landscape that is violent in the ways that this society has been built. It's actually impossible. You might be able to save them for a bit, but you actually can't. I mean, that as many child locks as you have, you can't protect them from the world. Like, you really can't, because eventually they're going to be released into it anyway. Immersed in an oral world, living in the same social sphere as adults, unrestrained by segregating institutions, the medieval child would have had access to almost all of the forms of behavior common to the culture. The 7-year-old male was a man in every respect except for his capacity to make love and war. Certainly, J.H. Plum writes, there was no separate world of childhood. Children shared the same games with adults, the same toys, the same fairy stories. They lived their lives together, never apart. The Course Village Festival depicted by Bruegel showing men and women besotted, that's a word you don't see very often, with drink, groping for each other with unbridled lust, have children eating and drinking with the adults. Bruegel's paintings, in fact, show us two things at once: the inability and unwillingness of the culture to hide anything from children, which is one part of the idea of shame, and the absence of what became known in the 16th century of civilité, which is the other part. Another thing that I forgot to mention, so in the early years, like the first 100 years or so, let's say, of the United States actually being a colony, The main way in which sex education was taught was in the family, by the way. And I mean, you hear about that from like who writes Engels writes about that in The Origin of the Family. Like that was actually totally normal then. And it's like there weren't institutions that were teaching anything like that. Like they stood even less of a chance than we do today. So it's but that was actually completely normal in like the early years of the United States, in case anyone didn't know that. There did not exist a rich content of formal behavior for youth to learn. How impoverished that content was in the Middle Ages may be difficult for moderns to grasp. Yeah, I love that I like add something and then Postman's like, here, let me yeah, I was about to say that actually. Erasmus, writing as late as 1523, gives us a vivid image of a German inn in his Divisoria. There are 80 to 90 people sitting together. They are of all social classes and all ages. Someone is washing clothes, which he hangs to dry on the stove. Another is cleaning his boots on the table. There's a common bowl for washing one's hands, but the water in it is filthy. The smell of garlic and other odors is everywhere. Spitting is frequent and unrestricted as to its destination. Everyone is sweating, for the room is overheated. Some wipe their noses on their clothing and do not turn away when doing it. When the meal is brought in, each person dips his bread into the general dish, takes a bite, and dips again. There are no forks. Each takes the meat with his hands from the same dish, drinks wine from the same goblet, and sips soup from the same bowl. In order to understand how people could have endured this, indeed not even notice it, we must understand, as Norbert Elias reminds us, that such people stood in a different relationship to one another than we do. Oh, really? Is Twitch being fucked up? I want to listen to you, and Twitch isn't letting that happen. Oh no. Well, thank you for letting me know. I don't know. Twitch is fucking weird. I don't know what's going on with it, like the last week or so, but it seems like the connection has been incredibly unreliable. But thank you for anyone that's just even sitting over there so I can get the average up, because that actually helps. Even if you're on both somehow, that's all that literally matters. Either way, I appreciate the support, though, obviously. All right. And this involves not only the level of clear rational consciousness, their emotional life also had a different structure and character. They did not, for example, have the same concept of private space as we do. They were not repelled by certain human odors or bodily functions. They were not shamed by exposing their own bodily functions to the gaze of others. They felt no disgust in making contact with the hands and mouths of others. Considering this, we will not be surprised to know that in the Middle Ages, there is no evidence for toilet training in the earliest months of the infant's life. And we will perhaps expect, as was the case, there was no reluctance to discuss sexual matters in the presence of children. So this is also like a reason why I talked about in my dissertation, which again, I think I forgot to say it in this, but I wrote a dissertation about sexual ecologies in the algorithmic age. And like the main argument in it is that there's been a mechanization of humans that is now flipping into a humanization of objects. And what I mean by that, in large part, is that we've come to view the human body as a machine. And one of the main things I talk about in the chapter where I parse that out is that we have such a deep shame around normal bodily things. And just especially anyone marginalized, the bodies of people that have been disenfranchised are the most demonized and disgusted you could possibly imagine. They're treated as if they're filth all the time, no matter how clean in whatever sense of the word. Hygiene is something that inherently, albeit useful, of course, is something that very much has been portrayed to the public as something that if you don't do it a certain way is shameful, and you're taught that you're less valuable. Obviously, we see that in especially rhetorics of relationships and stuff. Like the high value man rhetoric, in fact, is or high value anyone rhetoric is literally rooted in a shame of the body in its natural state. Same with anything that involves body hair. But then on the flip side, right, we're in an era, the COVID era, where we do need to wash our hands because we're gonna contract. We need to do things to protect each other. So there's a difference. You can take precautions like that. You can wear a mask. You can wash your hands. You can do what you need to do to protect yourself and others without instilling a sense of bodily shame and hatred or a view that the body is the machine that you need to basically tame or discipline. So it's got to be nuanced for sure. And also, thank you, Ingus. All right. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Indeed, it was common enough in the Middle Ages for adults to take liberties with the sexual organs of children, which obviously, fuck that. Fuck everything about that. To the medieval minds, such practices were merely ribald amusements. As Aries remarks, the practice of playing with children's formed part of a widespread tradition. Today, that tradition will get you up to 30 years in prison. But will it, Postman? Because obviously, it seems like that doesn't get fucking criminalized. As far as I have seen, as a researcher that studies sexual violence. The absence of literacy, the absence of the idea of education, the absence of the idea of shame, these are the reasons why the idea of childhood did not exist in the medieval world. Yeah, I know exactly. I know I didn't know about that in the medieval sense. Of course, we must include in the story not only the severity of life, but in particular the high rate of mortality among children. In part because of children's inability to survive, adults did not and could not have the emotional commitment to them that we accept as normal. The prevailing view was to have many children in the hope that two or three might survive. I did know that that was the case. On these grounds, people obviously could not allow themselves to become too attached to the young. Aries quotes from a document that records a remark made by the neighbor of a distraught mother of 5 children. In order to comfort the mother, the neighbor says, "Before they're old enough to bother you, you will have lost half of them, or perhaps all of them." Like the clothes, no investment. That makes sense. I know I have heard of it. I mean, because I knew just how much common, like whether it was death during childbirth or just how many children were dying of things that now today we somewhat have the ability to prevent with proper precautions, but it is not until the late 14th century that children are even mentioned in wills and testaments, an indication that adults did not expect them to be around very long. In fact, probably because of this, in some parts of Europe, children were treated as neuter genders. That's another fascinating idea. I think I did know about that. In 14th century Italy, for example, the sex of a child who had died was never recorded. And I believe it would be a mistake to give too much importance to the high mortality rate of children as a way of explaining the absence of the idea of childhood. Half the people who died in London between 1730 and 1779 were under 5 years of age, and yet by then, England had already developed the idea of childhood. And that is because, as I shall try to show in the next chapter, a new communication environment began to take form in the 16th century as a result of printing and social literacy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that is because, as oh wait, I just read that. The printing press created a new definition of adulthood based on reading competence, and correspondingly, a new conception of childhood based on reading incompetence. Damn. Prior to the coming of that new environment, infancy ended at 7 and adulthood began at once. There was no intervening stage because none was needed. That is why prior to the 17th century, there were no books on child rearing, and exceedingly few about women and their role as mothers. That is why the young were part of most ceremonies, including funeral processions, there being no reason to shield them from death. That is why there was no such thing as children's literature. Indeed, in literature, the chief role of children was to die, usually drowned, smothered, or abandoned. Fuck. That is why there was no books on pediatrics, and why paintings consistently portrayed children as miniature adults. For as soon as children abandoned swaddling clothes, they dressed exactly like other men and women of their social class. The language of adults and children was also the same. There are, for example, no references anywhere to children's jargon prior to the 17th century, after which they are numerous. And that is why the majority of children did not go to school, for there was nothing of importance to teach them. Most of them were sent away from home to do menial work or serve as apprentices. In the medieval world, children is, in a word, invisible. Tuckman sums it up this way: of all the characteristics in which the Middle Age differs from the modern, none is so striking as the comparative absence of interest in children. And then, without anyone suspecting it, a goldsmith from Mainz, Germany, with the aid of an old wine press, gave birth to childhood. Obviously, they're talking about Gutenberg. All right, that was chapter 1. We're getting into chapter 2, which, as he suggested, is called The Printing Press and the New Adult. But notice, of course, what I wish he would have gone into, and I just knowing Postman's like colonial backing, there is so much to be expanded with this on the way that the racialized experience of children as well, because I know that the medieval, it would have been, there's been racialization for a long time before the United States, not something akin to the whiteness didn't exist in the way that the American citizenry founded it, because the creation of whiteness was created to define US citizenry, but there's been racialization for a long time, and in this period there would have been, for sure. If anything, there would have been xenophobia as we understand it today. Like something, and I mentioned this just a few lives ago, but the thing about my ancestry that I'm only learning recently, even though it's been obvious as my mom referred to us as gypsies, is that my people, the Roma, we were enslaved in Romania for 500 years. And people don't mention that. So, if anything, that for sure was happening during that period of time. And it wasn't mentioned, and it could have been. He would have known it, or maybe he was so sheltered by the dominant education that he didn't know. But either way, it definitely existed. And that experience of childhood is distinctly different. No matter how, whether it was written about or not, it could have been mentioned, and it should be. Anyway, the printing press and the new adult. It is obvious that for an idea of childhood to come into being, there must be a change in the adult world, and such a change must be not only of a great magnitude, but of a special nature. Specifically, it must generate a new definition of adulthood. During the Middle Ages, there were several social changes, some important inventions, such as the mechanical clock, and many great events, including the Black Death. But nothing occurred that required that adults should alter their conception of adulthood itself. How you doing, Emily? Thanks for being over on Twitch. We'll see if it'll work for you. In the middle of the 15th century, however, such an event did occur, the invention of the printing press with movable type. The aim of this chapter is to show how the press created a new symbolic world that required, in its turn, a new conception of adulthood. The new adulthood, by definition, excluded children, and as children were expelled from the adult world, it became necessary to find another world for them to inhabit. That other world came to be known as childhood. I guess something that to say before I get into like the rest of the chapter is like I guess at the same time, like as horrific as it is, it makes sense that Postman wouldn't even have it on his radar that people weren't deemed fully, because to be deemed an adult, to be deemed any form of human, wouldn't even have been on a racialized radar in this time period because it was so horrific. Like, because obviously that would be the case. So why they couldn't possibly have been deemed child or adult because they weren't even deemed fully human. Same with, again, as the education is discussed, by sex and gender divides. Like, of course they weren't. Hope you're doing well. I'm setting boundaries. Hell yeah, fuck yeah, Emily, do it. I love to hear that. There are at least 7 cities that claim to be birthplace of the printing press, each of them designating a different man as the inventor. Oh, but okay, but I say that because we need to understand that then Postman's idea of how this has happened is myopic if he doesn't mention that. If he doesn't acknowledge the way that his own colonial biases of this understanding, and every person that wrote about it in its time period did not acknowledge that distinction, they're not getting the full story. And so that's why that full story needs to be talked about. In fact, in Dr. Sharma's edited collection and Riyanka Singh's edited collection, they wrote it together. Sharma was her Singh's PhD advisee in Toronto University. Andre Brock has written extensively about this, and he, I think, if there was anyone that in my dream world would write about it, I feel like he would be super great at it. If obviously I'm not going to be like, do this, but I think he's already begun work in that effect, and it's fucking phenomenal. All right. Such a dispute, all by itself, provides us with an example of one of the most astonishing effects of the printing press. It greatly amplified the quest for fame and individual achievement. It is no accident, Elizabeth Eisenstein remarks, in the printing press as an agent of change, another big mediacologist, by the way, that printing is the first invention which became entangled in a priority struggle and rival national claims. Why no accident? Because she suggests the possibility of having one's words and work fixed forever created a new and pervasive idea of selfhood. Exactly. Hell yeah, good. I love to see it. The printing press is nothing less than a time machine, easily as potent and as curious as any one of Mr. H. G. Wells' contraptions. Like the mechanical clock, which was also a great time machine, the printing press captures, domesticates, and transforms time, and in the press alters humanity's consciousness itself. Okay, so will you all entertain me for something for a second? Because there's, okay, one of my favorite articles that I've ever written is called Mother as Calendar, and I wrote it after my mom passed away, and I feel like, I don't know, I have to read it right now, okay? So I'm gonna read it to you. It's on my Substack. I gotta publish it on something more official. So I wrote it after my mom passed. And it's something like, obviously, for anyone that's ever seen anything about the way that I've described my family, you already. Well, I was gonna search for Substack on Substack. That's not how that works. It's like when you go to Google and search for Google. Okay. I wrote this piece after that because it occurred to me that in a society that is so gender divided, um, this is something that basically, well, like, why isn't it pulling up my own shit? um, I, I wanted to parse out this idea of like the disenfranchisement of mothers in a society that treats them like shit despite doing everything. Okay? Sorry if I'm giving anyone whiplash, by the way, from having to scroll down, because I don't know how else to find this. I post all the shit on my Substack. So I'm trying to, yeah, okay, here we go. Mother as Calendar. So it's not that long. I'm gonna read it real quick. But and I got this from an AI thing, but literally it like I love what it pulled. I'm like super happy with how it came out. Anyway, this is it. I read it once on Clubhouse, but I'm gonna read it right now, just real quick, because I feel like it speaks so perfectly that I can't hold back anymore. So this is the little thing at the top. I said, until my mom passed away during the start of the pandemic in August 2020, I took for granted the collection of events and memories she held for our entire family. Hold on, I gotta take Zyrtec real quick, or else I'm gonna forget because I'm gonna get so excited about all of this that I'm not gonna remember. So I'm gonna be right back. Enjoy the AI picture. I have the absolute like worst time blindness, so I just know if I don't do this right now, I'm gonna forget all day, and then I'm gonna be all sneezy, and it's not gonna be good for anyone. Okay, I gotta melt it. Zyrtec, come on. Oh yeah. Well, I hope you find a way to feel good despite that horrible situation, Emily. Okay, cool. So like I said, this is Mother as Calendar. Yeah, Zyrtec is the fucking best. I absolutely love it. I'm glad that it also helps you, Argo Zombie. All right, in this short essay, I combine critical cultural insights with the approach of traditional media ecology. Did I switch it over? Okay, yeah, okay, I'm just making sure that you can see it. Okay. With the approach of traditional media ecology for purposes of reframing the idea of mothering as a calendar, illustrating critical media ecological insights. Long before calendars were said to be used, the Neolithic period, it has been written that the history of hue, meaning hook, man, communication, was first done by word of mouth. Societies meant to keep truth to themselves did this in order to build communities and ensure survival. Hugh, read as who, as in like, who man? Like, I can't help myself. Man, you might ask, was responsible for retaining this communal form of knowledge? Elders. Their gender roles were unimportant and will vary depending on who you ask in each field. What's most important is that older members of collectives were respected for their abilities to pass down information that the preceding generations required to survive. Today, in the present COVID era, we have no shortage of surviving tales that were passed down by various artists, activists, and our academics. So many humans acted as media, for better and for worse, only to culminate into devastating transnational and global processes. Differently brutal and dehumanizing stories made differences in each of our perspectives. Today, when you consume recent arguments regarding the lost art of reading, you can still find traces of ancient criticisms in the digital and algorithmic age. There must have been some truth to overly cited patriarchal critiques of the written word after all. For instance, one popular remark is that our memories are worse. Now, when we want each other's company, instead of remembering each other's phone numbers inside our brains, we store them in smart devices. Us millennial and Gen Z folks likely wouldn't use phone calls or use phones to call each other, even if we could. Our calling home might look more like a group text than its vocally disembodied ancestor. This all in mind, the main interest of my essay is less about a turn away from voice calls and more about what happens when the one who used to answer our call leaves. Asked otherwise, in the present COVID-19 era, what does it mean when the person who first felt like home? Sorry, I'm like not expecting to be so emotionally overtaken by this. This doesn't usually happen. Leaves this plane of existence off the hook. Whew, hold on. I'm an autist and I have hyperempathy, so sometimes that happens. Sorry. But also not sorry for having human action, human emotions. Or what do we do when our first home, our mother's, dies? To be transparent, I'm one of many who has experienced the loss of their mom since the COVID-19 pandemic began in March 2020. Having to process her loss during the last few years while finishing my PhD has given me fresh insights into her familial role. This piece is a brief about some key insights I hope will inspire a new way of viewing mothers. In short, our umbilically disconnected patriarchal societies, mothers have long been taken for granted. Thank you, Emily. For instance, the binary conception of a cis female body in particular has been described in no shortage of postmodern literature as little more than a walking womb. The cybernetic lens describes the human body as a machine and cannot wait to replicate it. From circus-tested incubators to for-profit hospital complexes, nearly all present COVID-19 babies are tube-tested and mother-approved. Frosted eggs freeze time and prolong the life course numerous years pre-conception. We once determined one's age by the amount of time they existed, approximately 9 months after being birthed from inside another's womb. As Sarah Martel's chapter Dear Incubator in Sharma and Singh's recent edited collection Re-Understanding Media, Feminist Extensions of Marshall McLuhan disclosed, the incubator aptly reveals another element of mother existing as a calendar in the pre-COVID-19 world. In her heartfelt letter to the biomimicking womb, on one technological hand, Martel framed the incubator as an almost mother, serving as an extended wombic protector. Simultaneously, on the other hand, it technologically induces the labor of a newborn disservice, a premature mother-child disconnection. In this post-Roe v. Wade and ongoing present COVID-19 age, I saw these twin services and disservices as crying out a primal question. What might we gain from reframing mother as a calendar in an age where a womb may no longer be needed? Being that humans have now spent hundreds of years being raised into a view and act as if the body is a machine, exploring the idea of mother as calendar may come rather naturally. The calendar as a media is a type of machine enabling us all a certain bodily orientation, namely existence here on this earthly plane. Like us, each calendar is born from certain conceptions of time, polychronic, monochronic, etc., molded in a unique cultural image. Additionally, describing mother as calendar shifts into an acknowledgement of their personhood. Someone who can become pregnant is not just a womb, but an entire ecology. All humans as media make decisions as agents in society-building processes. While on the surface describing humans as media might seem more dehumanizing than humanizing, my deliberate reframing of mother as calendar in a context that has mechanized humans as norm sparks a counter-environment foregrounding the subjecthood of a mother's influence. Even in a world where dehumanizing biases are built into everything, humans, languages, all of our other technological extensions, and every institution as features, our mothering remains. Whether in absence or in presence of technological extensions, subversively describing mother as calendar provides a new perspective documenting the integral loss of her role in the family after her passing. A loss of family stories, birthdays, recipes, hand-me-downs, etc. This descriptor both details the current contingency of the role of mother and reprioritizes it. In many families, mothers remain keepers of time in ways that fathers have not been demanded. Relatedly, in her piece, Exit and Extensions of Man, Dr. Sharma in 2017 explained that reductive... Oh, hold on, I gotta plug in my phone or else TikTok's gonna be paused. I'll reread that sentence. I gotta plug in my phone. I forgot to do that at the beginning, and it always pauses TikTok if I don't. All right. Relatedly, in her piece Exit and Extensions of Man, Dr. Sharma in 2017 explained that reductive conceptions of time have constrained who has and has not been allowed to exit. And this is a block quote from her piece. Exiting is an exercise of patriarchal power, a privilege that occurs at the expense of cultivating and sustaining conditions of collective autonomy. It stands in direct contradistinction to care. Care is an opposing political force to exit. Care is that which responds to the uncompromisingly tethered nature of human dependency and the contingency of life, the mutual precariousness of the human condition. Women's sick exit is hardly even on the table, given that women have historically been unable to choose when to leave or enter inequitable power relations, let alone enter and exit in a carefree manner. For anyone that doesn't know, by the way, sick, and I didn't know this until actually like in graduate school, which is ridiculous that I did Google it sooner. Sick is something that you put in text to indicate that that was the author's writing, but I put it there because I don't believe that everyone assigned female at birth as a woman. Okay, I know we know that, but I just wanted to make that clear. Anyway, we're subject instead to forms of biopolitical management that do not allow for exit, but rather a managed entrance into the sphere of the social, the public, the political, the institutional, the university, the corporation, the gym, the faculty, club, bar. Yeah, right. Yeah, I know. Same. In many times. I mean, we all have feminine and masculine capacities for sure. Obviously, the idea of what is feminine or masculine is totally made up. So, anyway, as Dr. Sarah Sharma explicated beautifully in the above quote, if care is an opposing political force to exit, and presumably cis women's exit is hardly even on the table, then when those who may be able to become pregnant autonomously leave on their own accord, this act historically opposes the blueprint of their default role within patriarchal societies. Due to inequitable cis heteronormative gender relations, mothers have remained timekeepers. Furthermore, within my dissertation project, I explored pre and present COVID-19 era sexual ecologies and observed two main takeaways. Specifically, that especially millennial and Gen Z femme presenting folks on TikTok are experiencing individual and societal self realizations. For example, among other things, these users are vocalizing realizations about their low relational expectations of cishet men in regard to emotional, romantic, and sexual norms. The findings of my work anticipated the recent pieces about rise of lonely single men. Therefore, using a combination of Dr. Sharma's insights and these dissertation explorations into the present COVID-19 era socio-sexual sinking issues, we can begin to parse out a key implication of the role of our mothers in current patriarchal societies. In other words, the analogy of mother as calendar can illuminate a counter environment, breaking down our dominant way of seeing to reveal a breakthrough. The lack of care inevitably nurtured through a patriarchal perspective, describing the impregnatable body as little more than a machine. So definitely read this work by Sharma for sure. But also, I read the entire book, uh, Re-Understanding Media, Feminist Extensions of Marshall McLuhan, also on my Clubhouse. So that's there if you would like to listen to it. All right. Anyway, I hope you all see how that I think was related to what Postman had said about time, but also the way that it's it's very controlled, but it's also experienced very differently. The the way that time, because there would be, of course, no calendar without the mechanical clock in the same sense. And this is experienced uniquely by every culture, of course. So that's why, like polychronic and monochronic time, there's a book by Stuart Hall. They were an intercultural scholar that talks about the difference between like the ways an individualistic society experiences time in comparison to ones that are often more collectivist. And there's so much to say about that that's beyond me saying this because we'll never finish the book. So let me but yeah, I'll keep all those things in mind. Anyway, where were we? Mm, like the mechanical clock, which was also a great time machine, the printing press captures, that's what, okay, it domesticates and transforms time, and in the process alters humanity's consciousness of itself. But whereas the clock, as Lewis Mumford, wait, oh wait, Mumford's another big one, and I always, for some reason, in my mind, associate heavily Lewis Mumford with Stuart Hall, and that's not the same guy. Anyway, contends eliminated eternity as the measure and focus of human actions. The printing press restored it. Printing links the present with forever. It carries personal identity into realms unknown. With the printing press, forever may be addressed by the voice of an individual, not a social aggregate. No one knows who invented the stirrup or the longbow or the button or even the eyeglasses, because the question of personal accomplishment was very nearly irrelevant in the medieval world. Excuse me. That's another thing where I could go on a huge tangent on the ownership of ideas. Indeed, prior to the printing press, the concept of a writer in the modern sense did not exist. What did exist is described in detail by Saint Bonaventura, who tells us that in the 13th century there were four ways of making books. And this is a block quote. A man might write the works of others, literally. When he says a man, he means it. By the way, that's not just a generalized idea. Adding and changing nothing, in which case he is simply called a scribe. Another writes the work of others with additions which are not his own, and he is called a compiler. Another writes both others' work and his own, but with others' work in principal place, adding his own for purposes of explanation, and he is called a commentator. Another writes both his work and others, but with his own work in principal place, adding others for purposes of confirmation, and such a man should be called an author. And that's fascinating too in the age of ChatGPT. Like I wrote a paper that I have yet to submit like anywhere successfully about the bot written script trend. And the way that I don't know if y'all are familiar, the one where it's like I had a bot watch $1,000 hours of Olive Garden commercials. Oh, I forgot to turn TikTok, by the way. Here's my goofy ass again. And it's like, and it wrote this. Well, that shit isn't actually real. There wasn't an AI that they fed it to. It was probably like a really like basic AI generator, but it didn't actually write the whole script, is the point. And it was just kind of like a funny little fucking thing that people did to like mock because we're afraid of the AI becoming too advanced. Anyway, that as well as the bot, the chat GPT that is actually becoming terrifyingly competent, although not sentient, of course, yet. That definitely is the new age concern in regards to authorship, and it begins to make sense when you understand who has been allowed to be an author in the first place, and like what are we really afraid of is the question that I'm often asking in regards to that, especially with education, Saint Bonaventura not only does not speak of an original work in the modern sense, but makes it clear that by writing he is referring in great measure to the actual task of writing the words out, which is why the concept of individual, highly personal authorship could not exist within a scribal tradition, because they were basically just media used to like copy books. Like literally scribes were just copy and paste as humans. That's literally what they were. Each writer not only made mistakes in copying a text, but was free to add, subtract, clarify, update, or otherwise reconceive the text as he thought necessary. Even such a cherished document as the Magna Carta, which was read twice a year in every shire in England, was by 1237 the subject of some controversy over which of several versions was authentic. I mean, and obviously, like Walter Benjamin wrote extensively about the problem of authenticity. Like, what counts? Is a copy of something, should it be deemed like, is there something essentially non-authentic about it if it looks identical, etc., etc.? Same with the issue of cryptocurrency and people being like, I can save your fucking little fucking whatever they're called and then save it as a JPEG. I could just take a screenshot of it. You paid like $1 million fucking dollars for that thing. That's the same problem. I mean, I joked when I first started looking into seeing how that shit worked. I joked that land ownership was the very first cryptocurrency. Like it's true though. Like it's a false idea that you can own anything in an age where stuff can be easily copied. It's just I don't know, it's just goofy. Anyway, after printing, the question of who wrote what became important, as did the question of who did what. Posterity became a living idea, and which names could legitimately live there was a matter worth fighting about, and it still is to this day. As you can infer from the last sentence in chapter 1, I have yeah, accommodated an established tradition by settling on Joan Genschflesch Gutenberg as the inventor. I actually don't know if I feel like I just absolutely destroyed Gutenberg's first name. As the inventor of the printing press with movable type, although the earliest dated example of such printing is in fact Mainz Psalter, printed by Joan Fust and Peter Schoeffer, two of Gutenberg's partners. But whoever is truly entitled to the claim, Gutenberg, Lawrence Koester, Nicholas Jensen, Fuss, Schoeffer, et al., this much is clear. When Gutenberg announced that he had manufactured a book without the help of reed, stylus, or pen, but by the wondrous agreement, proportion, and harmony of punches and types, he and any other printers could not have known that they constituted an irresistible revolutionary force, that their infernal machines were, so to speak, the typescript on the wall, spelling out the end of the medieval world. Although many scholars have given expression to this fact, Myron Gilmore's statement in The World of Humanism sums it up most succinctly. The invention of printing with movable type brought about the most radical transformation in the conditions of intellectual life in the history of Western civilization. Obviously, now we know it's the internet also. Like, I would argue, obviously, I mean, yeah, I think it's at least a new age, of course. Its effects were sooner or later felt in every department of human activity. To understand how those effects have a bearing on the invention and growth of childhood, we may take as a guide the teaching of Harold Innis, another famous. So that was, if I remember correctly, McLuhan's mentor. So another big figure in media ecology. Innis stressed that changes in communication technology invariably have three kinds of effects. Or wait, I think I may be remembering that wrong. They alter the structure of interests, the things thought about, the character of symbols, the things thought with, and the nature of community, the area in which thoughts develop. Which is why feminists, for a very long time, have argued that the naming practices are revolutionary, which is why I argued in my dissertation that some of the very first feminists were actually media ecologists. Because that's all they were actually arguing, if you ask me. At least that's what I've taken from it, and obviously I'll never know if that was their true intention, because that's impossible to infer. But anyway, to put it as simply as one can, every machine is an idea or a conglomerate of ideas, but they're not the sort of ideas that lead an inventor to conceive of a machine in the first place. We cannot know, for example, what was in Gutenberg's mind that led him to connect a wine press to book manufacturing, but it is a safe conjecture that he had no intention of amplifying individualism, or for that matter, of undermining the authority of the Catholic Church. There's a sense in which all inventors are, to use author Koester's word, sleepwalkers. For perhaps we might call them Frankensteins, and the entire process, the Frankenstein syndrome. One creates a machine for a particular and limited purpose. But once the machine is built, we discover, sometimes to our horror, usually to our discomfort, always to our surprise, that it has ideas of its own, that it is quite capable not only of changing our habits, but as Innis tried to show, of changing our habits of mind. A machine may provide us with a new concept of time, as did the mechanical clock, or of space and scale, as did the telescope, or of knowledge, as did the alphabet, or of the possibilities of improving human biology, as did eyeglasses. To say it in James Cary's bold way, we may find that the structure of our consciousness has been reshaped to parallel the structure of communication, that we have become what we have made. The effects of technology are always unpredictable, but they are not always inevitable. There are many instances where a Frankenstein's monster was created, who upon waking looked around, judged himself to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and went back to sleep. In the early part of the 8th century, the Anglo-Saxons had the stirrup available, but no genius to see its possibilities. The Franks had both the stirrup and Charles Martel's genius, and as a consequence employed the stirrup to create a new means of war, not to mention an entirely new social and economic system, i.e. feudalism. Also, this is an anti-war stream, so I don't agree with that bullshit, but alright. This is an anti-military industrial stream. Military industrial complex stream. The Chinese, oh gosh, I hate when fucking people do that, especially white people. So I don't condone this. So Chinese people and Korean people who invented movable metal type prior to Gutenberg may or may not have had a genius available to see the possibilities of letterpress printing, but what they definitely did not have available were letters. That is an alphabetic system of writing. So what he means by that, because of course they could be considered, so he means the distinction in phonetic alphabet, which is different from symbols. I forget what the symbols are referred to specifically. There's a word I always forget, but it's a different form of alphabet, is what he's saying. Okay, just to be clear. Thus, their monster returned to its slumber. Why the Aztecs, who invented the wheel, thought its possibilities were exhausted after attaching it to children's toys is still a mystery, but nonetheless another example of the non-inevitability of technologies infusing a culture with new ideas. Another thing that I think speaks to this in Sharma and Singh's Re-Understanding Media is there's a great chapter. Or wait, no, actually it's not that book, but read that book because it's so good. In Your Computer is on Fire, another one of my absolute favorite ed collections that I've read, especially in like the last 3 years. Also, thank you for the all the gifts, Riley. Is Your Computer is on Fire, and there's a chapter about the Mandarin being basically manipulated and completely butchered when trying to be put into a keyboard because they used the archetype of the 26 letter English alphabet to try to design Mandarin, which has thousands of characteristics and changes, much like, I mean, there's so many different things to read about the way that different languages have been destroyed by people, usually within a Western orientation, trying to change them into something to fit the QWERTY keyboard. Like, because everything, I mean, think about whether it's writing from left to right, that not every language does, like Arabic, or the way that many languages change when you put different, like, symbols together. That kind of stuff isn't suited if you try to shove it into the QWERTY keyboard. And that speaks volumes about, like Eurocentrism writ large. And the biases that are built into the technologies that the designers are often, like, not even, I mean, whether it's intentional or not, they're reproducing. Anyway, Lynn White Jr., in using still another metaphor to make this point, remarks, as our understanding of the history of technology increases, it becomes clear that a new device merely opens a door. It does not compel one to enter. The acceptance or rejection of an invention, or the extent to which its implications are realized if it is accepted, depends quite as much upon the condition of a society and upon the imagination of its leaders as upon the nature of the technological item itself. And I would add whether we respect the leaders. I have to tend to mom duties since nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Emily. In the case of Gutenberg's press, we know, of course, that European culture was ready to receive it. Europe not only had an alphabetic writing system of 2,000 years standing, but a fairly rich manuscript tradition, which meant that there were important texts waiting to be printed. The Europeans knew how to manufacture paper, which they had been doing for 200 years. For all of the widespread illiteracy, there did exist scribes who could read and write and could teach others to do so. The revival of learning in the 13th century and the rediscovery of the wisdom of classical culture had whetted appetites for books. Then, too, the growth of commerce and the beginnings of the age of exploration generated a need for news, for durable contracts, for deeds, for reliable and standardized maps. Which is to say, like, obviously, the whole Manifest Destiny bullshit was definitely fueled by this, and as well as what I talked about. I mean, every form of, like, social control ever since was basically put in place by the foundational documents that didn't deem most of us fully human. It fueled all kinds of horrific, scientifically based, just torture, like truly, in every way imaginable. Like as the book that I'm often referring to, and when it comes to like race-based science and all of the other horrors that were born out of it, is Harriet A. Washington's Medical Apartheid. But there's plenty of other folks that have written about other forms of disenfranchisement built into all forms of institutions. The science is not innocent in that because of the way that these horrors are built into it. And how few demographics were allowed to be in any form of knowledge creation in them. We may say then that the intellectual condition of Europe in the mid 15th century made the printing press necessary, which accounts no doubt for the fact that so many men in different places were working on the problem at the same time. To use White's metaphor, the printing press opened a door upon which European culture had been anxiously knocking, and when it was finally opened, the entire culture went flying through. No geniuses were required to discern some of the implications of printing. Again, as I just said recently, I mean, as I've said for a long time, but also have reinforced recently, it's interesting how the myths of great minds, based off of the inequitable concept of intelligence, so heavily fuel who has been cited, and the way that those political citational politics haunt us to this day and reinforce the idea of ownership of ideas and accreditation that's just deeply inequitable. Within 50 years after the invention of the press, more than 8 million books had been printed. By 1480, there were presses in 110 towns in 6 different countries, 50 presses in Italy alone. By 1482, Venice was the world's printing capital, and Eldus Manutius, a Venetian, was probably the busiest printer in Christendom. The sign outside his shop indicated a flair for the apt pun as well as the state of his business. If you would speak with Eldus, hurry, time presses. Puns are forever. Half of Eldus's employees were Greek exiles or refugees, so that at the time of his death in 1515, every known Greek author had been translated and printed. At about the time of Eldus's death, the printing press launched the career of the first journalist, the first literary blackmailer, and the first mass producer of pornography, all in the person of Pietro Artino. I don't think I've heard of this person, so I'm excited to see what they're about to say. Born of lowly origins and without education, Artino understood intuitively that the printing press was an instrument of publicity. That is to say, he invented the newspaper, and it is to him we may also ascribe the origin of confessional writing. With few exceptions, e.g., St. Augustine's Confessions, there was no literary tradition of intimate disclosure, no established voice or tone by which private thoughts were expressed publicly. Certainly there were no rhetorical conventions for addressing a throng that did not exist except in the imagination. Receiving instruction from no one, there was none to be had. Artino rushed ahead in print with a stream of anti-clerical obscenities, libelous stories, public accusations, and personal opinion, all of which have become part of our journalistic tradition and are to be found still thriving in the present day. His invention of yellow journalism and a style in which to express it made him both rich and famous. He was known in his time as the scourge of princes, the Citizen Kane of his day. If the work of Artino represents the sordid side of a new literary tradition that addresses a mass but unseen public in intimate terms, then the work of Montaigne, that's it, right? I forget if I'm saying that right. You've heard that before, right? I forget. Represents its more wholesome side. How you doing? Born in 1533, when Artino was already 41 years old, Montaigne invented a style, a form of address, a persona, by which a unique individual could with assurance and directness address the unseen living, as well as posterity. So I'm reading The Disappearance of Childhood by Neil Postman, reading and critiquing. Montaigne invented the personal essay, which is to individualism what ballads were to collective consciousness. Personal history as against public history for all of its modesty, humor, and high intelligence. If you want to see a little write-up of it, by the way, it's on my Twitch. That's what I'm pointed at, is a corner of my Twitch. But on the left side, there's also the write-up of the book that I read at the beginning. So if you'd like to see that, by all means. It's the same username as on here. Oh, I gotta turn it a little bit. I guess you can't see the D. There we go. Yeah, I know. I only got into Twitch like maybe a couple months ago at absolute most. It's pretty cool. It's like for streaming and stuff. Oh, for all of its modesty, humor, and high intelligence, Montaigne's writing does not celebrate community, but celebrates only himself. His uniqueness, his quirks, his prejudices. When 400 years Later, Norman Mailer wrote Advertisements for Myself. I haven't heard of this. He was merely continuing and giving an apt name to a tradition established by Montaigne, the writer as self-publicist and discloser, the writer as individual in opposition to the community. So the first influencer, as Marshall McLuhan remarked in his characteristic way, with print, the discovery of the vernacular as a PA system was immediate. He had in mind not only Artino and Montaigne, but especially Francois Rabelais, a person I also have never heard of, who was second to none in his capacity for self-assertion and celebration. He boasted, for example, that his Gargantua had sold more copies in 2 months than the Bible in 10 years. Oh, nice, that's awesome. For this remark, he was denounced as ungodly and blasphemous. The entire episode calling to mind similar denunciations made more recently of John Lennon for his remark that the Beatles were more influential than Jesus Christ. Again, this was written in like the 80s, so it's old. It's old-ish. The point is that scribal culture had worked against the idea of intellectual property rights and therefore of intellectual individuality. I know, as I said that, I'm like, it's really not, it's like 40 years old, but it's old in like the idea of not being right now. That's what I mean. As Elizabeth Eisenstein. Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, I was born in 1990, so anything older than me is old in my brains. But obviously, all power to anything that is whatever time. Like, it doesn't matter, you know what I mean? As Elizabeth Eisenstein notes, the conditions of scribal culture held narcissism in check. Print enabled it to break free. Solidarity. At the same time as the printing press unleashed a heightened and unabashed self-consciousness in writers. That's okay, though. I mean, it's a privilege to be alive at any age, I would say. Okay. It created a similar attitude in readers. For prior to printing, all human communication occurred in a social context. Even such reading as was done used as its model the oral mode, the reader speaking the words aloud while others followed along. Again, the benefit of why I do this. But with the printed book, another tradition began, the isolated reader and his private eye. Orality became muted, and the reader and his response became separated from his social context. The reader retired within his own mind, and from the 16th century to the present, what most readers have required of others is their absence. Or if not that, their silence. And that's what's so unique, again, because when he says he means he. Again, to reiterate that, because the people that weren't a he at that time weren't allowed to do that. Oh, damn. R.I.P. Your sense of peace. My heart goes out to you, any Floridians. Really anywhere, I guess, in the United States right now, which I am too, so. R.I.P. to all of our nervous systems. In reading, both the writer and reader and to enter into a conspiracy of sorts against social presence and consciousness. Reading is, in a phrase, an antisocial act. This is the kind of shit that I'm always talking about. That's actually what I was referring to in the Mother as Calendar piece that I read just a moment ago. Because the same criticisms of the written word have been repeated 1,000 times over with each new media, including the internet, including smartphones. Again, and on one hand, sure, that is true. Of course it does. It takes us away from the present, just as the telephone in any way does. But it also connects us to people in a globalized world in a way that was never possible. So it's like, what we always need to return to in those critiques is what world exists that people are more appealed to look to someone not in their immediate vicinity. Because that's the questions that should actually be asked. Like, if you can actually find more solidarity in people that aren't in your immediate vicinity, that says something that often isn't articulated. Oh, you just joined so oh, nice. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that. It will make you think. All right, who's it by, or is it like what is it? Oh, thank you for the follow, Grant. Grant might be me. Thus, at both ends of the process, production and consumption, print created a psychological environment which the claims of individuality became irresistible. This is not to say that individualism was created by the printing press, only that individualism became a normal and acceptable psychological condition. And that's really what I was talking about in regards to, like, whenever I'm talking about neoliberalism, what really creates, like, what defines neoliberalism other than a corporatism, a privatism, and a deregulation is hyper individuality. It bleeds corporate ideas and logics into every facet of our lives, including intimacy. Yeah, most certainly possible. You get the user correct first. Oh yeah, nice. Mm-mm. As Leo Lowenthal remarks, the prevailing philosophy of human nature since the Renaissance has been based on the conception of each individual as a deviant case whose existence consists very largely in his efforts to assert his personality against the restrictive and leveling claims of society. I mean, in groups, not groups, you know? We define who we are by who we're not, and we define who we are by who we are. The Southern Baptist Marketing and Business Plan. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, I got to look into that then for sure. I've touched on that a little bit in my requirement politics piece, but I feel like that would add like some interesting history. So thanks for that. Following Innes's lead, i.e., his insight that a new communication technology alters the structure of our interests, we may say then that the printing press gave us ourselves as unique individuals to think and talk about. And this intensified sense of self was the seed that led eventually to the flowering of childhood. Childhood did not, of course, emerge overnight. It took nearly 200 years to become a seemingly irreversible feature of Western civilization. But it could not have happened without the idea that each individual is important in himself. Again, he means that when he says himself. That a human mind and life in some fundamental sense transcend community. For as the idea of personal identity developed, it followed inexorably that it would be applied to the young as well. So that, for example, by the 18th century, the acceptance of the inevitability of the death of children, Aries calls it the concept of necessary wastage, had largely disappeared. In fact, near the end of the 16th century, the death of a child began to be represented in various ways on parents' tombs. A macabre fact, perhaps, but indicative of a growing awareness that everyone's life counts. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, thank you for making it work somehow, Grant. But obviously, no pressure. Never expected, always appreciated. But individualism alone could not have produced childhood, which requires a compelling basis for separating people into different classes. For that something else needed to happen, and it did. For want of a better term, I shall call it a knowledge gap. Within 50 years after printing had been invented, it became obvious that the communication environment of European civilization was dissolving and reconstituting itself along different lines. A sharp division developed between those who could read and those who could not, the latter being restricted to a medieval sensibility and level of interest, the former being propelled into a world of new facts and perceptions. With print, new things to talk about proliferated. Oh, thanks for all the gifts, Grant, by the way. And they were all in books, or at least in printed form. Lewis Mumford describes the situation this way. More than any other device, the printed book released people from the domination of the immediate and the local. Print made a greater impression than actual events. To exist was to exist in print. The rest of the world tended gradually to become more shadowy. Learning became book learning. What sort of information was in books? What things were available to learn? There were, first of all, how to do it books. Think of YouTube. This is the that's the best thing I think I can say to make myself put it into perspective as a way of because otherwise it's just I think completely impossible to wrap our heads around, right? Like that's really how much it revolutionized our ability to know how to do things and understand it in our own way, which I think is equivalent to something like YouTube or Google, obviously. There were, first of all, how to do it books on metallurgy. I don't know what that is. Meta, MEA, or no, METALLURGY. Botany, linguistics, good manners, and at long last, pediatrics. The Book of Children by Thomas Fair. Oh, okay, duh, that makes sense. Okay, I don't know why I like it's like it has metal in it, but I think the liturgy kind of confused the fuck out of me. So thank you for that, Grant. Early metalworking, that makes sense. Duh, because obviously blacksmith. I played enough fantasy games to know that that should have been what I would know it is. Shout out to Elder Scrolls, but especially Oblivion. By Thomas Fair, published in 1544, is generally considered to be the first book on pediatrics published in earlier one. Oh, wait, oh, never mind. Written by an Englishman. In Italian, Paolo Peglardo published an earlier one in 1498. Let me switch hands. I don't know about y'all, but I like literally, even with a pop socket, I'm like getting like some sort of weird injury on my wrist, and I'm assuming like I'm almost convinced that I have Ehlers-Danlos because everything that I've experienced in my life is like duh, and it's so common for autists. But yeah, I literally can't hold something heavy in my right hand anymore. So here we are. Anyway, in his book, Fair recommends the use of teething rings and provides a comprehensive list of grievous and perilous diseases of children, including a pustule of the brain, probably meningitis, terrible dreams, itching, bloodshot eyes, colic, and rumbling of the stomach. Oh yeah, so heat metal to goo, form goo to thing, good thing, profit. Publication of books on pediatrics, as well as those on manners, is a strong indication that the concept of childhood had already begun to form less than a century after the printing press. But the point here is that the printing press generated what we call today a knowledge explosion. To be a fully functioning adult required one to go beyond custom and memory into worlds not previously known about or contemplated. So this same thing happened with the microscope, by the way. That's really what revolutionized our ability to understand anything that isn't visible to the naked eye in that is small. Like that's how it the same kind of internal world shifting is just being repeated in that. To be a fully functioning adult required one to go beyond custom and memory into worlds. Oh, I just read that. Okay. For in addition to the general information, such as was found in how-to books and assorted guides and manuals, the world of commerce was increasingly made up of printed paper, contracts, deeds, promissory notes, and maps. Not surprisingly, in an environment in which information was becoming standardized and repeatable, map makers began to exclude paradise from their charts on the grounds that its location was too uncertain. Metal compounds. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, for like more study and anything. Well, and like the thing to keep in mind too, that I think is well written about by media ecologists, is the way that maps are only what the map maker decides them to be. And that's like a perfect analogy for like our use of language as a blueprint and how we've designed the entire world. Because if the map maker doesn't include, like, let's say their specialty is, where the mint grows. The map maker is only going to write down where the mint plants are, but it's not going to put down like poison ivy. You know what I mean? Like if that's not their specialty and they don't know how to identify it. And that's the kind of stuff that's often like forgotten about or just not taught to the general public in regards to like how anything is designed ever. And that's why it's so important to talk about it. In fact, so much new information of so many diverse types. This is going to make it hard for me to turn the page when I. All right. Was being generated that bookmakers could no longer use the scribal manuscript as their model of a book. By mid-16th century, printers began to experiment with new formats, among the most important innovation being the use of Arabic numerals to number pages. The first known example of such pagination, what a good word, in Joanne Frobin's first edition of Erasmus's New Testament, printed in 1516. Pagination led inevitably to more accurate indexing, annotation, and cross-referencing, which in turn either led to or was accompanied by innovations in punctuation marks, section heads, paragraphing, title paging, and running heads. Another thing that comes from not media ecology itself, but a cousin discipline called general semantics, which definitely has stuff to offer us, but has as much to be critiqued about, is there's a tactic that they often suggest that people take out and use, which is called dating. And it's the idea that, and this is, I think, never been more important to remember in especially the algorithmic age. So, for instance, dating, an example would be, and I just made a video like praising folks for doing this better. Think about the amount of environmental injustices and disasters that have happened. When someone on TikTok, for instance, is sharing information about the train derailment in Ohio, and they're giving the information out about what is known about that information the day that it happened, that information needs to be dated because the information about how much toxic toxic chemical is in the air is going to change dramatically by the time that it's happened. And when if someone, let's say a week later, sees that post and doesn't see the date that it happened, they're going to see information about it that may or may not be accurate anymore. But it also is relevant in regards to understanding who's written an idea when. Like, we all know that we've changed dramatically throughout our lives, or at least we have the capacity to. And the way that we say and understand the world is different earlier in our life than it is when we get older. Odds are good. And so it becomes important if you're writing about someone who is especially introduced and raised into a horrifically inequitable world to recognize that perhaps at one point in their life, yeah, neuroplus is, yeah, for sure, that too. Yeah, that is, yeah, exactly what I'm referring to. It's important to recognize that at one point in someone's life, they may have an idea that is unacceptable and may be normalized because discrimination in the society is normalized. And then later on in their life, maybe they realized how wrong that was and they change their thought. And so if you date it, like if you say, Bowen 2001, when I was 11, said blah, 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 and then Bowen 2023 said something else, that's a distinctly different human being you're referring to. That hopefully, if all goes well, is better informed and now working towards liberation, right? Like that's the importance in dating that I think is we're seeing a new form in the algorithmic age that stems back to the form of dating and indexing of knowledge that the printing press put into practice. By the end of the 16th century, the machine-made book already had a typographic form and a look, indeed functions comparable to books of today. But even earlier in the century, printers were concerned with the aesthetics and efficiency of book formats. The printer of Machiavelli's first decanale? Decanale? I don't know. Bitterly complained about a pirated edition of that highly successful book. He described the spurious edition as a miserable cheapjack, badly bound with no margins, tiny title pages, and with no end papers front or back, crooked type, printer's errors in many places. And this a mere 50 years after the invention of the press. Sounds like many Kindle Amazon books, unfortunately. Here it is worth, and I make that joke as someone that has, like, mini chapbooks of poetry published in Amazon Kindle. Okay, so anyway, here it is worth recalling Harold Innis's principle that new communication technologies not only give us new things to think about, but new things to think with. The form of the printed book created a new way of organizing content, and in doing so, it promoted a new way of organizing thought. The unyielding linearity of the printed book, the sequential nature of its sentence-by-sentence presentation, its paragraphing, its alphabetized indices, its standardized spelling and grammar led to the habits of thinking that James Joyce mockingly called ABCDED mindedness, meaning a structure of consciousness that closely parallels the structures of typography. Okay, so I know that this is another word that people may already be familiar with, but I think it's often taken for granted, so I wanted to explain it. So when we say that something happens in a linear fashion, what we mean is that this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. You often see this in ideas of Western history, as if stuff has happened on a path to progression that has only been good. Like, oh, well, if capitalism's bad, then how come everyone's doing so great? Because this happened and then this happened because manifest destiny and then everything and then blah 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 trickle down economics. So that is only one way of thinking that actually, especially Black feminists and any type of indigenous scholar that I've ever read, has a very different conception of time that's often better suited towards a liberation. And that's the most simplistic way I can describe that. But yeah, there's not just linear ways of thinking, and it's important we make that explicit. Anyway, this effect of printing is a point that both Harold Innis and Marshall McLuhan extravagantly asserted, but even such a cautious scholar as Elizabeth Eisenstein believes that the emerging format of books, this particular way of codifying information, helped to reorder the thought of all readers, whatever their profession. There can be little doubt that the organization of books into chapters and sections came to be the accepted way of organizing a subject. The form in which books presented material became the logic of discipline. I don't know if you all know, but the very first books, they were formatted in conversation. They were written as plays, because that was the way that the public was used to receiving information. Because it was in oral culture, so that's how they learned. And so the most it was the way that they transitioned people into a written culture was by writing in a way that they were used to hearing out loud, because it was also read to them out loud. So yeah, it made sense. That's why plays were such a popular form of understanding and broadcast ultimately. Thanks for the follow for Dot. I wrote a speech about reading where I talked about theory of mind and neuroplasticity. It was fun. That sounds awesome. What does that sound? It sounds so cool. I don't know what that means. Whatever that sound was. Thanks, I think. Oh, I forget. You can okay, so for anyone that doesn't realize, so I have sounds that you can do on my Twitch. Oh, and I guess another reminder too. So I have Oh, duh. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Hell yeah. Thanks, duh. I forgot about that. Thanks for doing that. I have sounds that you can do on my Twitch, by the way, and they're free right now because I don't have I don't have affiliate yet, so they're all free. You can also put stickers, and there's also captions on the Twitch if you would prefer that, or you could benefit from that. I'm realizing lately that I for sure have audio processing disorder that I have my whole life, and it didn't occur to me until someone on TikTok was like, this is what that is, and autists often do. And I was like, oh my God. So yeah, I think if anything, if I was listening to me, I think I would benefit from the captions that populate live. But yeah, anyway. Where were we here? Mm-mm. Eisenstein gives an interesting case in point from the field of law. The medieval teacher of the corpus juris could not demonstrate to either his students or himself, again, they mean it when they say he, how each component of the law was related to the logic of the whole, because very few teachers had ever seen the corpus juris as a whole. But beginning in 1553, a print-oriented generation of legal scholars undertook the task of editing the entire manuscript, including reorganizing its parts, dividing it into coherent sections, and indexing citations. By so doing, they made the ancient compilation entirely accessible, stylistically intelligible, and internally consistent, which is to say, they reinvented the subject. Similarly, as Eisenstein notes, the mere preparation of differently graded textbooks for teaching varied disciplines encouraged a reassessment of inherited procedures and a rearrangement of approaches to diverse fields. In other words, the availability of different texts on the same subject required that there be consistency in how parts were sequenced, and in determining which things came first and which last, textbook writers were recreating their fields, which is why it's so goofy to me when anyone who says anything about any book that's ever been created isn't something that was man-made. Like, of course it fucking was. That's, like, it's just a marker of not knowing anything about how books were created. You can't say that any book that exists wasn't entirely made by a human being. There's no such thing as a book that wasn't. That's like, and I don't mean this in any disrespect of a religious belief, because have whatever religious belief you want. But don't say that any religious text wasn't created by a human, because it fucking was. It was entirely interpreted and mediated by a human being. That's how all books have come to be. And they're a new thing in the grand scheme of things. Like, especially if they're reinforced to disenfranchise and dehumanize people. That's a problematic thing to claim that they weren't. That's erasing history. And that's what the Yahtzees want. Quite literally. They do everything they possibly can to make sure that that's the case. Okay. At the same time, and inevitably, 16th century editors of books became preoccupied with clarity and logic of organization. The doctrine that every subject could be created topically, writes Gerald Strauss, that the best kind of exposition was that which proceeded by analysis, was enthusiastically adopted by publishers and editors. What they were adopting, of course, was a value as to the best way of organizing one's thinking on a subject. It's a value inherent in the structure of books and typography, but by no means the only one. See, this is also why when people talk about the way to have an argument or the way to portray your ideas, that is like what defines good argumentation, or let's relatedly in a more spoken sense, what is proper debate? That is an idea that is inextricably bound in an inequitable society. Because those who defined what it means to debate were only the most elite, prestigious members of a society that were privileged enough to have the education, because they were in a society that allowed them to have it. They wrote the rules, they defined what it means to be well spoken, and that's inextricably bound in a society that is inequitable. That is something that is always, almost always, reinforcing what Black feminists have referred to as respectability politics. And that's why disability scholars and any kind of like critical race idea is rooted in deconstructing those biases that are normalized and taken for granted in basically every institution that exists to this day. That's why tone policing of autistics and tone policing of especially Black femmes is unacceptable. Because it's, you can't talk about what it means to be well spoken or how to say something appropriately without having it be contextualized in that history and that context that has deliberately kept everyone uneducated and disrespected and delegitimated anyone else's voices and humanity. It is absolutely tied up in that, no matter what. No rim, all net, swish. I'll stop. Thank you for that point on books being human made. Hell yeah. Thank you, Grant. Mm-hmm. As calligraphy disappeared, so that there was a loss of idiosyncratic script, the impersonality and repeatability of typescript assumed a certain measure of authority. Okay, and this is exactly the same problem with any form of technology that is, like, okay, AI specifically, let's say. We know that ChatGPT pulls information from Google. Okay, Google is human made. Google has all biases of humans that exist in dominant culture, even if it may be corrected here and there. ChatGPT inherently only has the information that is dominantly accepted by society. It can't give you, it doesn't tell you the future, it tells you the past. It tells you the dominant ideas of what makes an authority that are rooted in credibility, institutions, and the fancy pieces of paper. Like that, that's what it tells you. Which isn't to say that it's impossible to obtain knowledge. Of course not. I hope that everyone knows that that's not what I mean. Like, we need to have rigorous and best practices for obtaining knowledge, but we also need to not hide behind a false notion of objectivity that doesn't exist, and it's never existed. Any book that's ever been written is written by a human that has subjective biases, regardless of if they mention it. And the book distances the author so that when you read it, it appears impersonal, it appears objective, it appears authoritative. And we see that to this day with web pages. That's why credibility and legitimacy in a age of enormous oversaturation of information, heavily, informed and saturated with disinformation and misinformation, is one of the most difficult topics of our age. That's why right-wing think tanks, or any think tanks at that, can go in and dispute things that are fact and act as if they're not. Because they're hiding behind, oftentimes, an organization that has financial agendas to reinforce stuff that is harming us. And they do it behind rhetoric that sounds good. And that's what's so perverse about it. That's why I've made the TikToks I have in the last few days, but really always. I have like 1,000 TikToks that talks about this in some capacity. But I think I finally am hitting like a comprehensive stride that actually talks about how and why things are. And you need to know this history, else you can't really understand how we've gotten here and why we deserve better. Also, thank you for the follow, Inside of Clouds. I love that username. All right. To this day, notwithstanding the individuality of authors, there is a tendency to believe what appears in print. Exactly. See, me and Postman, we're fucking tag teaming right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. Indeed, wherever the mark of a unique individual is absent from the printed page, as in textbooks and encyclopedias, the tendency to regard the printed page as a sacrosanct voice of authority is almost overwhelming. And again, this isn't anyone's individual fault. That's what fucking sucks about it. Because, and I mean, I keep it as real as I can. That's what's so hard about this shit. Because literally, I'd like to believe we're all doing the absolute best that we can with the information we're given. And that's why my 3 sentences that I repeat to the ends of the earth that represent my critical media ecological stance is: we only know what we know, everything becomes normal in repetition, and everything is connected. Because this is why the media is designed to make us believe that this is an authority that we should trust. That's what it does by design, regardless of anyone's intention. And unfortunately, that's not always the case. We can't trust everything we read, and we know that. It's like we know it on some capacity, but the media, it truly influences us in the way that we can see and understand the world. And so we're unfortunately given information that isn't accurate a lot of the time, and we're taught as if it is. And that's terrifying. That is something that leads us, that is what causes Yazidism. That is what causes basically every form of unnecessary hate that exists in the world. At least one of the main ways through which it's been, mediated, is to say. Thanks for more gifts, Grant. What is being said here is that typography was by no means a neutral conveyor of information. It led to a reorganization of subjects, an emphasis on logic and clarity, an attitude towards the authority of information. It also led to new perceptions of literary form. It also, prose and poetry, for example, became distinguished from one another by the way in which words were distributed on the printed page. Oh, thank you. And of course, I want people to have what they all deserve, you know what I mean? So I hope you're right, because I know I don't have all the answers, but I know that I can connect things in ways that a lot of people don't, because people in my field don't often say the things that I'm saying, because they're incentivized not to, in every way possible. Like financially and socially, in every way. Which is why I can basically not afford to live right now. Shout out to not getting paid 12 months when I thought I was, instead of getting paid 9 to be a professor. Anyway, and in writing, what we might call our first... Oh wait, hold on. I missed that. Okay. And of course, the structure of the printed page, as well as the portability and repeatability of the printed book, played a decisive role not only in the creation of the essay, but also in the creation of what became known as the novel. Many of the earliest novelists were themselves printers, such as Samuel Richardson, and in writing what we might call our first science fiction novel, his Utopia, Sir Thomas More worked at every stage with his printer. I don't think that's actually the first science fiction. I know that from what I've seen, this is like what was understood, but since this, because like I said, this was in the 80s, actually black women were some of the first science fiction writers. They just usually weren't published. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Grant. Holy shit, that's awesome. I know I don't go live on here where I like do a lot of stuff. So I appreciate you subscribing. It means a lot. Okay. All of which is to say that we can never underestimate the psychological impact of language's massive migration from the ear to the eye, from speech to typography. To be able to see one's own language in such durable, repeatable, and standardized form led to the deepest possible relationship to it. Oh, sure. Yeah, it might have been this dude. Today, well, like I said, I mean, it's always hard to say, right? Because it's like there's only so much we know about a pre-written society, because so much has been destroyed. I mean, it's hard to say even in early years. I mean, really to this day, obviously, because truly just so much has been destroyed. Today, with written language all around us, so that we cannot manage our affairs without the capacity to read, it is difficult for us to imagine the wonder and significance of reading in the 16th and 17th centuries. So powerful, perhaps even magical, was the capacity to read that it could save a man from the gallows. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly the effect that algorithmic platforms, with all of their biases still, all of their shadow banning and fucking billionaire ownership, and Monopoly, they're changing everything about the way that we exist in a way that I think is a lot of the time, even by traditional media ecologists, being undermined in a way that I'm trying to be like, this is changing people's lives. I am learning about like events happening, environmental injustice events happening here on TikTok and other platforms in ways that I'm not seeing anywhere else. I wouldn't know that there was smoke in the air the last week if I wasn't on TikTok. I wouldn't have seen that because I wasn't on something that showed me. And that's a life changer. Like that it shouldn't be that way. But that's changing our lives undebatably. In England, for example, a petty thief who could read a sentence from the Bible merely had his thumb scarred, one who could not met a different fate. That the said this is a weird sentence. The said Paul reads to be branded. The said William does not read to be hanged. So it's obviously like Old English. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know, me either. And as some folks have said in recent days, it's like it's suspicious as fuck that I'm seeing less about the French Revolution happening right now on this app, ever since like the last few weeks. Like it just feels very suspicious. Um, this from the judicial record of the sentencing of two men convicted of robbery. I don't know. I gotta drink water or get my fucking thoughts straight because my brain isn't wording right now. Two men convicted of robbing the house of the Earl of Sussex in 1613. Everyone drink water. We are human beings that require it to live. Do not forget. All right. Print made the vernacular into a mass medium for the first time. This fact had consequences not only for individuals but for nations. There can be little doubt that fixed and visualizable language played an enormous role in the development of nationalism. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing to see. Swing hard, France. Let those heads roll. Yes. Black Rock. Yeah, smoldering. That's awesome. Yeah. I haven't seen that yet. Indeed, linguistic chauvinism coincides exactly with the development of printing. The idea of a mother tongue was a product of typography. I talk about that actually in, you know what, I haven't put that, I think I copied a great deal of that into my Cars Extensions of Whiteness paper, the one that because there was another paper I was working on, and I haven't gotten it out to publish yet, but I think it's in that paper where I talk about that. Because a lot of ethnic studies scholars have talked about exactly that. And it's not talked about enough in media ecology, the traditional kind. Okay. And so is the idea of Protestantism. There is no upheaval more directly and uncontestedly associated with printing than the Protestant Reformation. For this assertion, we have no better authority than Martin Luther himself, who said of printing that it was God's highest and extremest act of grace, whereby the business of the gospel is driven forward. Who said that earlier? It was a Dookie Mookie? I think you said Martin Luther is rolling over in his grave. Lutheranism and the book are inseparable, and yet for all of Luther's astuteness in the use of printed pamphlets and books as a means of religious propaganda, even he was surprised on occasion by the unsuspected powers of print. It is a mystery to me, he wrote in a letter to the Pope. just a little, he just tweeted at the Pope. Ye old tweet at the Pope. How my theses were spread to so many places. They were meant exclusively for our academic circle here. They were written in such a language that the common people could hardly understand them. This is exactly the same issue that academics typically have in attempting to become public intellectuals. There's truly, again, the Tower of Babel kind of thing, where it's like you learn academic jargon and then you become, like, to be able to most efficiently communicate with other specialists in your field. Which is why academics can't just go around reading any one field and have a proficiency in it, because when you get a PhD, you become a specialist in a very niche type of information. Odds are good, because we're all pressured to become specialists, not generalists. And so that's the issue with specialization, because when you go high up enough into the tower that you're in, you become lesser and lesser able to not only communicate with other specialists using other jargon, but also less and less intelligible to the general public, which has been definitely a learning curve for especially me ever since I started going on that all EduHub Clubhouse, but also being on TikTok, and also especially as a PDA profile autist who's hyperlexic, because I already speak very differently. And I speak very ecologically in a way that probably comes across to a lot of people who don't know any of these languages or, this way of speaking as like fucking word salad. But it's like, so if I ever say anything and you don't understand, like, know that I want to explain it, okay? At least if I have the spoons. Even D&D makes you choose opposition schools when you choose a spell specialization. Yeah, like the trees. Yeah, exactly. Or WoW or anything else. All right. But yeah, I mean, the reason why that happens too, other than the jargon, to best understand things and speak about them efficiently, is it's a better way to keep elitism to only the most privileged. So it's also social control, of course. Educational privilege is for sure a real thing, despite how horrifically indebted most of us are now. Anyway. Okay. They were written in such a language that the common people could hardly understand them, yes. Perhaps Luther would not have been so mystified if he had known of Socrates warning about writing, as expressed in the Phaedrus. This is the ironic thing that I've referenced in a few of my articles, because, how you doing? Oh, what's up? It's been a while, I feel like. Because Plato was basically using Socrates as like a ventriloquist dummy, but to say that I don't know, it's ironic how he did it. He'll probably talk about it. Once a word is written, Socrates said, it goes rolling all about, comes indifferently among those who understand it, and those whom it nowise concerns, and is unaware to whom it should address itself, and to whom it should not do so. But okay, the funny part is that all we know of Socrates was written down by Plato. That's the joke. Is that Plato admonished the written word in the written word. I could sit here. Oh, hell yeah! I'm glad you could too. And Socrates did not have in mind the printed book, which compounds the problem a hundredfold. For surely what Luther overlooked here was the sheer portability of printed books. Although his theses were written in academic Latin, they were easily transported throughout Germany and other countries, and printers just as easily had then translated them into vernaculars. That's another thing that I forgot to say before. Oh, thank you for the little gifts. I don't know why I couldn't. I'm like looking at all of them trying to see if there's like a name of the gift, but I don't see it, so I don't know. But okay, the thing is, like, what made education in Plato's time and Socrates' time so exclusive is that it was only taught to people deemed male in Latin. So, quite literally, you could not be educated unless you knew Latin. That's what is always the goofiest when people will say, okay, Plato advocated for equal education. Okay, he might have said that, but that's as useless as like a white neoliberal saying that they're not racist. Like, because they say that they're for equal education, and then they only teach half of the population that they deem worthy of education. They say that they're not racist, but they do racist shit all the time. Like, don't fucking tell me that you're for something if you're not doing it. Although, let me so someone send that into the past, please, straight to Plato. Oh, thank you for the gifts. Okay. Luther, of course, was a great advocate of vernacular. Let me see. Vernacular what page? I'm on my. What is this? Oh, I guess I got some sort of primary document. I hate when my computer opens it up. I don't even know if you can see that on Twitch or TikTok, but you know how like the little notifications come up on a Mac. Okay. What was I about to say? I was about to say something. I don't remember. Luther, of course, was a great advocate of vernacular printing and exploited the fact that the written word goes rolling all about, unaware to whom it should address itself. He wrote a German edition of the Bible so that the word of God could reach the largest number of people. It would take us some way off the track to discuss here the many interrelations between print and religious rebellion, but it is necessary to stress the obvious fact that the printing press placed the word of God, capital W, capital G. Again, Postman was a pastor, on every family's kitchen table and in a language that could be understood. With God's word so accessible, Christians did not require the papacy to interpret it for them, or so millions of them came to believe. Christianity, writes Lawrence Stone, is a religion of the book, namely the scriptures, and once this book ceased to be a closely guarded secret fit only to be read by the priests, it generated pressure for the creation of a literate society. The Bible became an instrument to think about, but also an instrument to think with. For if ever there was an instance of a medium and a message precisely coinciding in their biases, it is the case of printing and Protestantism. Not only did both reveal the possibilities of individual thought and action, but polyglot versions of the Bible transformed the Word of God as revealed in the medieval Latin Bible into the words of God. Through print, God became an Englishman or a German or a Frenchman, depending on the vernacular in which his words were revealed. The effect of this was to strengthen the cause of nationalism while weakening the sacred nature of Scripture. The eventual replacement of love of God with love of country from the 18th century to the present may well be one of the consequences of printing. For the past 2 centuries, for example, Christians have been inspired to make war almost exclusively in the interests of nationhood. God has been left to fend for himself. The replacement of medieval Aristotelian science by modern science may also be attributed in large measure to the press. Copernicus was born at the end of the 15th century, and Andreas Vesalius, Tycho Brahe, and Francis Bacon, Galileo, Johannes Kepler, William Harvey, and Descartes were all born in the 16th. That is to say, the foundations of modern science were laid within 100 years after the invention of the printing press and Enlightenmentism. One may get a sense of how dramatic was the changeover. Oh my god, thank you for those. Those electricity hands. Thanks for those very explosive hands. One may get a sense of how dramatic was the changeover for the medieval thought to modern science by contemplating the year 1543. In that year, both Copernicus's De Revolutionibus, and Vesalius's De Fabrica appeared, the former reconstituting astronomy, the latter anatomy. How did the new communication environment produce such an outpouring of scientific discovery and genius? Thank you. I love adding trademark to shit, especially when I always capitalize it and always trademark it. So that is a thing straight from my own heart. In the first place, print not only created new methods and sources of data collection, but vastly increased communication among scientists on a continent-wide basis. I mean, the new way that we're experiencing that, obviously, especially when it comes to anyone that writes like any kind of major manuscript, just think about the change from like the written word into the printing press, into the word processor, into the typewriter, then then the word processor, then the internet. Like, the way that in which we cite things with cite generators, it's so much fucking different writing something nowadays than even like 20 years ago. And it's like we take it for granted, like, just how incredible it is and like how big it's changed our lives. Oh my god, y'all are so kind. Thank you. Thank you for all the gifts, Grant and Miranda. Okay. In the first place, print not only created new methods. Oh, yeah, I just read that. Second, the thrust towards standardization resulted in uniform mathematical symbols, including the replacement of Roman with Arabic numerals. Oh my god, y'all, thank you for that. Okay, also, there's a great contribution to the edited collection in Re-Understanding Media that talks about the filing cabinet as a gendered media. And it's just, because think about it, the labor of having to put things into filing cabinets was gendered. And they were marketed in a way to basically overwhelmingly a male corporate populace to like basically downplay in advertisement the intelligence of gender marginalized people by claiming that the filing cabinet is so simple a child could use it. Literally, that's the language that they used in the advertisements. That's how fucked up. Like, this is, I mean, every kind of bureaucracy has that kind of thing. The data society that exists today, data colonialism, exists because of this kind of bureaucratic standardization that's been in the works for hundreds of years. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for all of the gifts. Y'all are literally the kindest. Okay. Thus, Galileo could refer to mathematics as the language of nature, capital N, with assurance that other scientists could speak and understand that language. Moreover, standardization largely eliminated ambiguity in texts and reduced error in diagrams, charts, tables, and maps. So they think. But that's some bullshit. That's what Donna Haraway calls the God trick. It's never actually the full story. It's never, no number, no anything is ever fully representing everyone's lived experiences universally or objectively. That's the thing about data. It's not objective. It's interpreted. It has no meaning. Thank you, Grant. I needed that. It has no meaning without a human interpreting it. Okay. By making available repeatable visual aids, print made nature appear more uniform and thereby more accessible. That's what I, in my dissertation, call future technological promises. It's never actually the full story, but the venture capitalists are selling us the idea that it is. And if taken too literally, that is dangerous. That is a dangerous belief. Printing also led to the popularization of scientific ideas through the use of vernaculars. Although some 16th century scientists, Harvey, for example, insisted on writing in Latin, others such as Bacon eagerly employed the vernacular in effort to convey the new spirit and methods of scientific philosophy. Yeah, absolutely read it. In fact, I read my whole dissertation on Clubhouse also. I read it right after Re-Understanding Media, but it's also, there's a free copy on my academia page also. The day the alchemist's secrets ended, science became public business. Bacon's Advancement of Learning, published in 1605, is the first major scientific tract written in English. A year later, Galileo published a vernacular pamphlet that he apparently printed in his own house. Yeah, definitely. Galileo was not insensible to the power of vernacular printing as a means of self-publicity, and in fact used it as a method of establishing his claim as inventor of the telescope. Then, too, printing made available a wide assortment of useful classical texts. Did I skip a page? Yeah, no, that was it. That medieval scholars were either unaware of or had no access to. In 1570, for example, the first English translation of Euclid became available. By the end of the 16th century, not only Euclid, but astronomy, anatomy, and physics were available to anyone who could read. New forms of literature were available. The Bible was available. Commercial documents were available. Practical knowledge about machines and agriculture and medicine was available. During the course of the century, an entirely new symbolic environment had been created. That environment filled the world with new information and abstract experience. It required new skills, attitudes, and especially a new kind of consciousness. Oh, thanks, Space Case. Individuality, an enriched capacity for conceptual thought, intellectual vigor, a belief in the authority of the printed word, a passion for clarity, sequence, and reason, all of this moved into the forefront as the medieval oral environment receded. What had happened simply was that literate man, capital L, capital M, that's like one of his big terms, had been created, and in his coming, he left behind the children. For in the medieval world, neither the young nor the old could read, and their business was in the here and now, in the immediate and local, as Mumford put it. That is why there had been no need for the idea of childhood, for everyone shared the same information environment, and therefore lived in the same social and intellectual world. But as the printing press played its hand, it became obvious that a new kind of adulthood had been invented. From print onward, adulthood had to be earned. It became a symbolic, not a biological achievement. From print onward, the young would have to become adults, and they would have to do it by learning to read, by entering the world of typography. And in order to accomplish that, they would require education. Therefore, European civilization reinvented schools, and by so doing, it made childhood a necessity. That's a fascinating argument, Postman. Holy shit. Okay, so what came to mind here for me? It's just, these fucking gifs are so goofy looking, but I'm absolutely loving them. Thank you. What came to mind for me is, in my third chapter of my dissertation, I talk about intimacy literature, because obviously you got to when you're going to talk about a socio-sexual environment in the algorithmic age that's been in the works for hundreds of years. It talked about how in today's age, there's not really a marker of adulthood anymore. It's changed, and I was thinking, why would that be the case? And with everything that I found, in contextualizing it, the only understanding I could come to, based off of everything I've seen, is that our generations have been so destroyed of our ability to have things like owning a home or just affording basic things that used to be the marker of adulthood, that we've had to change what it means. And like I wish I could remember exactly how I articulated in the diss, but it's just they say that there's no like not even I mean less of us are having children, less of us are getting married. That's like those are the markers that used to of course define adulthood. People are getting educated first and having children or getting married later into life. So there's been different definitions that have had to be created. And I think that that's fascinating because, again, this was written in, he said, the late 70s, published in the mid 80s, and then revisited in the 90s. And I think it's fascinating to think about how things have changed since then, looking back to what he saw. Oh yeah, I've definitely played D&D. I worked at game shops in my early 20s. I used to run Magic the Gathering tournaments, and I've played video games and stuff my whole life. Thank you. Chapter 3, the uncanabula of childhood. I'm gonna have to say that word a lot and it's gonna be rough. So let's go. Let's do this. In the first 50 years of the printing press are called the incanabula, literally the cradle period. Oh, okay. I think I have heard that before. By the time print moved out of the cradle, the idea of childhood had moved in, and its own incanabula lasted for some 200 years. Thank you. Yes, exactly. Yes. Although I would, do you know the Muffin Man? I do not know the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man. I played video games, but I always played Xbox. Oh, thanks. Yeah, thank you, Noah Nation. I know. Thanks for everyone for all the follows so far. Yeah. Bye. Okay. By the time print moved out of the cradle, the idea of childhood had moved in, and its own incunabula lasted for some 200 years. After the 16th and 17th centuries, childhood was acknowledged to exist, to be a feature of the natural order of things. Writing of childhood's incunabula, J.H. Plum notes that increasingly the child became an object of respect, a special creature with a different nature and different needs, which required separation and protection from the adult world. Can we just say that I think it's fascinating, especially knowing, and I actually haven't read all of, um, what is it called? Oh man, I have it right over there. It's called No Future, The Death Drive. And I can't remember for the life of me the scholar's name, but it's a queer theory book. It talks about how children are perceived in modern times as hope for the future, which is a huge rhetoric that especially any kind of traditional Christian um, believing society has bolstered to reinforce homophobia and transphobia because they claim that queer folks can't have children and raise them properly. We've all heard that rhetoric. Obviously, that kind of cis heterosexism is still dominant to this day, especially in now states like Florida, and really everywhere all over the nation, especially with the new fucking Supreme Court bullshit. But that kind of shit is waged against people to keep them from being able to live the lives that they deserve, to be who they actually are without shame. And as we've heard, shame is used to control the public. This is all not a coincidence. This is all stuff that we've seen time and time again. Oh, no shit, you're a case manager? I almost did that, actually. That's ironically, my sister's the opposite of me, but she was a caseworker, and I just had a conversation with her for the first time in like 10 years because we're not in contact because of how different we are. But literally, she doesn't believe in any of the things that I believe in. She's very heavily influenced by like a traditional like literal Bible belief and things like that. Um, but yeah, it's wild. It's wild how this kind of stuff happens and is just so normalized to this day. Like there was an institute I just learned about recently. It's called the Paradox Institute, and they're just out here like like portraying biological essentialism as in the belief that we are who we are because we're born that way, which has been debunked for like at least 80 years, by the way. That's a well debunked belief. It's not it shouldn't be something that should even be tolerated because that's how inaccurate it is. That's the kind of shit that the Paradox Institute and other kinds of think tanks are portraying, and that's the kinds of dangerous shit that we need to not tolerate. Because that's the kind of shit that opens the door to eugenics and fascism. I know I'm really excited about the next gen too. That's fucking awesome, Grant. Hell yeah. That's gotta be so hard. I know it's like such an underpaid work. But what's wild, the reason why I bring up my sister is because she's classically trained as a social worker, so she should know better. But with what we know about, unfortunately, also how few resources social workers are given, and the history of psychology and social work that unfortunately does have, much like anthropology, its own colonial horror show past. Like, in the dominant sense, unfortunately, a lot of the time it can do more harm than good, especially for people that are disenfranchised. But I think that's what makes it so much more important with people that do have good heads on their shoulders in the way that is liberatory functioning. I mean, not in an intellectual or intelligence based way, whatever. Um, that's what makes it so important for people to do the good work in those spheres, because it's an impossible space to be in. Truly, you're not paid enough, you're overworked, you're not given resources because the system isn't designed to help us. So anyway. Oh yeah, okay. I forgot we started a new chapter. Oh, for sure. Okay. Well, yeah. So I see what you're saying. There is a distinction, but it's definitely like in the same vicinity of lack of resources. I imagine. Okay. All right. Separation is, of course, the key word. In separating people from one another, we create classes of people, of which children are a historic and humane example. But Mr. Plum has it backward. Children are not separated from the rest of the population because they were believed to have a different nature and different needs. They were believed to have a different nature and needs because they had been separated from the rest of the population. They were separated because it became essential in their culture that they learn how to read and write and how to be the sort of people a print culture requested or required. Of course, it was not entirely clear at the beginning of what reading and writing could or would do to people. Same with the internet. As we might expect, the prevailing understandings of the process of becoming literate were naive. Same with the internet. Just as today, our grasp of the effects of electronic media are naive. Again, he was still in the electronic age when he wrote this, which is the one right before the digital age. The merchant classes, for example, wanted their children to know their ABCs so that they can handle the proper or the paper world. I guess a Freudian slip. I got that's hilarious. The paper world of commerce. The Lutherans wanted people who could read both vernacular Bibles and grievances against the church. Some Catholics saw in books a means of instilling a greater sense of obedience to Scripture. The Puritans wanted reading to be the main weapon against the three great evils of ignorance, profaneness, and idleness. Some of them got what they bargained for, some much more. But by the mid 16th century, the Catholics began to pull back from social literacy, perceiving reading as a disintegrating agent, and eventually prohibiting the reading of vernacular Bibles, as well as the works of such writers as Erasmus. Reading became equated with heresy, and the Index followed inexorably. The Protestants, who obviously were partial to heresy of a sort, and who in addition hoped literacy would aid in dispelling superstition, continued to exploit the resources of print and carried this attitude with them to the New World. Indeed, it is in Presbyterian Scotland that we find the most intense commitment to a literate education for all. In the first Presbyterian Book of Discipline in 1560, there is, for example, a call for a national system of education, the first such proposal of English history. When the Presbyterians were at the height of their political power, they enacted legislation towards that end, the Act of 1646, and in 1696, after their power was restored, they renewed and strengthened the legislation. One result of the Catholic defection from print and the Protestant alliance with it was an astonishing reversal of the intellectual geography of European culture. Whereas in the medieval world, the level of cultivation and sensibility was higher in the Mediterranean countries than in Northern Europe, by the end of the 17th century, the situation had turned around. Catholicism remained a religion of the image. It continued and intensified icon worship and gave extraordinary attention to the elaboration of its churches and service. Protestantism developed as a religion of the book, and as a consequence discouraged icon worship and moved towards an austere of symbolism, which is also why, right, we know that in Catholic churches there's the statues and the mosaic windows that host the different forms of saints, but in others there aren't. Like, that's not allowed because it's considered idol worship. While Kay may have a point about how to attract the poor, we must not overlook the fact that a reading people develop the capacity conceptualized at a higher level of abstraction than do the illiterate. Image centered and lavishly embellished Catholicism was not so much an appeal to the poor as an accommodation to a public of all levels. All levels still habitual. I gotta drink water, I guess. For anyone that hasn't been here, whenever I can't word, I think I need to drink water. So everyone drink water. We're human beings and we need water to live. It's like the words get stuck in my mouth. Okay. Image centered and lavishly embellished, Catholicism was not so much an appeal to the poor as an accommodation to a public of all levels still habituated to concrete iconographic symbolism. It's really both, because inevitably that was both. So, yeah, I don't know if I think he's simplifying that a little bit. It's always all that. Yeah, I know, yeah, me too. I agree. I know that's what's interesting reading this because, like, I don't believe in any Abrahamic religion myself, and Postman was a pastor. So it's interesting to see. I think that he has a pretty level hand, other than like things I've had to correct here and there. I think he's got a pretty good take on things. I don't know. He hasn't been as like critical as I think other people can take his work and be. So we'll see. Okay. The simplicities of Protestantism emerged as a natural style for a people whom the book had conditioned to think more abstractly. Among other things, what this meant was that childhood evolved unevenly, for after one has sifted through the historical complexities, a fairly simple equation emerges, where literacy was valued highly and persistently. There were schools where there were schools, the concept of childhood developed rapidly. That is why childhood emerged sooner and in sharper outline in the British Isles than anywhere else. As early as the reign of Henry, oh man, I'm so bad at Roman numerals, I think the 8th, William Forrest called for primary education. At age 4, he proposed children should be sent to school to learn some literature. It's spelled Lerne, by the way, so that they might understand God's ways. So it's obviously like Old English. A similar idea was put forward by Thomas Starkey in his dialogue, which proposed parish schools for all children under 7. In a relatively short time, the English transformed their society into an island of schools. During the 16th century, hundreds of bequests were made by villages for the establishment of free schools for the elementary instruction of local children. So this is also hella relevant to everything that we've talked about in recent days in regards to obviously the removal and destruction of like the affirmative action, because this is the history that grounds private schooling. This is why they're trying to destroy public education and gut it from the inside out. A survey by W.K. Jordan reveals that in 1480 there were 34 schools in England. By 1660 there were 444, a school for every 4,400 people, one school approximately every 12 miles. There were in fact 3 kinds of schools that developed: the elementary or petty schools, which taught the 3 R's; the free schools, which taught mathematics, English, composition, and rhetoric; and grammar schools, which trained the young for universities and inns of court by teaching them English grammar and classical linguistics. And when they say that, they mean the young males, because of course, again, it still was a time which didn't. I mean, up until like literally 2 generations ago, it was that way. Shakespeare attended a grammar school in Stratford, and his experience there inspired him to express a famous complaint, for he had probably been required to read Lyell's Latin grammar. In Henry VI, Part 2, Shakespeare wrote, and this is a block quote, "Thou hast most traitorously corrupted the youth of the realm in erecting a grammar school. It will be proved to thy face that thou hast men about thee that usually talk of a noun and a verb, and such abominable words as no Christian ear can endure to hear." I need to read more shit like that just so I can be over dramatic about it. That was the end of the block quote. But most Englishmen did not agree with Shakespeare that the creation of schools corrupted the youth of the realm. Indeed, the English were not even averse to sending females to school. I hate when people do that, but The free instruction given at Norwich was available to children of either sex. Oh, that's interesting. Even though we got to construct that binary, my guy. And although it must be understood that schooling was largely a middle and upper class preoccupation, there's evidence that even among the poor, some women could read. Again, presuming that that's his language. Not everyone assigned female at birth is a woman. Oh, hell yeah, welcome back. Okay. And of course, many more men. Of 204 men sentenced to death for a first offense by Middlesex justices between 1612 and 1614, 95 of them pleaded benefit of clergy, which meant that they could meet the challenge of reading a sentence from the Bible and therefore would be spared from the gallows. I feel like I heard about that at one point, but I think I forgot that that happened. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, if anything, it'll be recorded. It's on my Twitch, so it'll be on there, and then I'm gonna try to remember to export it onto my. I swear to God, one of these days, I'm gonna remember to actually make public the recordings from my Twitch that are on YouTube, because there's just a bunch of them that for some reason by default are private. I gotta change that. Professor Lawrence Stone concludes from this that it's if 47% of the criminal classes could read, what a horrible way of describing a people. The literacy rate among the total male population must have been much higher. It is possible, of course, that the criminal classes, and this isn't that he put it in quotes there at least, were much cleverer than Professor Stone gives them credit for, and that learning to read was high among their priorities. Yeah, that book that I read, Politics of Literacy, talks extensively about that, by the way. Oh, I think Twitch for sure, because that's the way that I'm gonna get paid per, yeah, Twitch to get affiliate. It'll be literally just until then. I mean, ideally that'll be because it's literally like, and it's hilarious because like I've had the over 50 followers, I've had the amount of hours I need, I have the amount of days I've needed to stream. Like I have like almost a month's worth of days that I've streamed, and like I said, like 100 hours of streaming, and now obviously 126 followers. But I need the average of 3 viewers, and because I haven't been, I don't, I feel weird, even though I know like it's not harming anyone for me to be like, hey, can you come over to my Twitch please, so that I can help, like so that when I'm doing this, I can actually like just from you being there potentially get paid for the views. Like I feel weird about it. Just like I'm never gonna ask anyone to do like a like goal because I feel like it's like data colonialism and me like mining you as if like like I don't know. It makes me feel fucking gross, but it does help me if you're over on Twitch more than I think it does if I'm over here. It's a median communication. It's on my bio too. So welcome, Jay. But yeah, so my folks in my neck of the woods, this is like Neil Postman, whose book I'm reading right now, talks we talk a lot about this. Usually it's either communication. Postman actually um, basically advised someone who started the first media ecology PhD program in New York that a lot of my colleagues were in. So that's what's cool because it's like Twitch it is. Thank you. But yeah, it's I think a lot of folks in media and comm have conversations like this, but unfortunately, what you hear more than us is like psychologists who usually have more of like an individualized perspective, or sociologists. And media and communication scholars, we put it all together and add dialectics, and then media ecologists are even more vast. So yeah, but yeah, feel free to use all the stickers and all the sounds and shit because I got it there. All right, wait. In any okay, yeah. In any case, literacy rates are difficult to pin down. Sir Thomas More guessed that in 1533, over half the population could read an English translation of the Bible. What is that? Omegalol? Most scholars agree that this estimate is too high and have settled on a figure for males somewhere over around 40% by the year 1675. You're a dorkologist. Congratulations. That sounds very prestigious. This much, however, is known. In the year 1642, more than 2,000 different pamphlets were published. In 1645, more than 700 newspapers were issued. Yeah, that's true. I know I've heard that. I know I forget if that's like the most recent stat or what, because I think I heard that one a while ago. Do you remember what year you saw that from, Mackie? 54% of Americans read before a sixth grade level. I know that's why like the popular press writes in like a in like smaller words generally. Like that's just I'm trying to describe it in a way that isn't like intellectually rude. Thanks for the follow, Trogdor. Okay, yeah, that's I know. I think that's when I saw the stat last also. So yeah, that sounds right to me. Who knows what it's at now? You know what I mean? All right. And between 1640 and 1660, the combined total. Oh, I thought I like muted myself on accident. Whenever this isn't lighting up, by the way, tell me in chat because it means I'm muted. So many stickers. All the stickers for free. And between 1640 and 1660, the combined total of both pamphlets and newspapers was 22,000. It's possible that by the mid 17th century, England was at all levels the most literate society the world has ever known. Oh man, a child's missing in Michigan. I don't know if you just got that thing. You my butt itches. That's a great username. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Uh, Certainly by the beginning of the 17th century, its political leaders were literate. And this was apparently the case in France as well. Oh, for sure, yeah. I know, yeah, we actually, Mackie, I know you missed it. We're on like chapter, what is it, chapter 4? He talked all about this in like the first couple well, the last chapter in particular. And this was apparently, yeah, okay. In England, the last illiterate, what a horrible way to say that, by the way. I don't know, there's got to be the last person who couldn't read to hold high office was the first Earl of Rutland. In France, it was the contestable Montmorency. What a horrible guy. It sounds like. I don't know. Oh, never mind. I thought I was reading that like implorable or something. I don't know what my brain did, but that's not what he meant. Although the achievement of literacy in France, that is to say, the development of schools, lagged behind that of England by 1627, there were approximately 40,000 children being educated in France. I know, I completely agree, Mackie. That's what I said earlier, too. Hell yeah, I'm glad you're having a great time. I know, me too. What all of this led to was a remarkable change in the social status of the young because the school was designed for the preparation of a literate adult. The young came to be perceived not as miniature adults, but as something quite different altogether. Unformed adults. Do you think today's rich are hoarding? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, think about it. You could talk about that in so many ways. But what's interesting, I think, and folks have talked about this, and actually another book that I will continue reading on Thursdays, because usually I do all the reading on my Twitch on Thursdays. We're reading this book it's by Narina Hertz. It's called The Lonely Century. And, as many folks have talked about, of course, the screens, the level of loneliness that we're experiencing, the touch hunger, the touch starvation, they're sociopolitically grounded in the inequitable structure that we exist within and the globalization and all the different medias that are driving us allegedly farther and farther away from people directly around us. But this is to say that there's a class element to who has the privilege of being on or off screens now. And that's something that's been written about, especially in the last 5 years. Think about it. There's a bunch of really rich people that are like, I don't do on my screens for like 1 day a week. I'm doing a screen cleanse. And like not everyone can afford to do that. But then on the other angle, there's also people that can only access and have the ability to moderate appropriately in a way that respects themselves and their boundaries, in a way that isn't bombarding them with hate and disinformation and misinformation, if they know how. And that can mean so many different things. In the algorithmic age specifically, because to be obviously, and that's what I'm always hesitant about when I'm sharing information, because I know, especially as a PDA autist who speaks very directly and can often come across as like aggressive or like, and I don't mean to, this is just how I speak and I have my whole life, and it requires so many spoons for me to regulate the way that I speak because that's just how it is when you're autistic. You get easily overstimulated and you have difficulty with social stuff in whatever way that may be experienced for you, because it's of course all different. No autists, we're not a monolith. So anyway, this is to say that it's difficult for that reason, because you can think that somebody is well-intentioned in communicating online, especially in an age where anyone can talk to you basically or send you hate. For better and for worse, that connection causes that. And that's also increasing the level of bullying and level of violence across the board. but it also is increasing the level of solidarity and connection and identity formation and reprocessing. So it's for better and for worse always. And that's what media ecology gives. But this is also to say, right, when we're thinking about who has access to things like the technology to be able to get online at all, that's definitely still today's rich disproportionately. Um, there is a class element to being non-disabled. We know that it's not a coincidence that fucking what's his name that owns Twitter, he's trying to do Neuralink and do testing on disabled people and claiming to be able to correct mental illness. That's literally a claim he's made. He's going to try to implant a chip into people's brains who are a disenfranchised group in an increasingly eugenic society and claim to fix their blindness. He's going to claim to fix a mental illness, an idea, mental illness in general, an idea that is rooted in most of our dehumanizations. The idea of what is and is not a disorder is inextricably bound up in colonialism. That's why psychology needs to be taken with a grain of salt. It needs to be unpacked as much as it needs to be looked to. So this is basically a really long and convoluted answer to say yes. To do you think today's rich are hoarding digital literacy? Without a doubt, they absolutely are. You have a very different experience of being in a home if you have access to money that can give you all the fancy robots that clean your floor and don't clean your floor, even as a shitty job as they do still. If you have a very different life if you have a dishwasher. You have a very different life if you have any of the things that money can buy. Think about what's going to happen as the air quality gets worse and worse because climate change is making that worse and the wildfires are getting worse. The only people that it's a form of digital literacy to know that the air is not safe to breathe. That's a form of digital literacy that TikTok is allowing us to have. That's a fact. It's a form of digital literacy and privilege that the rich are able to have to clean the air inside their homes. It's a form of digital literacy to have a mask on your face that can protect you. There's a reason why in this current society that's something not afforded to most of us. Every single one of us, if we prioritized it, could and should have N95 masks or ventilators that would protect us. But we don't, because it's not profitable. And we're not being properly informed. That's why so many of us have become disabled and died and continue to become disabled and are dying. Because it's not profitable. And we're being forced into workplaces that are killing us. That's just I wish that it was a different way. With all this said, we still have the ability to change this. I never share anything that I do to depress anyone. I share it because I know it's what's happening and I know that we can change it. As hard as it is to hold. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that too. I mean, that's a whole other thing, right? Disabled people being exploited by like whether people that claim to love them and like yeah, I mean, there's so much to that, especially in the autism community, you know. And with the difficulty with, on one hand, caregivers being a part of the community, but on the other hand, so many of them exploiting their loved ones for likes and views. It's really complicated. I work doing some button pushing, helping people work for the military industrial complex. I love the fucking sparkles around that. I wish I didn't, but the program host fucks and pays a lot. I know. Well, and that's the thing, right? Like, I could go into a whole tangent. Like, obviously, the military industrial complex deliberately it preys on, but also preys on disproportionately lower socioeconomic status folks and black and brown folks that they're trying to basically be like, oh, do you want to go to college? Here's a way you can do it. They know what they're doing. They disproportionately recruit inside of those high schools. And working class people just across the board, of course. If we had a better, no relevant skills to guarantee interviews in 8 weeks, free through us. It's wild, yeah. If we had a better program for folks, I'd prefer that, but I can't fight every battle myself. Yeah, yeah. We can only do what we can do, which is a lot, but we can't do everything. That's for sure. And we can't put that pressure on ourselves. It's not fair to ourselves or to anyone else. I still get to help folks. Yeah, that's awesome. The chip implant, they're terrifying. They're absolutely terrifying. The claims that they're making, it's textbook what I'm arguing is future technological promises. Neuralink is same with it's just as future technological promises as a claim to being able to colonize Mars. And I say that a lot on my Twitch, but it's just so fucking bonkers. You can't do that. If this planet is being killed by this structure, you're not going to take that exact structure and then go to a new planet that is even infinitely less habitable to us, and then make it so that we can't live there too. Like, are you fucking serious? We already can't breathe there. We're not going to move the whole species there. Who the fuck are you kidding? Yeah, Musk. Yeah, he's got to go. A billionaire immediately Titanic. I forget what I said on Twitter, but I joked about that. I don't send people to the military. I get them in with Northrop and Lockheed. Oh yeah. I mean, this system is so much more beyond us, you know. All right, where were we? With all this, what all this led to was a remarkable change in the social status of the young because the school was designed for the preparation of a literate adult. The young came to be perceived not as miniature adults, but as something quite different altogether, unformed adults. Yeah, that's what I read last. School learning became identified with the special nature of childhood. Age groups are organized around institutions. Aries remarks, and just as in the 19th century, adolescence became defined by conscription, in the 16th and 17th centuries, childhood became defined by school attendance. The word schoolboy became synonymous with the word child. Yeah, I know, it literally is, exactly, yeah. I mean, that's exactly how I intended it to be read. Well, really, I intended it to be read like that fucking, I forget what show it was from, but you know the dude from Portlandia? That one where he's like, blah, 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 straight to prison. That's how I meant it to be read, but definitely on the same, it's the same joke, just in a different iteration. Oh no, you go straight to jail. That's what he said. That's how I meant it to be read on my Twitter, but yeah, this is definitely that iteration though, for sure. And just another shameless plug. As far as I know, the first academic that ever wrote about left book, and I wrote about sassy socialist memes. The second title of it is, so it's, what did I say? Something, oh, I can't remember the title of my own paper. Sassy socialist memes, LOL, you go to Gulag. I think that's what I actually titled it. Something like that. Anyway. Oh yes, we just turned to this page. Ivy Pinchbeck and Margaret Hewitt express it this way, and this is a block quote. Whilst under the traditional system of apprenticeship, childhood effectively ended at the age of 7. The effective organized formal education was to prolong the period during which children were withheld from the demands and responsibilities of the adult world. Childhood was in fact becoming far less a biological necessity of no more than fleeting importance. It was emerging for the first time as a formative period of increasing significance. I know, like I said, I've heard Twitch is being kind of like laggy lately, so sorry for anyone and thanks for hanging out. Like I said, you might want to be, if you want to really actually hear it in all of its fullness, you might want to be on both, but I really appreciate anyone being on Twitch because it'll help me actually reach the lower, the average number of viewers that I need. So, what is being said here is that childhood became a description of a level of symbolic achievement. Infancy ended at the point at which command of speech was achieved. Childhood began with the task of learning how to read. Indeed, the word child was frequently used to describe adults who could not read, adults who were regarded as intellectually childish. Damn, that is that is exhibit A on everything that I've been saying. Yeah, everything, damn, it's just it's like you know it, but you don't know it. You know what I mean? This is why it's so important to read this kind of shit. By the 17th century, everyone assumed, as Plum tells us, that the processes of a literate education should develop with the developing child. Reading should begin about 4 or 5, writing follow, and then gradually more sophisticated subjects should be added. Education became tied almost inflexibly to the calendar age of children. So this is what I'm saying. That is so deeply rooted in eugenics. I can't even stand it. That is the most blatant, because if you can't read because of whatever capacity reason that involves your existence in your own body, that is inherently reducing your humanness. If that is defining what makes or breaks adulthood, or what makes or breaks childhood, and what makes or breaks humanness, that's And it automatically is so gendered because if they're not letting anyone else read, it's you're already reducing the humanity of the groups that you're not allowing to read. And it's not because they can't read, it's because you're refusing to let them read, which then by definition reinforces their lack of humanity that you've ensured because that's what you've decided is going to exist. That's the kind of shit that when people say these things are natural, no, they fucking aren't. They were literally designed this way. But yeah, thank you for letting me know, Jenny. I know some folks have said there's weird connection shit happening. All right, where were we? By the tie between But the tie between education and calendar age took some time to develop. The first attempts to establish classes or grades of students were based on the capacities of students to read, not on their calendar ages. And think about like, how just overtly neurotypical that is. To presume that this is the age you can do this. That is already something that's like placing a universalized like marker that says if you're not doing this at age level whatever, then you're not good enough. That's already teaching people if you're doing something faster, you're more valuable. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the way that the educational system reinforces who is valuable and what it means to be successful. It does it from the design of education itself. Because it was designed this way, and we take it for granted, and I get it that a lot of people don't think about it. But this stuff was designed, and these implicit biases, you can't deny them when you see how it's happened. Because it isn't like an opinion. It's the way that they were formed. It's the way that we know they were built. And this is the inevitable product, is a society that is discriminatory and says you're not smart if you can't do this. You're not valuable, you're not worthy of life. Quite literally, because that's how the Yahtzees have taken it. If you can't do this, that, or the other thing. That is why Hans Asperger defined certain autists as being worthy of life and being exploited by a capitalist structure, and which ones were put into the gas chamber. That is literally how they've done it. That's what happens, unfortunately. That's why it's so important to know this history. Differentiation by age came later. As Aries explains, the organization of school classes as a hierarchy of reading competence brought the realization of a special nature of childhood or youth, and the idea that within that childhood or youth, a variety of categories existed. Aries is expressed here a principle of social perception alluded to earlier. When a group, any group, is formed on the basis of a single characteristic, it is inevitable that other characteristics will be noticed. What starts out as a category of people who must be taught how to read ends up as a category perceived as unique in multiple dimensions. Oh, so I say Yahtzee because I can't say the other word on TikTok. So like what rhymes with Yahtzee? A neo Yahtzee? Yeah, no, I was. Yeah, okay, I just saw the second part of your thing. Also, thank you for the follow, Trisana. I could see that also, though. I guess really both. I guess I never thought about how that's hilarious. The yachts angle to it. The billionaires owning yachts. Oh God, that's hilarious. What starts out as a category of people who must be taught how to read ends up as a category perceived as unique in multiple dimensions. As childhood itself became a social and intellectual category, stages of childhood became visible. Elizabeth Einstein sums up the point: newly segregated at schools, receiving special printed materials geared to distinct stages of learning, separate peer groups ultimately emerged, a distinctive youth culture, and came into being. What followed from this was inevitable, or so it seems in retrospect. For one thing, the clothing of children became different from that of adults. By the end of the 16th century, custom required that children should have its special costume. It's like it just like I don't know why, but I'm imagining like, do you remember the berries and cream commercial where it's like berries and cream, berries and cream? Like it's like the children are in like the little like elf costume, like the child, the special costume. Okay, the difference in children's dress, as well as the difference in adult perception of children's physical features, is well documented in paintings from the 16th century forward, i.e., children are no longer depicted as miniature adults. That's really what I'm thinking of, is like the little, like the outfits where it's like tight around the neck. Like they honestly look like a lesser frilly version of clowns. The way that they used to dress, from what comes to mind. The different okay. Yes, okay. The difference in children's dress as well as the difference in adult perception of children's physical features is well documented. Okay, I just read that. Sorry, y'all. The language of children began to be differentiated from adult speech. As noted earlier, children's jargon or slang was unknown prior to the 17th century. Afterward, it was developed rapidly and richly. Books on pediatrics proliferated too. One such book by Thomas Reynolds was so popular that it went through 7 editions before 1600 and continued to be published as late as 1676. Even the simple act of naming children underwent change, reflecting the new status of children. In the Middle Ages, it was not uncommon for identical names to be given to all siblings, distinguishing one from the other by birth order labels. I mean, obviously, what? I mean, literally, my dad's name is Edward, and he was Edward Jr. Like, that's all I mean, and then there's obviously people that do, like, the first, the second, the fifth, or whatever, all that shit. Twinkle is great. I'm surprised she came over here earlier. I'm surprised she's not begging for treats already, to be honest. Oh, was it really? I know, that's what's weird. So sometimes Twitch will block messages, but it's not in a way that I can see them. So it does it like by definition. And it does it for like reasons that seem unnecessary, especially because my Twitch is marked as 18 plus. Like it's so sorry about that. If it was something where I could like approve it, I would just approve it, but it doesn't show up for me. Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, Pando's a bot, yeah. Yeah, Twinkle's my cat's name, so I named Pando Twinkle. All right. Okay, but by the 17th century, that custom had disappeared, and parents commonly assigned each child a unique name. Lagging somewhat behind other developments, children's literature began to appear in 1744 when John Newbery, a London publisher, printed the story of Jack the Giant Killer. By 1780, many professional authors had turned their attention to the production of juvenile literature. You know what? Actually, so the very first research project I ever assisted as like still in my bachelor's, like end of it, I was like junior or sophomore, was a sociologist because my undergrad's in sociology, who was looking at language in children's books and like representations, and my job was to go through all the children's books and be like, what's the demographics? And be like, what are the dominant like narratives being told in all of these children's books? And it was about specifically children's, like I think it was orphans, perhaps. Yeah, I think so. I once met a dude named Prince Magic. Like that was his wow. That's awesome. I mean, you see these celebrities' names and they're wiling out with these names. We got Apple, we got all kinds of shit, right? Chad Wood is another banger. I don't think I've heard of Chad Wood, but I believe that he exists. Okay. Can I just turn this page? Yeah. As the form of childhood literature, or no, as the form of childhood took shape, and I was just, I guess, thinking about the project too much. Took shape, the form of the modern family also took shape. The essential event in creating the modern family, as Aries has emphasized, was the invention and then extension of formal schooling. This is what I'm talking about. The nuclear family was created in, like, basically this era. And then the division, like, the nuclear family creation was very deliberate. And it was done so to divide and to indoctrinate. Because they needed basically it allowed for people to live in a community and then more easily be schooled and trained for factory work and whatever else. But really this is probably earlier than factory work, obviously. It's too early for factories. Okay. The social requirement that children be formally educated for long periods led to a reorientation of parents' relationships to their children. Their expectations and responsibilities became more serious and enriched as parents evolved into guardians, custodians, protectors, nurturers, punishers, arbiters of taste, and rectitude. Einstein provides an additional reason for this evolution. An unending stream of moralizing literature penetrated the privacy of the home. The family became endowed with new educational and religious functions. That's also what I was getting at earlier, and I know some folks might not have been here, But so my dissertation, for anyone that doesn't know, and sorry if you've already heard me say this, was about sexual ecologies and the algorithmic age, but I went all the way back to the beginning of the United States. And when we look at how sex education worked in the beginning of the United States, it was primarily done within the home, as most education was within the home, because obviously you didn't require or rely on as much of a global, I mean, the global society in effect in the way that it exists today didn't exist, of course, but the way that we relied on especially agriculture was incredibly different. So the way that we relied on a larger authority or any kind of institution for information, the dynamic was entirely different. um, so all of that primarily happened within the home or within the immediate community. And that's how much of a change has happened. And I'm excited because he's going to talk about it, I can tell. But not enough people know this. And I think it's one of the most important things to understand about the way that when we're talking about a proper, especially in the US context, even though this is earlier, a proper education about race and a proper education about sex, they've both been stunted completely in this context because the generations prior are also miseducated about those things. And I've made TikToks about this before. My overwhelming observation about this is that those same people who don't want their children to learn proper information about how the idea of whiteness was created to exclude and define nationalism are the same people that don't want people to learn a comprehensive sex ed that isn't just abstinence only, medically inaccurate bullshit that's shaming you and teaching you to hate your body and like project onto others ultimately violence, like we saw in Canada the other day and we see in America basically every day, right? Because it's not unrelated to all the mass pew pews going on. Like that kind of emotional repression is it's linked to the way that gender is socialized into people, the way that we're taught how to be humans. It starts from our families. um yeah, anyway, I think that's a good enough contextualization for now. You got kicked out, really? Oh, you've worked with those people. You have a friend who's super into YouTube politics side of their indoctrinating our kids, but it's just a book about gay or some. Oh yeah, okay. I think that's what it blocked you for. Yeah, because it's I don't know why Twitch blocks you, especially in an 18 plus stream. It blocks you from saying the word sex, which is ridiculous. Twitch bot got mad. Parents, it's sad to see people get like this. Family has gotten so much worse too. Super into the Florida politics. I mean, here's the thing. It's like for me, I think where there's more power in discussing the way that the societies have been here long before we got here. And if you're taught from birth to be ashamed of your body and to hate yourself and to basically just project that shame that you've internalized onto everyone else, yes, we need to know why that's happened, but so many people are out here kind of on autopilot, just like projecting the hate that they've been taught to feel about themselves and to others. And it's just so everywhere that it's like until we understand the way that it's built into all things, we really can't deal with the level of damage that's been done. Because, like we talked about a couple chapters ago, I mean, the level of violence that's been normalized and continues to be is just off the charts. The lack of criminalization because the violence that is experienced isn't the voice of those who experience that violence isn't deemed as legitimate. Until that is dealt with, it can't be fixed. Like it really can't. The system in how it is right now, it is designed not to be liberatory for us all. So that's why it's built into all institutions, because that's how it sustains itself. But as well, the institutions are just humans. They're just humans making decisions. But it's not talked about that way because the institutions, just like the printing press that we talked about before, it's treated as impersonal, it's treated as distance, it's treated as objective. The institutions act the same way. That's why the think tanks have so much power, because they're an institution that acts as a media that allows people that have no idea what they're talking about to con people into bigotry. Bigotry that they frame as something positive. They frame it as freedom, they frame it as liberty, they frame it as hard work. And that's exploiting the people that actually care about those things in earnest, because they latch onto a kernel of truth, just like all conspiracy theories do. and then they run a mile with it, and they spread things that are hurting all of us. And it's not okay because we see how it's happened, at least those of us that have the ability to. And now we've never been more capable of sharing how that's worked. Anyway, the essential event in creating the modern family, as Aries has emphasized, was the invention and then extension of formal schooling. The social requirement that children be formally educated for long periods led to a reorientation of parents. Oh, we already read this. Okay, whatever. We're gonna read it one more time because it was important. For long periods led to a reorientation of parents' relationships to their children. Their expectations and responsibilities became more serious and enriched as parents evolved into guardians, custodians, protectors, nurturers, punishers, arbiters of taste, and rectitude. It's such a good word. Einstein provides an additional reason for this evolution. An unending stream of moralizing literature penetrated the privacy of the home. The family became endowed with new educational and religious functions. Exactly. All right. In other words, with books on every conceivable topic becoming available, not only in school but in the marketplace, parents were forced into the role of educators and theologians and became preoccupied with the task of making their children into God-fearing, literate adults. The family as educational institution begins with print, not only because the family had to ensure that children received an education at school, but also because it had to provide an auxiliary one at home. But something else happened to the family that has a bearing on the concept of childhood and that ought not be neglected. In England, to take the most obvious example, there emerged a visible and growing middle class, people with money and a desire to spend it. According to F.R.H. Dublé, here's what they did with it. It sounded so much more casual than I expected it to be said. I don't know. They invested in larger homes with additional rooms for privacy, in portraits of themselves and their families, and in their children through education and clothing. The surplus of money made it possible to use children as objects of conspicuous consumption. I mean, think about, and someone mentioned this earlier, the way that there's a connection between the way that they said, you are an adult if you are reading at this level by this age, and the way that that's attached to disability and the capacity or lack of capacity to do this, that, or the other thing that is expected of you by a certain age. The way that that is now being, it's taken on new forms in the algorithmic age where there are mommy bloggers, right, that go on and and now we're only just now old enough to be seeing the repercussions on children whose moms did this to them in the early internet and continue to. That's a terrifying new form, especially in an age where there's so much child sex trafficking, because there really is. I mean, that's another thing that's incredibly under discussed, unfortunately, and it's hardly ever criminalized because unfortunately we're in an incredibly sexually violent society where that happens, and it happens so pervasively in so many institutions that not enough is done about it, and then it's not properly described, like what the abuse looks like, how it functions, the amount of abuse that goes on just from people, like mommy bloggers posting their children online and then somebody taking a fucking video screenshot of it and doing God knows what with it. That's the kind of shit that we need to actually be concerned about. And I'm not here to judge any moms. This isn't me doing that at all by any means. Obviously, people know what risks are out there, and I respect any mothers doing whatever they feel comfortable with. But what I am saying is we got to get real about that culture of violence because that very much exists. There's a lot of really fucked up shit going on out there, and we all know it if we've learned about it. And it's not okay. But that's not because of this stuff. It's because people aren't taught, and then they experience the violence themselves, and then they think that that's normal because in this society, a lot of abuse is normal, unfortunately, and it's romanticized or it's sexualized. I know. So I think that's eventually what he's going to get to. And honestly, if you're curious about my thoughts on that, that's what I write about in that requirement politics piece. There's a copy of it on my academia page for free because I write about that much more extensively there. Because I experienced that myself. At least, I mean, I'm non-binary, but younger, I experienced that for sure. Millennials were the first generation with the internet as children, and I think it's as I know it's not anyone's onus. And it sounds funny to say it like that, but the onus is and isn't on us. Like, people never owe you a description of their trauma, but I know that as someone who's done the research and is in the position that I'm in, it's worth it to me to risk sharing experiences of the violence to detail how the society works, especially in tandem with art and activist and academic work. Because that's how I think we're going to add the flesh onto the body politic, like I talk about in there. Thing I despise. Hello, person I care about. Here's documentation that what you're saying supports fascism and eugenics. I hope this helps you expand your idea of the world in order to be better. Them, fake, false, devil worship, liberal agenda. Do your own research. Then proceeds to send a YouTube link to someone just talking over a terribly made video. I know. I mean, it's tricky, right? Because it's like people. I don't know. I've been talking about this more recently in my content. Like, it's hard because depending on whether someone is a researcher or not, there's a lot of us that are expected to do an incredible amount of service work for free. And like, just to be clear, most of us can't afford to live out here. And then if anyone is disabled, they only have so many spoons sometimes. So like, I've definitely done that, to be clear, but only because I know I need to put boundaries down. And I know I've made content that probably explains it before, but there's definitely been times where I don't have the spoons to explain it. And it's the difficult dynamic, right, of knowing that I need to share information so that it's publicly accessible, but I also need to live. I also need to be able to afford to live, and every piece of information I share, as I've said a couple times recently, is at the direct detriment of my ability to live. It really is. I mean, I have $166,000 in student loan debt, and I make $42,000 a year. Like, I can't afford to live. I was paid 9 months when I thought I was paid 12. I only got so much energy to do all the research for free, at least. But at the same time, obviously, there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there. And if someone has the energy, I think they know if they do. And we can only do the best that we can with the situation we're given. So it's complicated, right? But yeah, it sucks when people just kind of like, they're like bad, and then they don't, and then they can't expand on it. But hopefully, I mean, the nice thing about the internet too is that hopefully it opens up a discourse and a space for someone else to see that question and then maybe answer it. Like, that's the kind of shit that is really undervalued. Like, that is a form of care work. To recognize if someone doesn't have the energy or the space to be able to answer something and do the labor of providing an answer when other people do, that really is incredibly helpful. And I think it's what moves away from the individualistic idea that one person has all the answers into something that recognizes the power of a community and care work and action that involves education, but also many other things. I read the whole book Care Work on my Twitch, actually, also. And I read it in one day. But there's like 3 or 4 sections of it. I think I like took breaks for lunch and dinner and stuff. So there's maybe like 3 parts. But read that, because that definitely does a good job of talking about this too. But yeah, the demonization alone sucks for sure. But people, yeah, people are imperfect, and people are tired, and people are harmed. And I think I would like to believe that especially people that are disenfranchised are doing the best that they can. So it's hard. It's hard out here. Where were we? Conspicuous consumption. That's where we were. What Dublé wants us to take into account here is that an improved economic condition played a role in intensifying consciousness of children and in making them more socially visible. Just as it is well to remember that boys were in fact the first class of specialized people, we must also remember that they were the boys of the middle class. Exactly. Good. I'm glad that he said that. Unquestionably, childhood began as a middle class idea, in part because the middle class could afford it. Yeah. It took another century before the idea filtered down to the lower classes. All of these developments were the outward signs of the emergence of a new class of people. That's what I was getting at before, because I was like, oh, they're training for the factory. But I was like, no, wait, there's no factories yet. What am I talking about? So this is what I was talking about when they get to the working class folks. All of these developments were the outward sign of the emergence of a new class of people. They were people who spoke differently from adults, who spent their days differently, dressed differently, learned differently, and in the end, thought differently. What had happened, the underlying structural change, was that through print and its handmaiden, the school, adults found themselves with unprecedented control over the symbolic environment of the young, and were therefore able and required to set forth the conditions by which a child was to become an adult. In saying this, I do not mean to imply that adults were always aware of what they were doing or why they were doing it. To a considerable extent, developments were dictated by the nature of both books and schools. For example, by writing sequenced textbooks and by organizing school lessons according to calendar age, schoolmasters invented, as it were, the stages of childhood. And that's what I was saying before. Our notions of what a child can learn or ought to learn and at what ages were largely derived from the concept of a sequenced curriculum, that is to say, from the concept of the prerequisite. Ever since the 16th century, Elizabeth Eisenstein remarks, memorizing a fixed sequence of discrete letters represented by meaningless symbols and sounds has been the gateway to book learning for all children in the West. Professor Eisenstein is here describing the first step towards adulthood, the mastery of the alphabet, which was determined ought to occur somewhere between the ages of 4 and 6. But the point is that the mastery of the alphabet and then mastery of all skills and knowledge that were arranged to follow constituted not merely a curriculum but a definition of child development. By creating a concept of a hierarchy of knowledge and skills, adults invented the structure of child development. That's what I always was thinking. I've spent a lot of time in like my bachelor's in particular going to like a library and reading old child development books. I don't know why. I guess now it was cuz obvious. Oh no, I know why. It's cuz the tism because I needed to learn everything about humans and how to be human. But it's like I remember seeing that and thinking these ages look so arbitrary. Like, how could they possibly claim this is just the ages at which a human does stuff? It just seems so fucking bold of a claim to make. And it's all kind of wishy-washy. Like, all the theories are like different and stuff. And I was just like, how are people taking this like seriously? And now I get why. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. I just remembered I am a human with a bladder. So BRB. My interoception issues, they be interoceptin and issuing. Here's my little be right back thing. BRB.
Twinkle be meowing, that's for sure. I gotta go do the human things and drink some water too. I know that's what I was thinking also. So I grabbed some coffee, which is close. But I was gonna drink the water. Like I gotta drink my 4 p.m. water, you know? I don't know about y'all, but I literally have timers so that I can remind myself to drink water. And then I gave Twinkle treats because it's 6:30 and she said like so usually she'll meow at me if it's 8:30. I don't know why she always gets treats at 8:30, but sometimes it'll be a little earlier. She catches me on a good day. All right, I got some pistachios. We back, we back. I'm probably gonna have like pistachio in my teeth, so just go with it. All right. So for anyone just joining us, we are obviously, if you're on Twitch, you can see we're reading The Disappearance of Childhood, which is a book that Neil Postman wrote. Postman's a canon in my field of media ecology. And if you want to see a really good write-up of it, you'd be able to see it more if the pop-up at the bottom wasn't there. I didn't realize that had showed up. And all my emails are like, do you want to put this email in? Do you want to put this email in? I hate when that happens. We're going to close this. So there you go. You can see it a little bit better now, but let me scroll down. Oh, that's too far. Okay. There we go. So there's a little write-up for you. Actually, let me hit see more so you can actually see it. This is the write-up that's on the back of the book. But Postman goes like way, way back into like exactly how our understanding of being humans has been through media, specifically like the written and spoken word. And he's about to get into the educational system and how it's been designed. So I do readings, and then on Saturdays, so Thursdays I read. Here's the little story of what happened to me over the course of the last month. So I started this Twitch like a month ago, and I streamed like literally every single day. And apparently, you're not supposed to do that if you're trying to get affiliate because it goes by an average. And if you stream every single day, like your chances of hitting the average are slim to none when you're just starting out. So I got like over 50 followers in like 5 days. And then, so, because for anyone that doesn't know, to get affiliate on Twitch and to like actually start being able to get subscribers and tips and stuff on here directly, you gotta have 50 followers, you gotta stream so many hours, you need so many stream unique days in a month, and you need to have an average of 3 viewers. So I have all of the other things. In fact, I have like over 100 hours of stream time and like 30 unique days or something. Like it's something obscene. But the only thing I need left is the average of 3 viewers. So thank you for all being here. But I do on Thursdays I read, and just whenever I want. Oh, did it lag out? How long did it lag out? Well, long story short, on Thursdays I read, and on Saturdays we watch horror shorts and then rate them out of 5. That's the schedule for now. Yeah. I know I don't know why Twitch has been so laggy lately. It wasn't like this for a while. And it seems like lately it has been. So sorry, y'all. All right. So but yeah, we're in I forget what chapter. Chapter 4, something like that. Of chapter 3. The incunabula of childhood. All right. The young child, which lieth in the cradle, is both wayward and full of affections. Is this actually where we are? Hold on. Yeah, because I just started that. The ancestral. Hold on, wait. You know what? I didn't read that. Okay, good. Where were we? Oh, yes, the structure of childhood development. Okay, I remember. Okay, in fact, as J.H. Plum observes, many of the assumptions that we regard almost as belonging to human nature itself were adopted during this time. And since the school curriculum was entirely designed to accommodate the demands of literacy, it is astonishing that educationists have not widely commented on the relationship between the nature of childhood and the biases of print. For example, a child evolves toward adulthood by acquiring the sort of intellect we expect of a good reader: a vigorous sense of individuality, the capacity to think logically and sequentially, the capacity to distance oneself from symbols, the capacity to manipulate high orders of abstraction, the capacity to defer gratification. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. But yeah, so what we were just talking about right before this, for anyone that maybe just came in, is the way that they built in an idea of what it means to be intelligent, or what it means to be a child, what it means to become an adult, by what age you learned to read. So that has incredible implications that ultimately are rooted in eugenics. Because obviously, so the three things that I usually primarily focus on when I'm meaning eugenics are ableism and racism and sexism, but specifically cis heterosexism. So, because what eugenics does is it claims that there are dominant aspects of those categories that make someone the best human possible, and which ones are worthy of being exterminated. That's why eugenics is so like intertwined with fascism. So basically, if you're claiming that if you read at this or that level or you don't, you're a child or you're an adult, you're inherently placing a value judgment on a person's life. And if you deem them human at all. And that if that's built into the institutions, that's why we have so much ableism within education to this day. That's why the idea that I've been talking about in the last few days, especially of intelligence in hierarchy, exists because of the way that this has been built. And we need to know that, or else we don't understand how deeply it goes. And we can't do better, and we can't treat others better. All right. Yes, okay. And of course, the capacity for extraordinary feats of self-control. I just breathed in a little tiny piece of pistachio. It is sometimes overlooked that book learning is unnatural in the sense that it requires of the young a high degree of concentration and sedatedness that runs counter to their inclinations. Even before childhood existed, the young, we can assume, were apt to be more squiggly. What a weird way to describe the children. And energetic than adults. Yeah, cashews are good. See, I ate cashews once when I was a kid and threw up all over the couch, so I literally can't. I like stuff made of cashews, but like cashew cheese. Like I know that that's not actually, it's just basically hummus made of cashews. I can't do cashews by themselves. It's scarred me. Indeed, one of the several reasons why Philip Aries has deplored the invention of childhood is that it tended to restrain the high energy levels of youth. In a world without books and schools, youthful exuberance was given the widest possible field in which to express itself. But in a world of book learning, such exuberance needed to be sharply modified. Quietness, immobility, contemplation, precise regulation of bodily functions became highly valued. Again, notice how there is inherent bodily control in a society. Well, I mean, just like that you're trying to control. You have to basically, I mean, that's where I think I'm really gonna parse out in my like. So I'm writing a spin-off of my dissertation, my books, Neuroqueer Self-Realizations in the Algorithmic Age, this summer. And if we're talking about viewing the human body as a machine, in a society that already doesn't understand the full experience of being like autistic or being queer, we're already in a society that wants us to disassociate so much to exist. This is the early stages of that also. You have to basically disrespect your own autonomy and bodily needs to exist in a society that demands this of you. So it makes sense that so many, especially late in life realized autists, have so many issues with their health. Because if you've been taught your whole life not to respect your own bodily cues, what the fuck do you expect? Like, and that's why the same creator I talked about just the other day, I forget if it was on Saturday during Horror Shorts or a week ago during Thursday. I think it probably was Thursday. There's a great creator that used to be a K through 12 educator, and she was like, I had to teach myself how to use the bathroom again. I'm like that doesn't get much clearer than that. There's a spot in Santa Monica called Plant Food and Wine. Ridiculously expensive vegan cheese planters. Ridiculously, it was kind of neat though. Megalomaniac uncle paid for it to meet my cousin and I. Damn rich people. Yeah, that's the kind of shit that it sucks. It's always so, and it doesn't need to be that expensive. I never been to that area, but there was plenty of like that, plenty of stuff like that near Chicago where I grew up also. Mm, okay, yes. That is why, beginning in the 16th century, schoolmasters and parents began to impose a rather stringent discipline on children. The natural inclinations of children began to be perceived not only as an impediment to book learning, but as an expression of an evil character. Thus, nature had to be overcome in the interests of achieving both a satisfactory education and a purified soul. I gotta drag a little puzzle piece on TikTok, or else it's gonna kick me off. The TikTok thought that we weren't here anymore, but was still here. I had to drag my little puzzle piece. Sorry, guys. All right. I hate using the word guys as a general. It's so deeply ingrained in me, and I've done everything I possibly can not to do it. That's why I say y'all instead, even though I grew up in the North. Anyway, the capacity control, yeah, okay, wait, oh, never mind. The capacity to control and overcome one's nature became one of the defining characteristics of adulthood, and therefore one of the essential purposes of education. For some, the essential purpose of education. The young child which lieth in the cradle is both wayward and full of affections, wrote the Puritans Robert Cleaver and John Dodd in their book A Godly Form of Household Government in 1621. Oh, okay. Oh, I can only imagine. Yeah. I had an interview at San Jose, and that was like me looking into how much the average housing costs. It's literally the average house is $2 million. And I was like, no fucking way. I didn't get the job anyway, but it was, I think, for the best. There was a professor making $80,000 a year and living in their car. Like at the exact university I had an interview in. Like, absolutely not. Okay. They went on, and though his body be but small, yet he hath a wrongdoing heart, and is altogether inclined to evil. If this sparkle be suffered to increase, it will rage over and burn down the whole house. For we are changed and become good not by birth, but by education. Notwithstanding Rousseau's influential reaction against this sentiment, centuries of children have been subjected to an education designed to make them good, that is, to make them suppress their natural energies. Of course, children have never found such a regime to their liking. Or no, a regime, but also he wrote regimen. And as early as 1597, Shakespeare was able to provide us with a poignant and unforgettable image of the child who knows that school is the crucible of adulthood. Also, thanks for sharing the live, Joy. In the famous Ages of Man passage in As You Like It, Shakespeare speaks of the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like snail unwillingly to school. So people definitely have a different people have a different take on that. I don't I I said it as a gender neutral thing, but there I understand and respect when especially trans women don't want to be called dude because it's something that they've been called before they realized that they were trans or were able to transition. So I think it's one of those things that always needs to be respected on an individual basis of what people are comfortable with. You know what I mean? As self-control became important as an intellectual and theological principle, as well as a characteristic of adulthood, it was accordingly reflected in sexual mores and manners. Among the early and most influential books on the subject of both was Erasmus's Colloquies. No, yeah, that's good. I don't know. That's just published in 1516. Its intention was to set forth the manner in which boys must regulate their instinctual life. This is about to get good, I'm sure. Yeah, for sure. It is fair, I think, to regard this work as the first widely read secular book that takes as its theme the subject of shame. By our standards, it does not quite appear that way, since Erasmus discusses matters that by the 18th century were already forbidden material in books for children. For example, he describes a hypothetical encounter between a youth and a prostitute. Oh, that wasn't what I expected. During which the youth resists the solicitations of the prostitute and instead shows her a pathway to virtue. I roll. Erasmus also describes a young man wooing a girl, as well as a woman complaining about her husband's wayward behavior. The book tells the young, in other words, how to regard the problem of sex. Like, see, do you see how they're literally framing it as a problem? Like, it doesn't get any clearer. At the risk of permanently injuring his reputation, one might say that Erasmus was the Judy Blume of his day. But unlike that popular modern author of widely read books about the sexuality of children, Erasmus's intention was not to reduce a sense of shame, but to increase it. Erasmus knew, as did John Locke later and Freud later still, that even when stripped of its theological connotations, shame is an essential element in the civilizing process. Fuck that. It is the price we pay for our triumphs over nature. That's fucking bullshit. The book and the world of book learning represented an almost unqualified triumph over our animal nature. The requirements of a literate society made a finely honed sense of shame necessary. It is stretching a point only a little to say that print, by separating the message from the messenger, by creating an abstract world of thought, by demanding that body be subordinated to mind, by emphasizing the virtues of contemplation, intensified the belief in the duality of mind and body, which in turn encouraged a contemptuous regard for the body. This is exactly the shit that I critique. Because mind body dualism doesn't exist. It's bullshit. It's been outdated and debunked for a long time. Maria, no, yeah, that's what it sounded like. I've been reading it as if it's the wizard, so I get why. A strange double take. I mean, that's what his name is, without an M. Erasmus. Yeah, this is fucking bullshit, but it's also why society is the way that it is. So it's important it's documented, because even if Postman doesn't see the problem with it, it's what's happened. Oh, so yeah, that's a good question. So Descartes, he's like a famous theorist. He has this theory that the mind and the body are separate. And the problem with it is that it basically reinforced masculinized superiorization and it idolized the mind and logic over embodied knowledge and feeling. And it claimed that logic was the only rational way to exist. So it idolizes hyper rationality in especially a late stage capitalist context. And it bastardizes anything embodied that's associated with femininity and feeling. Again, which is why disassociation is literally in that way as well, socialized into us. So, but the problem with it too is it has this presumption that our minds and our brains exist as like a bowl that our thoughts just float around in. And it also presumes a spiritualism that is Abrahamic. It believes that a soul exists and that our mind exists within our brain. Um, and so that's where transhumanists, the people that think that we can upload our consciousness into a computer, that's why they think what they think, because they believe in a mind body dualism that basically would allow us to take all the stuff that they believe exists inside of our brain and just upload it into a computer. Which is not something like, it's not only is mind body and Cartesian dualism which is what it's called. It's been debunked for a long time, but it's still the foundation of most every like transhumanist argument about our ability to do that, which is why it's the subject of so much science fiction. Because it's like, it's first of all making a bold, like, debunked claim, and then also just like generates so many problematic beliefs in society about like our bodies not having a form of knowledge. It like again, it reinforces all forms of like enlightenment subjects, like non-disabled white male logic, because that's the logic they're talking about. They're associating only their logic as being the best logic, the best way of thinking, and that that's more important than any other form of knowledge you might have. Yes, you can definitely fulfill your fantasy of one day being a giant robot. Or you can't. Sorry, yes. I thought the joke was the other way, but this joke is also good. I'm sorry. Maybe one day I'll be shown to be incorrect and you can be a giant robot. Stay tuned. You just gotta get the Neuralink. Don't do that. Don't get the Neuralink. All right, where were we? Okay, yes, I think he's about to talk about exactly what I said, as always. By the end of the 16th century, there existed a theology of the book, a new and growing commercial system based on print, and a new concept of the family organized around schooling. Taken together, they fiercely promoted the idea of restraint in all matters and of necessity to make clear distinctions between private and public behavior. Gradually, writes Norbert Elias, does a strong association of sexuality with shame and embarrassment and a corresponding restraint of behavior spread more or less evenly over the whole of society. And only when the distance between adults and children grows does sexual enlightenment become an acute problem. Elias is saying here that as the concept of childhood developed, society began to collect a rich content of secrets to be kept from the young. That's fucking hilarious. The feeling when your brain gets rate limited because Musk doesn't pay for his Google bill. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you just fucking know that that's the shit that they would definitely try to do, like dead ass. Like, I wish that that was even like more than a few hop skips and a jump away from where we're at right now. But like, just look around, you know what I mean? Like, it's abysmal out here. Secrets about sexual relations, but also about money, about violence, about illness, about death, about social relations. There are even developed language secrets, that is, a store of words not to be spoken in the presence of children. There is a peculiar irony in this because, on the one hand, the emerging book culture broke up knowledge monopolies, to use Innes's phrase, and made available theological, political, and economic secrets to a vast public that previously had no access to them, which is exactly what the algorithmic age is doing. Again. But on the other hand, by restricting children to book learning, by subjecting them to the psychology of the book learner and the supervision of schoolmasters and parents, print closed off the world of everyday affairs with which the young had been so familiar in the Middle Ages. Which is also what paywalls are doing. And just like the lack of critical literacy taught in formal education, because you can be educated, but you can still, like, there's a big difference between critical thinking skills, like being able to read something and then apply it, and then having a critical knowledge of the way in which societies have been built and the power structures that underlie them. That is the difference between critical theory and critical thinking. The wildest thing is the idea that deja vu is brain getting. I know, right? 2.0 seconds of delay lag. It is. It's hysterical. It's ridiculous. Like, every single time, ever since I learned that, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, this is just ridiculous. Okay. Eventually, knowledge of these cultural secrets became one of the distinguishing characteristics of adulthood, so that until recent times, one of the important differences between the child and the adult has been that adults were in possession of information that was not considered suitable to children to know. Again, this is exactly what, unfortunately, like, we are the very first generation millennials to have most of the secrets that define and distinguish childhood from adulthood to be ripped out from under us at single digits. That's really what it is. That's what happened. And Gen Z obviously didn't stand a chance because they were like already steeped in a more advanced digital age at a younger age than we were. But I mean, that's what I talk about in environment politics. Again, it's for better and for worse, but we got to be real about the violence that goes on, or else we're not being, the book is good. I'm really liking it. Even though he said, I don't know, he said some shit I've had to correct here and there because he's just an old pastor in the 70s and 80s, but I think it's been useful to have a conversation for sure. Oh, okay. As children moved towards adulthood, we revealed these secrets to them in stages, culminating in sexual enlightenment. That is why by the end of the 16th century, 16th century, school teachers were already refusing to allow children to have access to indecent books and punishing children for using obscene language. What the duck? Oh my god, that sticker is fucking perfect. In addition, that couldn't have been any more perfect. Also, you got up and stretched out since you started, yes. A little bit. I absolutely fucking love that sticker. I haven't seen the majority of the stickers that are available, so it's been a joy each time. In addition, they were discouraging children from gambling, which in the Middle Ages had been a favorite pastime of the young. I mean, Jacks, I guess, technically, I don't know, what kind of gambling were they doing? But no, I got up like maybe, I don't know, like a half hour ago and like stretched and yeah, thank you, Dookie Mookie. I know this is my 4 o'clock water. We're a little late, but it'll be good. We'll finish it. I got some coffee too, so I'm doing the opposite, but it's okay. We'll get there. Um, in addition, oh yeah, okay, we already said that. Okay. And because children could no longer be expected to know the secrets of adult public behavior, books on manners became commonplace. Okay, but this reminds me, did anyone else play like poker online when they were a kid? Because I definitely played like Poker Stars before money became illegal to gamble with, as in the United States, except for like on a boat. I definitely played Poker Stars when I was like 12 with friends. So I guess it's like it's hilarious that that actually is my like that is a childhood pastime for me. I mean, that's all really arcades are. Technically, they're just like baby gambling. Honestly, that's honestly what they are. It's like a Shirley Temple is like a baby alcoholic. Like it's like they're like, "Hello, yes, get used to drinking alcohol. We will give it to you." It's like, didn't they just recently release a Mike's Hard Lemonade that is for children or something? Like, which one of these did that? It's like supposed to be an alcoholic drink, but like they made it for children. Oh, it was a Sunny D. Nicole just emerges from the curtains. I learned poker when I was 5 with extended family with real money, and there was no crying. Good, good job. Stink. Yes, those are the opposite. You still know poker hands. I mean, there's a decent amount of them to learn. I guess I forget like which ones are the very best sometimes, but yeah, Texas Hold'em is the one that I learned from. Yeah, you don't know. It's pretty easy to play, to be honest. I mean, especially there's like so many free ways to play poker online nowadays. Over COVID, that's another thing that emerged actually, which is like ridiculous, but also like it's such a typical thing to expect. Like the digital casinos, because people weren't able to go to the casinos in person in early years of COVID. And at least they weren't, they were still concerned about their own health and others' health, so they didn't go. So they literally started doing casinos online, and it like got so many more people addicted to gambling because of that. I do have a cat. Yes, her name's Twinkle. She's in the bio actually. If you go to the bio on the about on Twitch, you can see Twinkle. Yeah, chess. I see. I somewhat know how to play chess. I've never gotten too good at it. Oh, DDR is cool. I did before playing times. Go to the arcade. Yeah, arcades are cool, but they're baby gambling. It is what it is. Twitch drama about gambling on games. Oh no shit. I could see that. I know there's some of that like on TikTok live, but they also are like really staunch about like there's people that like spend time just like scratching off. the scratch off lottery tickets. I watched those once. I got sick as absolute fuck like last March or no, last May. Like food poisoning. It might have been Omicron. I'll never know. But all I did, like in like a fever dream, was like watch TikTok lives where they scratch off the fucking scratch off tickets, and then like watch people do speed runs of Mario's. Yeah, chess is cool. Why gamble when you can just play the market? Oh no, because I'm poor. Because some of the gambling is fake money. That's why. My main jam is the game store. So, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know. See, I always played like I mean, I played Magic for a while because I was running the tournaments and stuff. All right, where were we? Where were we here? Okay, yeah. By the end of the 16th century, yeah, we just read that. Okay. Wait. Okay, yeah, we're over here, I think. Hmm. Erasmus again lit the field, and his civilitate morium perilium. He set down for the edification of the young some rules on how to conduct oneself in public. Turn away when spitting, he says, lest your saliva fall on someone. If anything purulent falls to the ground, it should be trodden upon, lest it nauseate someone. If you are not at liberty to do this, catch the sputum in small cloth. It is unmannerly to suck back saliva, as equally are those whom we see spitting at every third word, not from necessity, but from habit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Jenny. That's not real gambling unless you're online. Yeah, that's exactly. And yeah, the bitcoins is just the same thing. Yeah. As to blowing one's nose, Erasmus insisted that to blow your nose on your hat or clothing is rustic. Nor is it much more polite to use your hand. It is proper to wipe the nostrils with a handkerchief, and to do this while turning away, if more honorable people are present. See, you see the hierarchy though built in? The hierarchy is clear. See, I know I never played Warhammer, but I had like a couple miniatures from like, because I would sell the miniatures and shit too. I was working at game shops around the time that the Finko Pops came out. Erasmus was doing several things at once here. First of all, he was inducing a sense of shame in the young, without which they could not gain entry into adulthood. He was also assigning the young to the status of barbarian, for as childhood was developing, there arose the idea noted earlier that children are uninformed adults who need to be civilized, who need to be trained in the ways of the adult. Do you see how it's so rooted in colonialism? Because that's exactly the same shit they've done to every culture that's disproportionately black or brown. That's every single culture that is indigenous, every single anyone that they deem less than human. They did that exact same shit. The rhetoric of civilization is so fucking pervasive and dehumanizing, it is unreal. And they always did it by reproducing shame, and especially sexual shame. That's why, in my dissertation about sexual ecologies, I had to unpack this stuff and go back this far because that's how far it goes back. That's how long it's been in the fucking autopilot. And if people weren't taught about it, how they weren't prepared to be able to protect themselves from the violence that it causes. They saw the violence, they knew that it was wrong, but they didn't have the ability to articulate it in the same way that we now can today. Because again, we got to remember, and this is the thing I guess I haven't said as commonly as I should be, we forget how only with the emergence of the internet have we been able to have the vast amount of history in one place, hypothetically speaking, to see how these trends have played out. That is another thing that really makes the difference between how everyone before the internet, prior generations, were able to see how these things have happened in a way that we now can see because of things that have been digitized, which is also why they're trying to probably destroy it. Because it's so powerful to be able to see, look at how it's happened. Look at exactly how things progressed. Look at how like it makes everything so blatantly clear. in a way that's never happened. That's why we gotta protect librarians and archivists at all costs, because their jobs are everything. They're it's just it changes everything. Okay, okay, yeah, I'm gonna reread the horrible sentence with the word barbarian in it. He was also assigning the young to the status of barbarian, for his childhood was developing. There arose the idea noted earlier that children are uninformed adults who need to be civilized, who need to be trained in the ways of the adult. As a school book revealed to them the secrets of knowledge, so would the etiquette book reveal the secrets of public deportment. As Socrates brought philosophy from heaven to earth, Erasmus said of his book, "So I have led philosophy to games and banquets." But Erasmus was not merely revealing adult secrets to the young, he was also creating such secrets. It is important to know that in his books on public conduct, Erasmus was addressing adults as well as children. He was building a concept of adulthood as well as a concept of childhood. We must keep in mind Barbara Tuchman's observations about the childishness of the medieval adult. That is to say, as the book and school created the child, they also created the modern concept of the adult. Don't make the bot grumpy. We don't talk about all plastic on our shelves. Yeah, the panda's eaten at least one credit card of plastic a week for sure. And when later I shall try to show that in our time childhood is disappearing, I mean to say that inevitably a certain form of adulthood is disappearing as well. That's exactly what I was figuring he was going to get at eventually. Funko, we're just eating one Funko Pop a week. In any case, as childhood and adulthood became increasingly differentiated, each sphere elaborated its own symbolic world, and eventually it came to be accepted that the child did not and could not share the language, the learning, the tastes, the appetites, the social life of an adult. Indeed, the task of the adult was to prepare the child for the management of the adult's symbolic world. By the 1850s, the centuries of childhood had done their work, and everywhere in the Western world, childhood was both a social principle and a social fact. The irony, of course, is that no one noticed that at about the same time, the seeds of childhood's end were being planted. Foreshadowing. Chapter 4, Childhood's Journey. We're about halfway through, by the way. Or wait, no, I guess a third of the way through. Before we turn to those changes in our symbolic world that are leading to the disassembling of the idea of childhood, it is necessary to give a brief account of childhood's journey from the 17th century forward. When I speak about the disappearance of childhood, I'm speaking about the disappearance of an idea. We may deepen our understanding of what idea, not to mention our sense of its loss, if we recall some of the obstacles it has faced and influences that have supported it. I know the Twitch bot is super weird. I basically just wanted Twinkle to be here, so I decided to get Pando and make it a cat and name it Twinkle. And then basically whenever anyone interacts with something on the Twitch, like if they follow or they if I ever once the affiliate status is something, you can like feed Twinkle matcha lattes and treats and shit, and that's like bits. So yeah. Twinkle is kind of just here along for the ride for now, but it is weird to me that they're like, "How you doing?" It just seems very disingenuous and kind of strange. And I feel bad because a lot of the time folks will come in and they'll think that it's a real person and then they feel kind of embarrassed, and I don't want to make anyone feel that way. I know I like Pando too, but I feel bad about the like that exact situation that sometimes happens because I don't want to make anyone feel bad. I just like Twinkle and it's kind of cute. She sleeps and she asks people how they are. And then sometimes she does tricks or something. I forget. All right. We may deepen our understanding of that idea, not to mention our sense of its loss, if we recall some of the obstacles it has faced and influences that have supported it. For example, it must not be supposed that childhood sprang full grown from Gutenberg's press and the schoolmaster's class. It is true enough, as I have tried to show, that these were the essential events in childhood's formation in the modern world. But like any idea, especially one of worldwide significance, it has meant different things to different people at different times. As each nature tried to understand it and integrate it into its culture, childhood took on an aspect unique to the economic, religious, and intellectual setting in which it appears, which is why it's different now in the late stage neoliberal capitalist structure, especially one that's growing increasingly fascist. Twinkle, can you tell me what my day will be like tomorrow? Twinkle is not sentient. Twinkle is not an oracle. No, no, it gets mad at my messages. Does she really? I didn't notice. Okay. As each nation tried to understand it and integrate it into its culture, childhood took on an on in unique wait, an aspect unique to. Okay, I just read that. What am I saying? In some cases, it was enriched, in some neglected, in some degraded. However, at no point did it disappear, although at times it came close enough. For example, industrialization as developed in the 18th century was a constant and formidable enemy of childhood. In England, literacy, schooling, and childhood developed rapidly until the end of the 17th century. But with the growth of large industrial cities and the need for factory and mine workers, the special nature of children was subordinated to, to their utility as a source of cheap labor. Eek. But with the growth of large industrial cities and the need for factory and mine workers, the special nature of children was subordinated. Oh, I just read that. Why do I keep doing that? Because I feel like I used to be better at not doing that. One effect of industrial capitalism, writes Lawrence Stone, was to add support for the penal and disciplinary aspects of school, which were seen by some largely as a system to break the will and to condition the child to routinize labor in the factory. That's what I was getting at before, because I know that eventually that is something. And I didn't remember, like, obviously, like I said before, that it was too early when I said it before, but this is exactly what they did in the beginning, like when factories existed. When they first existed, you know what I'm talking about. It's still happening to this day. That's why the fucking, like, there are conservatives right now destroying labor, like child labor laws, so that they can work in bars at 16 and go into meat factories and clean up fucking blood all night. Literally. I mean, obviously, it's infinitely like worse for the global majority. Children's that are all over the world in horrifically destroyed parts where they have trash everywhere. There's no clean water or air to speak of. Like, this shit is because of the structure. Twitch will say things. Checked my mods, not set. Oh, god damn it. That sucks. Um, okay. One effect of industrial. I just read that. It's important, though. True enough, if the child was lucky enough to attend a school, for English society was particularly ferocious throughout the 18th and part of the 19th centuries in its treatment of the children of the poor, who were used to fuel the English industrial machine. And we need to realize, right, like the people in the global majority, so those who used to be called the third world and the second world, those are the parts of the world that have been deliberately underdeveloped so that they can have a workforce where things like this happen, as well as endless sex trafficking and just endless, just like, it's fucking tormenting. Like, the entire environment is fucking tormenting, and it's ridiculous because it's all for profit so that motherfuckers like this can reinforce a hierarchy that is killing us all. Like, and that's the kind of shit that sucks, right? Because it's like, we know about environmental injustice and racism. They're very well documented. But it just sucks because it's like, okay, like, and as many critical scholars and disenfranchised people have said forever, it's a problem now because the Midwest and the East Coast and the West Coast are experiencing severe wildfires. But it hasn't been a problem for most of the other people that aren't white, or, you know what I mean? As soon as white people are being affected, that's when it reaches like a mainstream, like, this is actually a problem thing, when it's been a problem for fucking hundreds of years. Capitalists will always push back at the labor movement and make our conditions worse. Exactly. I mean, because it's their incentive. And it's like, the system doesn't need to be this way. We can't accept a society that allows that to be the norm anymore. Like, we truly don't have time. We don't have time or air or water or anything else. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm a trapper in the goober pit. I have Sounds like a totally different book. I'm a trapper without a light and I'm scared. Oh my god, this is actually like infinitely sadder than I thought from just reading that small beginning. And I'm scared, and I go at 4 and sometimes 3:30 in the morning and come out at 5 and half past. I never go to sleep. Sometimes I sing when I've light, but not in the dark. I dare not sing then. This That's what that book Politics of Literacy that I read on Clubhouse, that book has like so many just like everyday people writing stuff down that was related to their everyday experience, and like the power of people telling those stories. That's what this is giving right now. This is a description of a day in the mines by an 8-year-old girl, Sarah Gooder, in the mid 19th century. Like, what stories are going to be told by all the children that are currently and have been in cages? What are the stories that are going to be told by the children being forced back into fucking horrific, like, it, that's the kind of shit that people need to see. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and it's been like this forever because they just fucking apparently think that so many of us are expendable enough so that they can hoard and be gluttons. Like, there's no fucking excuse for it. Sarah's revelations and those of other children lead eventually to legislation prohibiting the employment of children in mines, that is to say, children under the age of 10. Somewhat earlier in 1814, legislation had been introduced that made stealing a child an indictable, an indictable offense. I don't know. Whenever I see indictable, I read it wrong the first time because you don't see. I don't know. Offense for the first time in English history. While it had been against the law to strip a stolen child of its clothes, there was no legal retribution for the act of actually stealing a child or for selling the child to beggars. Jesus Christ. I hear the guillotine and back in style, yeah. I hear that too. But the law exhibited no such reluctance in exacting penalties for crimes committed by children. As late as 1780, children could be convicted for any of more than 200 crimes for which the penalty was hanging. A 7-year-old girl was hanged at Norwich for stealing a petticoat, and after the Gordon riots, several children were publicly hanged. I never saw boys cry so much, said George Selwyn, a witness to the executions. Like, and this is the shit, like, you know that odds are good, even because this was written down in a way that, like, was deemed this was a child. It was obviously a child that was white, also. Like, and that's, like, to think, like, they wouldn't even have written about the childs that were racially or disability, like, disenfranchised. Like, if that's how bad it is for even the children that are quote unquote, like, in a privileged class in other ways. Like, that's the kind of shit again that we're going to be able to build on in more critical angles of media ecology. In a trial held in 1761, Anne Martin was convicted of putting out the eyes of children with whom she then went begging about the country. She was sentenced to a mere 2 years in Newgate prison and most likely would not have been convicted at all if the children had been her own. Her crime, it would appear, consisted of damaging the property of others. Volumes have been written, including several by Charles Dickens, that tell of the reign of terror visited upon the children of the poor by the 18th century until the mid-19th in England. The workhouses, the penal institutions, the textile mills, the mines, the illiteracy, the lack of schools. I choose the phrase reign of terror carefully because it is important to say that just as the reign of terror in France did not and could not destroy the idea of political democracy, the brutal treatment of lower class children did not and could not destroy the idea of childhood. Happily for the future, the idea was made of sterner stuff than were the children who never benefited from it. I was gonna say something before and I forget what it was. I mean, like, this is the kind of shit too, like the same kind of just like absolute normalized torture that wasn't criminalized is obviously well documented in regards to like the like slaves and slavery. Like that's the kind of shit that obviously like especially white folks need to see because it's like dude like it's really like especially people out here that are like acting like it what like the people that have the fucking nerve, the absolute fucking gall to go around claiming that it wasn't so bad and changing the language in the history books to make it seem like it was a consensual agreement. The amount of shit that like white women did to slaves because like obviously you know not downgrading the oppression experienced by white women in an age where they weren't deemed as fully human either, but the amount of torture that they did. There's that one book that I know a few book like there was someone was reading it on Clubhouse a while ago, but I've seen other references to it since. Something something keeper. No, wait, hold on. It's like something I don't remember what it's called, but it is a book specifically about the way that white women handled slaves and how horrific it was and like the way that that history needs to be shared from the fucking rooftops because it's really seriously downplayed. Like there's so much adjacency that we're now seeing in new forms because of affirmative action. So much adjacency to like any kind of white patriarchal figure of a family that white women definitely have reproduced, and that's what that book truly speaks to. And the amount of crimes that were basically written in as excused if white women were straight up torturing just like black children and like anyone that was deemed enslaved. Like, so it's just, I mean, and again, this is shit that postmen should be talking about, and it can be put in conversation so that it will be properly contextualized to see how the definition of child and adulthood is different if you understand. Yes, they were her property. Thank you, Sarah. Yes. I was like, I'm like remembering like bits and pieces of words that kind of sound like it, but I couldn't piece it together. That's exactly the book I was talking about. Thank you. Definitely read that if you haven't already. I don't know if you've seen the memes about the children yearn for the mines. Yeah, I've seen those, yeah. Because they play Minecraft, and at the same time, these people that share those memes celebrate the laws changing to allow children to work in adult conditions again. It makes me so sad. Don't they realize how horrific it was? I know, I have seen people. I think that it's much like, I don't know, I've understood those because I haven't seen it by people that are actually like trying to limit the laws. I didn't know that there are people sharing that shit that actually think that child labor laws should be gone, and that's fucking horrific. But I always thought that it was like on the same realm as the sub, like billionaire you go to sub. I thought I thought that it was the same sort of humor as that, where it's like so horrific that you like make a joke about it because it's like it builds solidarity. Um, yeah, just because of Minecraft. Yeah, I don't know. All right, where were we? Volumes have been written, including several by Charles Dickens, that tell of the reign of terror visited upon the children of the poor from the 18th century until the mid 19th in England. The workhouses. I just read that. Okay. I choose the. Yeah. What the fuck? I'm like really missing where the pages are. I guess at this point. Okay. Um. Happily for the future, the idea was made of. Yes, we read that too. Okay. There are several reasons why childhood survived the avarice I don't I feel like I'm not saying that word right either of industrialized England, and one of them is that the middle and upper classes in England kept the idea alive, nurtured it, and extended it. This fact could not have been of the slightest interest or comfort to Sarah Gooder, but it is of significance to world civilization again, and particularly to England. Once they had been introduced, the ideas and assumptions associated with childhood never left England. They were merely blocked from reaching a certain class of people. And wow. And although England paid a heavy price for this, for example, by remaining until recent times the most class conscious society in the Western world, is it? I don't know about that. I don't know. Eventually, childhood and all that in the Western world, eventually, childhood. Wait, it represents penetrating. Wait, hold on. Let me read this sentence. And although England paid a heavy price for this, for example, by remaining until recent times the most class-conscious society in the Western world, again, I don't know. Eventually, childhood and all that it represents penetrated to the lower classes. I need to drink water. We've been reading all day, and like I said, when I can't say words, sometimes it means I need to drink water. All right. Okay. After 1840, for example, the growth of elementary education was so rapid that by the end of the 19th century, illiteracy had virtually been eliminated for all classes and for both men and women. I severely doubt that. I don't think that has any validity to it whatsoever. Because that would be fucking impossible. But he must mean that in regards to the people that were deemed to be human, because that's not remotely true, I don't think. As far as I know, as far as I've ever seen. But I guess I don't know as much about England as I do about the US context. I just I severely doubt that. Childhood was not the sort of idea that could be kept permanently from all segments of a population. Even if the English middle and upper classes tried hard to do so, and they did, childhood's development in other countries would have heavily influenced the course of events, and it did. Just as the idea of childhood crossed the channel from England to Europe in the 17th century, it recrossed it from Europe in the 18th and 19th centuries. For example, by the late 18th century, a causal connection between lack of education and crime among the young was taken for granted by most civilized people on the continent. Again, ew. And a German visitor to England in 1824 remarked, England, in which country alone there are annually executed more human beings than in several other countries taken together, suffers 2 millions of her people to walk about in utter ignorance. I can't figure out what to feel about that, or if I mean the executions sound correct, and I'm assuming they mean that in regards to upholding the claims of normality. In 1833, the Edinburgh Review judged that as far as education was concerned throughout Europe, the English people were at the bottom of the scale, the Germans at the top. If not the Germans, then surely the Scots, who by the late 18th century had developed the largest elementary school system and perhaps the best secondary school system in Europe, which is also not a coincidence. Why? Because there's so much um, nationalism wrapped up in why people play sports, why sports is such a big thing across nations and across localities, because it's basically, as I said this before, like not too long ago on my Twitch, like the fact that it's basically just like when you drive by a elementary school with like a baseball field, it's like, look, we taught our children how to be, we taught them the rules, and they'll do the rules, and then they'll hit the ball with the stick, and then they'll run and they'll do exactly what we say. Like it's basically just a performance of that kind of like team-based nationalistic belief. Okay. And obviously that's been written about by people like Chomsky and plenty of others. Okay. Wait, did I just where I've completely lost where we are. Okay. It's definitely over here. Okay, yeah, the point is that the invention of childhood was an idea that crossed all national borders, occasionally being stopped and discouraged, but always continuing on its journey. And while local conditions affected its aspect and progress, nothing could cause it to disappear. In France, for example, opposition to social literacy and education came not from an inhumane industrial capitalism, but from Jesuits who feared the Protestantization. I'm not going to be able to say that. Protestantism isization. Protestantization. There we go. Of their religion and culture. But by the middle of the 19th century, France had caught up with England in its literacy rate, in its schooling of the young, and therefore in its regard for the meaning of childhood. The European wide movement towards a humane conception of childhood was due in part to a heightened sense of government responsibility for the welfare of children. It is important to take note of this fact, but whose children? um, as important, he didn't say that. I'm asking that. It is important to take note of this fact because in recent years, excessive government intervention in the lives of families has been attacked, and in my opinion, justifiably so. Okay, good. I mean, because I obviously, as I was saying before, there's a long history of like social work that is actually just like rooted in colonialism bullshit, as well as therapy, and like yeah, there's a lot to say about that in regards to the way that the government. I mean, obviously, fucking residential schools, like that's the kind of shit that comes to mind when I see this government intervention in the lives of families. Like that's scary as fuck for so many people for like so many justifiable reasons. But in the 18th and 19th centuries, especially in England and among the poorer classes, adults were not often in a position to develop or display the level of affection and commitment towards children that we would regard as normal. And that's what I was talking about earlier too, because obviously, like, I've seen so much literature about specifically like black folks who are like, okay, my parents did what they needed to do so that I could survive in a deeply horrific society. But unfortunately, oftentimes, and not all the times, obviously, it's not a monolith, that reinforced a form that of something that a discipline that was harmful to me in some capacity in whatever way that it ended up being. And as I said earlier, I feel that in my own way in regards to being a late in life realized autist, because I was definitely socialized to hate everything about myself and was disciplined especially violently and horrifically because of who I am and the way that I needed to mask my autism so that I could blend in as neurotypical. That's the kind of deep-seated shame that kills people and drives them to substance abuse in a different way. So it's like I've read plenty of critical literature that talks about the harms of the way that unfortunately people that were born into a world that is horrific do the best that they can to raise their children, but sometimes that involves causing a harm that is very nuanced and complicated and can be like I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, it's obviously a form of discipline that is meant for survival, and it's so nuanced that it can't be flattened to just be described as a form of violence that is just violence alone. Like, but it does reinforce inequitable forms of violence that are normal in society, is my point. So it's very complicated. Okay. It may well be, as DeMoss has hypothesized, that many adults simply lacked the psychological mechanism by which they could feel tenderness toward children. I don't know about that. It may also be that economic degradation effectively limits such feelings wherever they exist. I mean, I know that we see that, like, obviously the effects of poverty on the frontal lobe have been shown, but I still always take that kind of shit with a grain of salt. In any case, it's well known that parents regularly treated their children not only as their private property to do with as they wished, but also as chattels whose well being was expendable in the interests of family survival. Yeah. I mean, and I don't even know if I agree entirely with the way that he just described that, but I think in so many words, that's what I was just trying to describe as well. In the 18th century, the idea that the state had the right to act as a protector of children was both novel and radical. Nonetheless, gradually the total authority of parents was humanely modified so that all social classes were forced into partnership with government in taking responsibility for child nurturing. Why government began to assume such responsibility may be explained by reference to several forces, among which was a European wide spirit of reform and learning, which should always be under suspect. We must remember that the 18th century was a century of Goethe, of Voltaire, of Diderot, of Kant, of David Hume, of Edward Gibbon. It was also the century of Locke and Rousseau. We might even say that as far as childhood is concerned, in France, the Jesuits were no match for Rousseau, as in England, the industrial machine could not withstand the ideas of John Locke. By this I mean that the intellectual climate of the 18th century, the Enlightenment, as it is called, helped to nourish and spread the idea of childhood, as well as a bunch of other bigoted shit. That's if he was honest, that's what he would say. Locke, for example, exerted enormous influence on childhood's growth through his remarkable book Some Thoughts Concerning Education, published in 1693, which is to say, obviously, that there's a horrible, terrifying idea of, like, being like, hey, we're white people and we're going to teach you how to raise children best. Like, and it's like, oh, Jesus, like, this isn't it. You're not doing it. Like Erasmus before him, Locke saw the connections between book learning and childhood and proposed an education that, while it treated the child as a precious resource, nonetheless demanded rigorous attention to the child's intellectual development and capacity for social control. Even Locke's enlightened views on the nurturing of physical growth, eye roll, had as their purpose the development of a child's powers for reason. A child must have a vigorous body, he wrote, so that it may be the way that they are referring to child as an it right now, so that it may be able to obey and execute the orders of the mind. Thank you for the follow, imperfectly me 421. Ew. Locke also grasped the importance of shame. Exactly. Are you noticing a pattern? As a means of maintaining the distinction between childhood and adulthood. Esteem and disgrace are are of all others, he wrote, the most powerful incentives to the mind, when once it is brought to relish them. Oh my god, that is fucking disgusting. That is absolutely unforgivable. If you can get into children a love of credit and an apprehension of shame and disgrace, you have put into them the true principle. That is some of the most disgusting shit I've ever heard. But most of all, Locke furthered the theory of childhood through his well-known idea that at birth the mind is a blank tablet. Yeah, you've all heard this before. If anyone's, it's like, oh god, a tabula rasa. Thus, a heavy responsibility fell to parents and schoolmasters, and then later to government, for what is eventually written on the mind. Yeah, oof, that is just a lot. Yeah, exactly. An ignorant, shameless, undisciplined child represented the failure of adults. You see that? We hear that to this fucking day. That's where it comes from, because this shit has been around for so long. Not the child. Like Freud's ideas about psychic repression 200 years later, Locke's tabula rasa created a sense of guilt in parents about their children's development, and provided the psychological and epistemological grounds for making the careful nurturing of children a national priority, at least among the merchant classes who were, so to say, Locke's constituents. So remember, right? So okay, I want to say something first, actually. I'm like interrupting myself. So for anyone that doesn't know, and I didn't know what this word meant until I started a PhD, so that's why I'm explaining it. So sorry if I'm telling you something you already know. Epistemology is the building blocks of knowledge. So it's like, how do we come to know something? What is it? What is it that we've been taught that teaches us and orients us in a specific way so that we know? And basically, it's like, what sort of perspectives are we taught are normal? When people say paradigms, that's all, it's just a fancy fucking word to say perspectives. It's just like, okay, what are we taught is to be expected, what is normal. So critical theory is a paradigm that is contrary to dominant, right? That's when someone also says like dominant hegemonic, another fancy fucking academic word, all they're really saying is what's the normal, what's the mainstream version of society that we're all socialized into. And then critical theory is a paradigm that works in opposition to that, at least if done well. um, so anyway, this is to say that what he just said about, let me see, the way that this exact ground of a national priority, think about the implications of that for the way that in the United States, there's an enormous amount. I mean, the history of racialization in this country is incredibly complex, right? And it's experienced incredibly differently by any one group, especially depending on when people immigrated here and things like that. But think about the model minorities like stance, because that's where this is the, I mean, as if it existed, of course, differently in all over the world, but in the United States, that's what comes to mind when I'm thinking about this, because this is something that the way that whiteness worked, this is what he's describing. He's describing the guilt that whiteness uses to destroy ethnic backgrounds and cultural richness, and then uses guilt and shame as a form to assimilate into a whiteness for a national sense of status and identity. That's exactly what he's describing here without speaking to it overtly. Like if Postman was actually like, if he was actually versed in ethnic studies, which he should have been because he was alive during a time when it was being written. He's not old enough to have been excused out of knowing it. Uh, this is what he's describing in so many words because the archives speak for themselves and how this process has worked. The racialization and race process in the United States specifically, this is what he's really speaking to. And the even earlier on status through which it was done. Anyway, okay. And although Locke was no Horace Mann, whoever the fuck that is, in that his imagination did not admit of equal schooling for all children, oh wait, I know who that is. Never mind. Okay, yeah. He did propose a program of apprenticeships for the education of poor children whose minds, after all, were as malleable as those of the middle and upper classes. That's just a gross way to say it, but I guess. And everyone is susceptible to propaganda, in case anyone like forgets that. Usually they say, like in when we're talking about the media scholars that study propaganda specifically, which I did that in my master's, they say that usually the people who think they're least susceptible to propaganda are actually the ones that are most susceptible, because it's like our guards have been lowered and then we're more easily swayed. It's the same thing with humor, which is the argument I made in the Left Book article, because that's what makes these spaces of like meme sharing, like things that seem like they're not a big deal, and use humor, just like the sub situation, billionaire you go to sub, that is a genuinely effective tactic for people that want liberation. Because if you're raising the public consciousness by lowering it with humor, and then people recognize, hey, I'm actually standing in solidarity with people who are being exploited and eliminated, that is one of the most effective tactics that we have, and we can't downplay it. And you should be suspect. You should be suspect. You should be suspect of anyone who claims that it isn't useful, because it is. The research all shows that it is. Okay. Mm-mm. At least if it doesn't stop at humor, you know what I mean, and it leads to public consciousness and action. Because there's a whole other argument there about neoliberalism and the way that it co-opts shit, of course, and removes the teeth from radical thought and makes it useless. Okay. Did we finish this whole page? Yeah. Okay. A second great 18th century intellectual influence on the idea of childhood was, of course, Rousseau. I hate that he refused to Rousseau this way because every single time that he's quoted Rousseau in this book, it's been absolutely terrible. So I think that deserves a revision. Although I believe Rousseau did not clearly understand why childhood had arisen and how it might be maintained, whereas Locke did, he made two powerful contributions to its development. The first was in his insistence that the child is important in himself, not merely as a means to an end. Again, when he says him, he means it, because obviously when they're talking about child, they're only talking about people that are assigned male at birth at the same time. They're only probably talking about white people or whatever form of racialization is appropriate in this time and place. Okay. I've lost where we are again. Okay. Yes, the first was in his insistence that the child is important, yeah, in himself, not merely as a means to an end. In this, he differed sharply from Locke, who saw the child at every point as a potential citizen and perhaps merchant. This child is going to be a girl boss. Happy Disability Pride Month to you too, Rebecca. In this, he deferred. Oh, wait, I just fucking read that. God damn it. Brain, get with the program. Okay. Indeed. Okay, I just made the joke about the children being a girl boss. Okay, here we go. Rousseau's idea was not entirely original, for at that time, Rousseau was writing there already existed in France a certain reverence for the charm and value of childhood. Indeed, Rousseau himself quotes an old gentleman who, upon being asked by Louis XV whether he liked the 18th century better than the 17th, replied, "Sire, I spent my youth in reverence toward the old. I find myself compelled to spend my old age in reverence to the young." But Rousseau's power as a writer and his charismatic personality were so great that most of his followers even refused to believe, as Voltaire and other of his enemies revealed, that Rousseau had abandoned his own children to orphanages. Whatever his personal shortcomings may have been, Rousseau's writings aroused a curiosity about the nature of childhood that persists to the present day. I haven't seen Across the Spider-Verse, but it came up I think on Saturday. Someone saw it. I don't go to the theaters anymore ever since COVID started, so eventually I'll probably watch it. I've heard good things though, right? The new video game looks like it's gonna be fucking awesome. I did see that. The trailer for that. We might fairly say that Frederick Froebel, Johann Pestalozzi, Maria Montessori, Jean Piaget, Arnold Giselle, and A.S. Neil are all Rousseau's intellectual heirs. Certainly, their work proceeded from the assumption that the psychology of childhood is fundamentally different from that of adults and is to be valued for itself. Rousseau's second idea was that a child's intellectual and emotional life is important, not because we must know about it in order to teach and train our children, but because childhood is the stage of life when man most closely approximates to the state of nature. We hate it here. You learn a lot about people from who they cite. Rousseau valued such a state to a degree that no one has since approached, including his intellectual heirs. In Emile, his famous book about the ideal education of a child, Rousseau allows only one book to be read by children: Robinson Crusoe. Fucking throw up. Puke, puke, puke. This only because the book demonstrates how man may live in and control unnatural environments. Rousseau's How to Destroy the World and Create Climate Change. That's what it should have been called. Baby colonial. Baby colonizer. How to baby colonize. Rousseau's obsession with the state of nature and his corresponding contempt for civilized values brought to the world's attention, as no one had done before him, the child virtues of spontaneity, purity, strength, and joy, all which came to be seen as features to nurture and celebrate. And it's also the incentive for why the entire show alone exists, where one man with a beard goes into the wilderness and decides to live alone for no reason but his own pride. And the great artists of the Romantic movement did not fail to take up the joie de vivre, the joy of living, I can of childhood as a theme. Wordsworth's poetry, in particular, depicts adults as fallen children and celebrates childhood innocence and naturalness. Wagner's Siegfried is often cited, for example, by Aries as the most powerful expression of the virtues of adolescence. And it is in the 18th century, we should remember, that Gainsborough painted the most romantic and charming picture of adolescence that has ever been done, his Blue Boy. I don't know about y'all, but I'm suspicious. I'm suspicious of all these adult men idolizing the children. I don't know about that. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Fabula, by the way. And so as childhood moved into the 19th and 20th centuries, and as is crossed the Atlantic to the New World, there were two intellectual strains of which the idea was composed. We might call them the Lockean or the Protestant conception of childhood, and the Rousseauian or the Romantic conception. In the Protestant view of the child, the romantic wait, I just read that. It's like I started the halfway through that sentence and then read the beginning again. Okay, in the Protestant view, the child is an unformed person who, through literacy, education, reason, self control, and shame, may be made into a civilized adult. Again, puke. In the Romantic view, it is not the unformed child, but the deformed adult who is the problem. They both bad. They're both just shame and guilt. The child possesses as his or her birthright. Wow, they actually included one other half. That's incredible. Who would have expected? I think it is the new one, yeah, Fabula. The Spider-Verse. As if it's not a binary though, just to remind everyone. So them doing this still isn't good enough. For candor, understanding, curiosity, and spontaneity that are deadened by literacy, education, reason, self-control, and shame. Well, yeah, if you teach people that they're only allowed to superiorize logic and then ignore their entire embodied knowledge, what do you expect? They're going to be a little disassociated and deadened. The difference between these two views can be seen most vividly by. I thought I heard something weird. I don't know. Okay, never mind. The difference between these two views can be seen most vividly by attending to the contrasting metaphors of childhood put forth by Locke and Rousseau. I do not believe it has been much remarked, for example, that Locke's metaphor of the mind as a tablet depicts precisely the connection between childhood and print. Indeed, the tabula rasa sees the child as an inadequately written book, advancing towards maturity as the pages are filled. There is nothing natural or biological about this process. It is a process of symbolic development, sequential, segmented, linguistic. To Locke and most 18th century thinkers, illiteracy and childhood were inseparable, adulthood being defined as total linguistic competence. You see, it's just so colonial. It's so dehumanizing. It's so problematic. It needs to be critiqued at all costs, because that's fucking eugenics, colonizer bullshit. On the other hand, Rousseau wrote in Emile that plants are improved by cultivation and man by education. See, that's what sucks. It's like, I understand why anyone is skeptical of any form of formal education and any form of medicine or any form of scientific thought. Because look at what the fuck's happened. Like, you, like just look at it. It's the history is horrific. The history has absolutely no leg to stand on in regards to giving everyone the respect and humanization that we've always deserved. And to pretend that it's the case, that it's not the case, is just, it's ridiculous. It's lies. We need to acknowledge what's happened so that we can move forward and actually build a world that we've all deserved. But if people think that you can do that by censoring and deleting history, they're fucking fools. Like that's just ridiculous. It's impossible to do that. Here is the child as a wild plant, which can hardly be improved by book learning. I wish I could. My Chiari malformation makes it so I can't watch anything flashy anymore. The first one is amazing, which wish I could watch the new one. Oh, see, I didn't realize there were so many flashes in the new one. At least did they put the little wording on it? Because I'm glad when people are doing that more often. Like I'm always trying to leave comments on stuff when I see that there's like flashes to remind people to add like a warning. Okay. Its growth is organic and natural. Childhood requires only that it not be suffocated by civilization's diseased outpourings. That's fucking disgusting. That's straight eugenics. To Rousseau, education was essentially a subtraction process. To Locke, an addition process. Religion exists because men don't have the control of conception. Religion gives them the form of control. That's definitely been a theory I've seen before. I mean, who is it that I cited in my dissertation? Irigaray. Luce Irigaray talks at great length about the sex which is not one. And there's a lot of postmodern feminists that talk about, and actually I talked about it earlier, if anyone checks out my earlier part of this Twitch, a lot of postmodern feminists that talk about the way that there's like a birth envy. Because think about it, right? Like I think that what comes to mind when you ask is the way that ever since we can remember, there's been like a non-disabled cis white man trying to recreate humans. Like they've been trying to create, like, in whatever materials they have at hand, they're trying to, like, because that's all the Sandman is. That's all anything. I mean, like, all this stuff about, like, trying to, I mean, that's the other end of what I argued in my dissertation about the mechanization of humans that's now flipping into a humanization of objects. Because if you think about it, right, look at any kind of advertisement or any kind of like stock footage about what a robot is. They're always recreating something that, like, just so coincidentally by default has like a white outer shell to it, and they're always trying to recreate humans and humanoids. And I can't help but notice, like, it does, I mean, in a society that is rooted around a conception of humanness that is non-disabled. I mean, what bell hooks, I always forget the imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, but also just generally eugenics. Like, that's the kind of shit where it's like, yeah, they're trying to recreate human life. Yeah, like they're trying to make sure they're trying to. I forget what of my first mentor in my PhD said something about trying to. I forget. It was like after around the time I was reading Luce Irigaray, something about basically trying to prove their, like, at least this is one argument, trying to prove the worth in comparison to people that can create life. Because think about it, before, so, and this is something that actually he didn't talk about very much because he only went so far back. But the research that I've seen, like, there's another book by a media ecologist that is important to read, but as important to critique. It's called Alphabet and the Goddess. And they talk about what's his name? Schlein talks about the idea that before the written word, there was basically a matriarchal society. Even before Egypt, I'm talking, like, way, like, before any written word, there was the worship of goddesses, because obviously it's like when you're a being that creates life, it's like at the early ages of civilization, because they were civilizations. Like, the only a colonizer is going to call something before the Western world not a civilization. So I consider them civilizations. They were matriarchal civilizations. And when I say that, I don't mean an inverse of a patriarchal civilization where it's just flipped and then it's just as discriminatory, but anyone assigned female at birth is on top. That is not what I mean. I mean it, and of course this is different all around the world. But from what I understand, in this um pre-written word, differently expressed, communicated environment, there was a matriarchal society in which it was not deeply inequitable, and it was rooted around creation and being human beings. And as we're now learning, even though critical scholars have known this for a long time, it wasn't just like man hunt and protect. It's like, no, there's literally the binaries. People have fooled themselves so deeply into the colonial binaries that they're actually out here thinking that you can, like, look at someone's bones and tell who they were. And that's fucking goofy, but it's also what we're taught in like at least growing up in like a deeply propagated educational system. That stuff's been outdated for a long time. We know that there's always been cultures where there's other types of gender and understandings of biological sex. That kind of stuff's been, I mean, there's always been different types of roles. Like, and for people to claim otherwise is just foolish. It's just foolish. It doesn't make it's ultimately just ignorant. Like you can't you'd have to basically just ignore every culture throughout history that isn't the United States, and not even like all of the United States. You'd also have to ignore early United States, which a lot of people do. They do it all the time. And think tanks are generated to make sure people stay confused, like how I've talked about in recent TikToks. What's up, Clayton? How you doing? The world is a Ouija board and we all have a hand on the cursor. I mean, maybe. Who the fuck knows, right? But yeah, hopefully that begins to explain your thoughts. So, because when you're saying religion, I figured you meant Abrahamic religion, right? Because this is like Abrahamic religion is something that, like, the book Alphabet and the Goddess talks about, of course, was hearkened in, and then, of course, took on bigger form in the printing press age with the Bible. I mean, really before that with the Bible, because obviously the handwritten, but and scribes and all that, like he talked about. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question to some capacity. Okay. But yeah, I mean, the goddesses were just absolutely defaced and destroyed, and then most everything we've known about them has just been co-opted by a patriarchal system. It's just like what happened after, like hundreds of years later, with by like Spanish conquistadors. Like, I mean, and think about like all the old gods, like Jesus being a completely co-opted version of, I forget, a couple different old gods. Like there's just it's all just people being like, okay, we're gonna colonize you now, and you're gonna assimilate in because we'll say that this is basically the same, but it's colonizer now. Or else we'll literally eliminate you. Like that's all it is. And then people having to do what they need to do to survive. Like, all right. It's so much more complicated than the way that I just described it. But hopefully that at least in some capacity. Mithras, yeah, exactly. That is what I was thinking. And then there's another one too, because it was a couple. It was like the birthday. It was the having the disciples. It was I forget. I just saw another TikTok about this, like that brought it back to my like you know immediate memory, like just the other day, if not like this morning. I forget. But yeah, I mean, all of that is. I mean, Mary is just a co-opted another like goddess. Like it's all the same shit. All right. Mm-mm. Talking about plants or something, right? Okay. Oh yeah, addition process. Okay. But whatever the difference is between these two metaphors, they do have in common a concern for the future. It's easy for humans to exist. Religion needs to go. Adopt the new consciousness. Yeah, I think I don't know. I'm not a fan of Abrahamic religions. I think I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? I don't got all the answers in regards to why we're all here, what we're all doing here, but I think there's something going on. I don't know. I just think we should let people have all the things that they need to thrive. That's as far as I'm concerned, I just fucking hope that people get with that program. You know what I mean? Like we need to return to an ecological symbiosis, and if anything stands between that, like it needs to go. Okay. Locke wanted education to result in a rich, varied, and copious book. Rousseau wanted education to result in a healthy flower. This is important to keep in mind for a concern for the future and increasingly missing from the metaphors of childhood in the present day. Neither Locke nor Rousseau ever doubted that childhood could exist without the future oriented guidance of adults. In America, of course, the Protestant view dominated throughout much of the 19th century, although the Romantic view was never completely absent. Indeed, we might say that America's greatest book, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, hoot, why does he think that it's why does he think that it's the same? What's that? What's so good about that book? He better make a compelling argument. Religion means to bind, and I think religion. Oh yeah, I've heard that before. Neither am I. I'm talking about function, but yeah, for sure, yeah. Well, and more than sustainability, it needs sustainability isn't good enough anymore. We need to regenerate it. We need to because you can't sustain what's going on right now. It's killing us all completely. It's killing the planet. It needs to go. Okay. Yes, in America, of course, the Protestant view dominated throughout much of the 19th century, although the Romantic view was never completely absent. Indeed, oh yeah, here we already read that because he was about to tell us why apparently The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn is the greatest book ever written. Published in 1884, presents the case for the Romantic view in spite of the book's somewhat ambiguous ending. Certainly, Twain attacked the presumption that children are, in any but the most superficial sense, unformed. Didn't isn't it like also there's something really problematic about it, right? I forget what it is. Is it racism? It's probably racism, right? I don't remember. I don't think I ever actually read it, but I remember people talking about that it was there's something problematic as fuck about it. So that's a red flag. And he mocked the claim that their character may be vastly improved by society's values. Huck's innate sense of fairness and dignity, his resourcefulness and psychological strength, his sheer interest in life, all of this struck a blow for the romantic vision of childhood and was part of a general trend, beginning around the Civil War, toward a reassessment of the nature of childhood. As Lawrence Kremen has shown in The Transformation of the School, the origins of the progressive education movement go back to this era. In 1857, for example, what eventually became known as the National Education Association was founded, and in 1875, a charter was issued to the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. As a matter of ironic contrast, we may ponder the fact that the American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals was founded nearly a decade earlier in 1866. See, this is what I'm talking about. Also, I forgot to mention this before when I was talking about Cartesian dualism. So Descartes, the one who's famous for creating that idea, he also didn't believe that animals had souls, or that I forget. He didn't believe. I think he was hella sexist too. I forget. But he was out here like just being a fucking terror to most of us, as many Enlightenment thinkers were. And I don't know. There's just so much to build on here. Like I just wish Postman did a better job of like talking about the phenomena of residential schools, and I hope to see more work that talks about this book and expands it into that because it's really needed right now with what's happened with ICWA and just like I mean anything that's happening in regards to like stealing children from anyone and attempting to rehome them, like all that shit coming back. This needs to be continued to show how much these ideologies, how far they go back and where they stem from. I do not mean to give the impression here, Huck Finn, notwithstanding that the Lockean view began to fall into disrepute, although this was probably the case for its more extreme Calvinist expression, i.e., that children are depraved. The tradition of Locke, after all, speaks for a high degree of caring and nurturing of children, and above all, for the linguistic education of children. I'm confused by the way he's describing this, because I thought just a moment ago, he just said that, like, both of them think that like aren't they both incentivized by shame and guilt? Is that something, is he framing that as a positive thing? Because I think I'm a little confused. I think I am, was I giving him too much credit for admonishing those both of these perspectives as if they're valid? And let's read on and see. Okay. To this day in America and throughout Europe, the assumptions of Locke are reflected not only in schools, but in most of the institutions concerned with children. But what appears to have happened is that the certainty of opinion about the nature of childhood began to be questioned. In general, the Lockean view that children were uninformed adults in need of civilizing remained intact. That's what I'm talking about. How does he just not, is he not speaking to or recognizing the horrific idea of what it means to be civilizing someone? Because that's what it seems like. He'd have to ignore that completely to be claiming that this is a good idea. But questions arose, or like, an ambivalent, or no, a benevolent. I always forget. I fucking forget which of those which means which, but you know what I'm talking about. Whichever one is allegedly meant to help people, and then is actually horrifically reinforcing inequities. Okay, I think it's benevolent. I think it's benevolent. In general, the Lockean view that children were unformed adults in need of civilizing remained intact, but question arose as to how to proceed so as not to impair such childhood virtues as were depicted by Rousseau in the Romantic movement. In 1890, for example, the Society for the Study of Child Nature was established,
and among the questions that were addressed in its meetings were the following. Should implicit obedience be enforced upon children? How can the true idea of property be conveyed to the child? Did they mean about themselves? Or did they mean, or how are we going to reinforce an idea that that things in the world can be owned? Is that what he's asking? How much authority should older children have? Is a child's imagination stunted if it, again, they describe a child as it. Stunted if it is made to adhere strictly to the truth. The people who posed such questions were obviously no discipline or disciples of Rousseau, although just as obviously they did not wish the process of education to interfere with children's growth. That is to say, they accepted the idea that there is both a logic and psychologic, actually, not psycho, so it's like the prior to childhood that must be respected. So they're like, we see that children have the brains. They got psychologic. Thus, at the end of 19th century, the stage was set for two men whose work eventually established the mode of discourse to be used in all discussions of childhood in the present century. But again, even the joke I just made, it clearly only means the male children and probably the white children and the not disabled children and the rich children. So only those ones. It was worth noting that the most influential book of each man was published in 1899, and each in its way led thoughtful people to pose the question, how do we balance the claims of civilization against the claims of a child's nature? I refer, of course, to Sigmund Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams and John Dewey's The School and Society. Both men and their work are too well known to require much explication, but this much must be said. Taken together, they represent a synthesis and summation of childhood's journey from the 16th century to the 20th. Dewey's work is pretty good as far as I've seen, but we'll see. We'll see how he ties them together. From within a framework of science, Freud claimed, first of all, there is an undeniable structure as well as a special content to the mind of the child, e.g., that children possess sexuality and are imbued with complexities and instinctive psychic drives. Don't even get me started on how much I fucking hate Freud. That guy sucked. Fuck that guy. Only certain, exactly, and he still keeps calling them it. Exactly, yes, it's so problematic. But no, honestly, fuck Freud, 100%. Freud believed that the only reason a quote unquote, like assigned female birth orgasm exists is for reproduction. That guy was he was an absolute fool. Like, that guy sucked. Okay. He also claimed that in their efforts to achieve mature adulthood, children must overcome, outgrow, and sublimate their instinctual passions. Freud thus refutes Locke and confirms Rousseau, the mind is not a tabula rasa. Child's mind does approximate a state of nature. To some extent, the demands of nature must be taken into account, or permanent personality dysfunctions will result, according to that guy at least. But at the same time, Freud refutes Rousseau and confirms Locke. The earliest interactions between child and parents are decisive in determining the kind of adult the child will be. For reason the passions of the mind may be controlled, civilization is quite impossible without repression and sublimation. In a similar way, maybe in a colonial civilization, but other civilizations didn't do this shit. So maybe go back to the drawing board there. Don't just claim it's the best fucking one and then have it actually be horrific to most of us. In a similar way, although from a framework of philosophy, Dewey argued that the psychic needs of the child must be addressed in terms of what the child is, not what the child will be. What? At home and in school, adults must ask, what does the child need now? What problems must he or she solve now? Only in this way, Dewey believed, will the child become a constructive participant in the social life of the community. If we identify ourselves with the real instincts and needs of childhood, he wrote, and require only their fullest assertion and growth, discipline and culture of adult life shall all come in their due season. Freud and Dewey crystallized the basic paradigm of childhood that had been forming since the printing press. The child as schoolboy or schoolgirl, whose self and individuality must be preserved by nurturing, whose capacity for self-control, deferred gratification, and logical thought must be extended, whose knowledge of life must be under the control of adults.
and also must be binary, apparently. They are who they are because they're born some way and they can't be anyone else or else we fucking hate them. Yet at the same time, the child is understood as having its own rules for development. It, again, and a charm, curiosity, and exuberance that must not be strangled, indeed is strangled at the risk of losing mature adulthood. All of the psychological research on childhood that has been done in this century, for example, by Jean Piaget, Harry Stack Sullivan, Karen Horney, Jerome Brunner, and Lawrence Kohlberg, has been mere commentary on the basic childhood paradigm. Again, this was in the 80s. No one has disputed that children are different from adults. No one has disputed that children must achieve adulthood. No one has disputed that the responsibility for the growth of children lies with adults. In fact, no one has disputed that there is a sense in which adults are at their best, their most civilized, when tending to the nurture of children. Yeah, I hate how so many people love Freud and his shadow work. I know. It's really big in the occult and spiritual. Yeah, I agree. And it sucks because it's like there's other ways to talk about it that aren't just like so problematic. Like like there's ways to be like, hey, this society is fucked up and I didn't deserve to experience the abuse that I lived without getting into like all of that kind of shit that he talks about that is like mostly just his opinion that he described as fact. Like, yeah. I forget what I was gonna just say that just now. There was something. Never mind. What was it? There's just so much to unpack here about what he said. Elon Musk just announced he thinks only parents should be. Oh my god, are you kidding me? That guy is such a joke, like literally. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. This is honestly giving me a whole different perspective on so cuz like okay, I don't know about y'all. I've been doing my absolute best to try to unpack, especially like ever since realizing that I'm an autist. And not that anyone should be just incentivized to only finally unpack ableism because they've realized that they are also in fact disabled, and learning more about this disability studies generally obviously is going to give you a different perspective on the whole world. And unfortunately, most of us aren't incentivized to do that because of how fucking eugenics based the society is, which is all to say that it's giving me a different perspective in the same way that recognizing how much saneism is built into our society. And so I've been trying to eradicate the use of crazy as an insult. It's hard to go out here and talk about how problematic the society is without also immediately being faced with having to unpack the language that reinforces a claim to sanism or something that makes a claim to ageism or something that makes a claim to something civilized. Like I need to find a different word to use, and I've thought this for a while, but I don't know a replacement for it. So if anyone has any recommendations, I would love to hear it. I don't like using the word wild as a negative word because that has connotations wrapped into civility. And that's the thing. I don't know if I think deranged is also wrapped up in sanism, which is hard. Yeah, astounding. I think astounding does make complete sense. Yeah, astounding and shocking are both great, definitely great alternatives. So I'm gonna okay. I gotta because I think there's a lot to unpack there, and it's just another element that's really like baked in to like how we respond to things and express discontent. Yeah, nonsensical makes a lot of I like that. Yeah, I like all three of those. I think those are really great because I want to do a way better job of unpacking all like the language that I'm especially like even earlier today on the post that like that blew up like just the other day. Like I was torn because there were people like somebody asked me like okay the one that I don't know if any of you saw the one where someone was like okay so if you are unpacking traditional notions of intelligence why do you go by doctor as one of your pronouns, and I explained like that it's not about me reinforcing like a superiority complex. It's just my experience of gender is reinforced by my being autistic, and because I was raised in an abusive household and then didn't know I was autistic, I've been treated as if I have nothing of value to say my whole life, basically. And the way in which I have built a sense of self esteem and confidence is through having a PhD. And it influences, as a PDA autist, how I experience my gender. All these things are wrapped up into how I experience my gender. So that's why I go by she, they, doctor. But they asked, and I thought they were asking a bad faith question. It looked like they were, because they were a bot account that has 0 followers. And they just look like someone that created an alternative account to try to get me in a gotcha. So anyway, people responded and said something like, they used a word that is an insult based on intelligence. And I do my very best to try to mod comments so that I'm both not being put into a position where I'm being insulted and disrespected. And I also try to do that where other people aren't. But because I thought that that person was acting in bad faith, I was torn about whether or not I should be accepting that comment. And I don't know if I liked the decision that I made because I don't think I don't like reinforcing. I had no way of knowing if that person was operating in bad faith or if they were genuinely asking, because I think it can be a legit question, especially with just how elitist academia is and like how many people wield the academic privilege over people. But yeah, I'm trying my best. And I was the, it's same in the realm as like who was it? Was it Lizzo recently that they just changed their language in their song? Like it's that kind of stuff that I think really it's a small thing, but it means something. Words mean something. Anyway, but yeah, thank you for those. Astounding, shocking, nonsensical. I'm gonna try to, I hope I'm gonna shove those into my Cartesian brain's bowl and hope that they will return later when I need them. I've tried to use fool also because I feel like I know that it's attached, but I think it has like a lesser societal like heaviness to it, but I might be wrong, just like how I'm learning about this in regards to the way that so much childness, and I know that ageism exists for children. I know that children are a protected class, just like anyone who reaches a certain age. But it's like this has given me a different perspective on it, on like not wanting to refer to someone as a child. Because, like, I don't know about y'all, but I've always seen in my life, like, when someone like tells you that you're acting like a child, that cuts for me to the core in a way that I've never quite understood. And this is giving me the background on why. Because it is a deeply problematic idea. Obviously a eugenics rooted idea. It's something that is just completely now knowing this, like dehumanizing someone. It's demoralizing them. It's something that is so much worse than I had any idea. And this book is giving me the reason why. I agree it's difficult to try to find the correct language to use. I'm also trying to work on it this as well. I know it's hard. It's something, but it's important. And I think because kids are basically properly used to, we reminded people of that time they had no autonomy. Exactly. I mean, and that's why I was glad he is speaking to that too in some capacity. Yeah, it's hard. And it sucks because it's like, especially, okay, like here's where it becomes really complicated, right? Is like if somebody's saying something that you know is deeply problematic, and like it's enticing, it's alluring, it's normalized to want to like snap back and say something that is reinforcing a problematic idea. And I see that all the time on the app, I'm gonna be honest. And it sucks because it's like I get it on one hand, and the last thing I'm going to do is respectability politics anyone, because I'm always over here cussing up a storm and speaking very directly as a PDA autist. It's not my fucking place to tell anyone how to speak. But at the same time, it's like if we're aiming for that ultimate liberation that doesn't reinforce anyone's form of dehumanization that is rooted in this history, we also need to make sure that we're not reinforcing eugenics, even if we're in a position of disenfranchisement. And that's where it becomes hard. Like, because obviously, disenfranchised people, in whatever capacity they're situated, can definitely reinforce all types of internalized discrimination. And we see it all the time. Which is like, I don't know, it's a hard conversation to have. Yeah, those are value statements meant to. Exactly. Yeah, because society doesn't value disabled people. Exactly. Especially, and it's something that is especially necessary to talk about in the COVID era specifically. Because we're seeing all that same shit be digged up, and it's always been there, but it's coming up in new form. It's really flourishing in a horrific, like a new algorithmic, disgusting way. I gotta grab more water actually, because this thing is actually, yeah. We'll take a little break. We'll get a everyone drink your water if you want to. Don't let me tell you how to live your life. I'm gonna um yeah, we're like halfway through now. There's only like, oh yeah, you know what, I forget. Let me see. Yeah, there's like 150 some pages, like almost a little bit over 150. We're on like 60 some. All right, I'm gonna run to the little Envy's room. Oh, thank you for the follow on Twitch, Chef Dishwash. That's a great username. All right, I'm gonna put my little away message on, and then drink your water, eat your little snacks. I'm gonna have some more pistachios. I'm gonna grab more water, and we'll be back. Thanks for all the follows and all the support. Y'all are like, this is, I'm just having I'm having a fucking blast. Like, I'm so glad I decided to stream and like actually continue to like do lives on TikTok because this shit is like, it makes my whole fucking life. Like, I wholeheartedly mean that. Oh, thank you for that follow too. Oh, I think it did this do twice? Oh, you know what? It's funny because it's like you got twice because I switched to the new page. I never knew it did that. All right, be right back. All right, let me sip this back into the spring gaming space. That's what I've called this little thing. You know what I was thinking about is like this gives me also like an entirely different background knowledge on just like the phenomena of infantilizing anyone. Like it makes so much more sense in regards to why like disabled people, anyone gender marginalized has always been infantilized. Like at least, and not every, obviously it's a racialized phenomenon, so it's going to be experienced differently or treated as older. Like because it's like it's given me so much to spin around about up here, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot to say. All right, welcome back. Where were we? For anyone that's just joining us, we are reading Disappearance of Childhood. There's a little write up on my Twitch, which is what you're pointed at right now if you're on TikTok. And we are, what chapter? Chapter 4, I think? Yeah, chapter 4, Childhood's Journey. And we're learning about Dewey. John Dewey's The School and Society, and also other things. So let's get into it. The whole Twitch will be recorded and I'll put it up on my YouTube. But for now, we're gonna continue. We just took a little break. So let's do this. where were we? Okay. Yeah, Freud and Dewey crystallized the basic paradigm of childhood that had been forming since the printing press. The child is schoolboy or schoolgirl whose self and individuality must be preserved by nurturing, whose capacity for self-control, deferred gratification, and logical thought must be extended. I already read this. Yeah, wait, hold on. How much farther did I read? Yeah, I read way farther past this. Okay. For we must wait. Oh, it was because we were just critiquing civilization. I remember now. Okay. Once again, another point where it becomes necessary in this book. For we must remember that the modern paradigm of childhood is also the modern paradigm of adulthood. Oh, thanks for the follow, Pink Lotus Blossom. In saying what we wish a child to become, we are saying what we are. One might go so far as to claim that to the extent that there has been any growth in empathy and sensibility, in simple humaneness in Western civilization, it has followed the path of the growth of childhood. 400 years of our history refutes W.C. Field's remark that he who hates children can't be all bad. What the fuck? I didn't know anyone said that. Who let that guy say things in academia? What? Why didn't anyone write that down? Like, am I missing something? What is the... I don't know anything about this. I've never heard of this person or that they said this. Of course, one mustn't be unfair to a great comedian. Oh, is he a comedian? The remark wasn't... Oh, okay. I'm just like getting all up in the fucking... Okay. Of course, yeah. The remark was intended as a joke. Okay, but here's the thing. It's okay, but it says deriving its point from malevolent irony. I don't know. I don't know about that. One wonders how Fields would make the joke today as childhood slips from our grasp. Oh, so that was the end of the chapter. I didn't realize we were so close. I didn't think to look. So anyway, that ends part 1. And then we're actually getting into part 2, which is by the same, because that was part 1. The part 1 was called The Invention of Childhood. And then the same name of the book is part 2, The Disappearance of Childhood. So this is chapter 5, which is called The Beginning of the End. So, as uplifting as possible. I like that Postman was very upfront, though, about like how morbid and tragic this is, but it's important to know. All right, the period between 1850 and 1950 represents the high watermark of childhood. In America, to which we must now give our exclusive attention, successful attempts were made during these years to get all children into school and out of factories, into their own clothing, their own furniture, their own literature, their own games, their own social world. In 100 laws, children were classified as qualitatively different from adults. In 100 customs, assigned a preferred status and offered protection from the vagaries of adult life. This is the period during which the stereotype of modern family was cast, and if we accept Lloyd Demuse's chronology, it is the period in which parents develop the psychic mechanisms that allow for a full measure of empathy, tenderness, and responsibility toward their children. This is not to say that children became idyllic. Like all stages of life, it was and is filled with pain and confusion. But by the turn of the century, childhood had come to be regarded as every person's birthright, an ideal that transcended social and economic class. Inevitably, childhood came to be defined as a biological category, not a product of culture. As it always happens, even though that's never fucking right. By the way, just to be absolutely clear. Thus, it is a fascinating irony that during this same period, the symbolic environment that gave life to childhood began to be disassembled slowly and inconspicuously. If one were to designate a single person as the parent of the emerging childless age, it would have to be Professor Samuel Finley Breese Morris. Wow, a four name. All right. Of New York University. For it was Morris who was mainly responsible for sending the. Okay, I thought it was Morris. Okay, it's like, this is Morse code, right? Okay. Sending the first public electric message ever transmitted on this planet. Like Gutenberg, he had little idea of what his invention would lead to, although to his credit, he explicitly acknowledged his ignorance in his famously electronically coded message, "What hath God wrought?" I forgot that he said that. Let me take a drink of water. I feel like I got the pistachio throat. Ooh. Pistachios are too good, though. Like, they're really good. Like, they don't have any right being so good. That's why they make them so fucking expensive, I guess. Just kidding. There's no reason why anything should ever be expensive. They do it because greed. Okay. As a matter of historical interest, it should be noted that Morris's. Yeah, okay, I'm second guessing myself on how I'm saying Morris's, because this is Morris's as in ownership. Morris's fascination with the commutative possibilities of electricity was aroused during a voyage in 1832 aboard the ship Sully. It was there that he first learned that electricity could be sent instantly over any known length of wire, and legend has it. Whenever someone says that, you know it's about to be good. Legend has it that as Morris disembarked from the ship, he told the captain, "Should you hear of the telegraph one of these days as the wonder of the world, remember the discovery was made on the good ship Sully." While Morris was aboard the Sully, Charles Darwin was aboard HMS Beagle making the observations that led to the origin of the species. A terrible fucking book. Conventional wisdom has it that Darwin's voyage, which began in December 1831, was a world shattering event in that its result was to dislodge theological fancy and replace it with scientific hypotheses. You see that? Do you see how this is why so much science needs to be critiqued? Because they still, to this day, it's still like, yeah, that's just science. Like, yeah, it's just fucking eugenics. That's what that is. I wish it was. I wish he wasn't on a ship. I wish he was on a submarine. Anyway, without meaning to dispute that wisdom, I should like to suggest that Morris's voyage had far more serious consequences for world cultures than Darwin's. You don't say! Darwin put forward ideas that have largely influenced scholars and theologians. It may be doubted that his history has had much effect on the practical affairs of people. How could you say that? That is such a, like, blatantly, like, disability ignorant claim to make. Or that it has much altered their institutions and habits. Wait, did I read that wrong? It may be doubted. Yeah, no, wow, that's ridiculous. That should not be doubted. As I write, millions of Americans are engaged in a struggle to defame their assumptions embodied in Darwinian thought. Okay, good. That their struggle is vain and pathetic is not to the point, which is simply that one can live without believing in evolution, but everyone must confront the conditions of electric communication. So basically, I think that's his way of being like, we're not here to talk about Darwin. We're talking about that technology. No matter where or how one lives or by what creed, it is Morris, not Darwin, who dictates how one's affairs must be managed and how one's consciousness must be directed. The fact is a clear tribute to Morris himself, but to what Christine Nystrom? We love Nystrom. That's a famous, she's the one that actually coined the term media ecology, by the way. She was Postman's advisee, and she's the one that started the very first media ecology PhD program in New York. It's called the invisible invisible metaphysics of technology. But there is this difference between Darwin and Morris. Morse, that's his name, not Morris. It's not Morris, it's Morse. Morse. Darwin offered us ideas embodied in language. His ideas are explicit, arguable, and refutable. Indeed, they have been publicly debated since the 1860s in lecture halls, classrooms, and even courtrooms. But Morse offered us ideas embodied in a technology, which is to say they were hidden from view and therefore never argued. Morse's idea were in a sense irrefutable because no one knew that electric communication implied any ideas. As is usually the case with communication technology, people assume that the telegraph was a neutral conveyance, that it was partial to no worldview of its own. The only questions that were asked of Morse concerned whether or not the machine would work, how far its range, how expensive its development. In saying no one knew about the ideas implicit in the telegraph, I am not quite accurate. Thoreau knew, or so one may surmise. It is alleged that upon being told that through the telegraph a man in Maine could instantly send a message to a man in Texas, Thoreau asked, "But what do they have to say to each other?" I mean, in asking this question to which no serious interest was paid, Thoreau was directing attention to the psychological and social meaning of the telegraph, and in particular to its capacity to change the character of information from the personal and regional to the impersonal and global. Isn't that a fascinating thing to think about in this age where obviously we've never, again, this is long before globalization was what it is today. Like, this is something that we're constantly steeped in and taken for granted, and that's why it's so important to bring it to the forefront of our awareness. Okay, 120 years later, Marshall McLuhan tried to address the issue Thoreau raised. He wrote, and this is a block quote: "When man lives in an electronic environment," and he means man also, because McLuhan does that, "his nature is transformed and his private identity is merged with the corporate whole. He becomes mass man, capital M, capital M." Mass man is a phenomena of electric speed, not of physical quantity. Mass man was first noticed as a phenomena in the age of radio, but he had come into existence unnoticed with the electric telegraph. McLuhan loves to make his words, as do most media ecologists, which is why we love them. At least some of them. We'll see. In my opinion, McLuhan, whose metier? I don't know. Metier? I don't know if I've ever seen this word. Was hyperbole, is far from exaggerating the case here. The electric telegraph was the first communication medium to allow the speed of a message to exceed the speed of the human body. That's another tongue twister. It broke the historic connection between transportation and communication. Prior to the telegraph, all messages, including those expressed in writing, could only move as fast as a human being could carry one. The telegraph eliminated in one stroke both time and space as dimensions of human communication, and therefore disembodied information to an extent that far surpassed both the written and printed word. Her electronic speed was not an extension of human senses, but a denial of them. It took us into a world of simultaneity and instancy that went beyond human experience. In doing so, it eliminated personal style, indeed, human personality itself, as an aspect of communication. That's a bold claim. I'd like to see what he has to say about that. I guess because of course it was only a telegraph. I don't know though. I don't know. From their beginnings, telegraphic messages were conveyed in a ritual language, a no man's dialect that left little room for the expression of individuality. I'm not referring here to the use of the telegraph as a kind of instant letter carrying greetings to those celebrating their birthdays and anniversaries, although even in this, the telegraph employed largely denuded language. Rather, I refer to the dominant use of the telegraph as a distributor of news. The telegraph created the news industry by transforming information from a personal possession to a commodity of worldwide value. Okay, yeah, I remember that argument by McLuhan now, I think. In the 1840s, a National Telegraphic News Service was developed by William Swain and Amos Kendall, and in 1848, the Associated Press was founded. As the country became wired for electric speed, information inevitably became more important than its source. The metaphor is to keep in view here. The metaphor to keep in view here is the ancient tradition of executing the messenger who bears bad news. That is, the tradition of holding the speaker responsible for what he speaks, the ultimate complement to personal identity. But with the electric age, news became reified, spoken of as an it or a they, as in it says the news, or they say that. Kind of like how he describes children, wouldn't you say? After the telegraph, no one was responsible for the news. Like the newspaper, the telegraph addressed the world, not individuals. That's what I was getting at before about the think tanks that hide behind to spread shit that's just absolute nonsense. behind an organization that now is, of course, in a late stage neoliberal capitalist society, deemed to be an individual by the government. That's legally how they're defined. Um, so it's like they're an individual who is not one, basically, because they have all the rights of an individual as a corporate entity, but they aren't one. They're just a composite of human beings that claim to be objective. It's the biggest fucking joke. And that's what he's speaking to here, really, as far as I understand. Like the newspaper, the Telegraph addressed the world, not individuals. But unlike the newspaper, its information had no identifiable source. To use Edward Epstein's phrase, the news came from nowhere. Exactly. In fact, in one of Morse's early demonstrations, he sent the message, "Attention, universe." It was as if the telegraph itself were addressing the cosmos. Perhaps, after all, Morse did know. In any case, the answer to Thoreau's question is finally that it does not matter what a man in Maine has to say to a man in Texas. Through the telegraph, men did not say anything in the sense Thoreau used the word. What the telegraph did was to create the world of anonymous, or to create a world of anonymous, decontextualized information in which the differences between Maine and Texas became increasingly irrelevant. See, that's the argument that people still make about platforms in the algorithmic age, but I really believe that it's distinctly different. Like, it really can't be compared. The telegraph also moved history into the background and amplified the instant and simultaneous present. The most important, the telegraph began the process of making information uncontrollable. That is something that is relevant to TikTok, which is why it is as terrifying as it is useful. Anyway, as the telegraph gave us news from nowhere, it also gave it an unprecedented volume. For quantity of information is a function of the speed with which it can be generated and moved. Same with TikTok, because there's never been a single other platform that's generated so much data. That's why the algorithm is so effective. News from nowhere means news from everywhere, about everything and in no particular order. The Telegraph created an audience and a market not only for news, but for fragmented, discontinuous, and essentially irrelevant news, which to this day is the main commodity of the news industry. And it's funny, right? Because he's writing this at the beginning of neoliberalism. He's writing this right as neoliberalism as a philosophic and economic model was put into place. And he's already referring to the news this way. 60, 70 years ago. It's only gotten increasingly more monopolized. It's like more than ever before. It's to a terrifying extent. The telegraph. I just read that. Prior to the telegraph, because of the technical difficulty of communicating information through space, news tended to be selective and pertinent to the lives of people, which is why Thoreau posed his question. After the telegraph, news became unselective and unusable, at least by the measure of a man like Thoreau. Indeed, it is stretching the point only a little to say that the telegraph helped to create a new definition of intelligence. For as the world became flooded with information, the question of how much one knew assumed more importance than the question of what uses one made at what one did. That's also what I'm getting at when I'm making my arguments about intelligence. And everything I'm saying isn't new, by the way, just to make everything clear. All right. All of this had the greatest possible significance for childhood. Childhood, as I have tried to show, was an outgrowth of an environment in which a particular form of information, exclusively controlled by adults, was made available in stages to children in what was judged to be psychologically assimilatable ways. The maintenance of childhood depended on the principles of managed information and sequential learning. For the telegraph began the process of wresting control of information from the home and school. It altered the kind of information children could have access to. Does that sound familiar? Because it should. Its quality and quantity, its sequence, and the circumstances in which it would be experienced. Of course, had the possibilities of electric communication been exhausted by the telegraph, it is possible that the social and intellectual structure of the literate world would have remained largely intact, and that childhood is particularly in particular, would not have been much affected. The telegraph was only a foreshadowing of what was to follow. I keep trying to shift around so that I don't stay in a single place and then my back hurts later. We'll see if I'm actually successful. Okay. Yeah, between 1850 and 1950, the communication structure of America was dissolved, then reconstituted by an uninterrupted flow of invention. The rotary press, the camera, the telephone, the phonograph, the movies, the radio, television. By including the rotary press and the camera, I mean to suggest that electric media were not the only factors leading to a new symbolic world. Paralleling the development of electric communication, there unfolded what Daniel Boorstin has called the graphic revolution, the emergence of a symbolic world of pictures, cartoons, posters, and advertisements. Taken together, the electronic and the graphic revolutions represented an uncoordinated but powerful assault on language and literacy, a recasting of the world of ideas into speed-of-light icons and images. The significance of this development cannot be exaggerated. For while speed of transmission made the management of information impossible, the mass-produced image changed the form of information itself from discursive to non-discursive, from propositional to presentational, from realistic to emotive, which is also why in my dissertation I looked at biomimetic sex tech advertisements, because what is shown in them speaks volumes because of exactly what he's getting into here. And I'm excited to see what he's going to say in the rest of the book, because I think it's going to speak perfectly to the findings I have in it. So spoiler alert for anyone that hasn't seen me talk about it before. These biomimetic sex tech, they're meant to replicate human touch and technique, the technologies themselves. And the advertisements were primarily the devices themselves. And they're not just called toys anymore. They're sophisticated enough in biomimetics to be called devices now. So that in itself speaks volumes. They're meant to replicate humans, which is, again, leading into what I argue, the humanization of objects. And what's even stranger, and really spoke volumes, is that in the advertisement pictures, it was mostly disembodied hands. And it was mostly disembodied, white, feminine presenting hands holding the devices. Which is like, what does that even mean? Because obviously, there's no such thing as looking at someone's hands and knowing what their like fucking body is. But it's like they were feminine in a traditional archetype of feminine. So that's why I referred to them that way. And it's fascinating if you think about it, right? Because it's like on one hand, quite literally, like, they're like, oh, take the, this is a form of sexual empowerment that you can buy, but it's overpriced. And then on the other hand, it's incredibly dehumanizing. Because it's like, if the people in the advertisements aren't even full humans anymore, what are you really saying about it? I don't know. There's a lot to unpack there. The significance of this development cannot be exaggerated. How far into this did we already read? Yeah, okay. Language is an abstraction about experience, whereas pictures are concrete representations of experience. A picture may indeed be worth 1,000 words, but it is in no sense the equivalent of 1,000 words, or 100, or 2. Words and pictures are different universes of discourse, for a word is always and foremost an idea, a figment, so to speak, of imagination. There does not exist in nature any such thing as cat or work or wine. Such words are concepts about the regularities we observe in nature. Pictures do not show concepts, they show things. It cannot be said often enough that unlike sentences, a picture is irrefutable. It does not put forward a proposition, it implies no opposite or negation of itself. There are no rules of evidence or logic to which it must conform. See, again, this was written long before any kind of image editing software that didn't exist. Well, like pre-computer imaging editing software existed, at least in a marketable to everyday people range. Thus, there is a sense in which pictures and other graphic images must be said to be cognitively regressive. To use Reginald Dameral's phrase, I don't know how I feel about that language, but we'll see. At least in contrast to the printed word. The printed word requires of a reader an aggressive response to its truth content. One may not always be in a position to make that assessment, but in theory the assessment can be made if only one had enough knowledge or experience. But pictures require of the observer an aesthetic response. They call upon our emotions, not our reason. They ask us to feel, not to think. This is why Rudolf Arnheim, in reflecting on the graphic revolution and anticipating its massive manifestation on television, warned that it has the potential to put our minds to sleep. We must not forget, he wrote. It's not done. We're just turning the page. We must not forget what? Oh, this is a block quote. In the past, the inability to transport immediate experience and to convey it to others made the use of language necessary, and thus compelled the human mind to develop concepts. For in order to describe things, one must draw the general from the specific. One must select, compare, think. When communication can be achieved by pointing with the finger, however, the mouth grows silent, the writing hand stops, and the mind shrinks. I don't know about that. The observation, see, because it's problematic whenever people try to claim, like, when they use language that has any implication of, like, a small or a big brain, that's usually a big red flag. Because that's nonsense. That's phrenology, which is incredibly racist. This observation was made in 1935 before the full maturing of the image information environment. 45 years later, Arnheim's prophecy was ruefully acknowledged as fact by Robert Hellbronner in his claim that pictorial advertising has been the single most destructive force in undermining the assumptions of the literate world. In saying this, he meant to suggest, as has Roland Barthes, that the mass-produced image has introduced a constant and pervasive element of irrationalism into both politics and commerce. With the photograph, then movies, and finally television, a candidate's image has become more important than his plans. Again, him, and by literal definition. A product's image more important than its usefulness. In making these judgments, Arnheim, Heilbronner, and Barthes indicated by implication how the graphic revolution has contributed to a radical change in the status of childhood. For they're talking about the emergence of a symbolic world that cannot support the social and intellectual hierarchies that make childhood possible. Those intellectual hierarchies that I was talking about in my recent videos. And have in some capacity as long as I've had this TikTok. And really, long before that, you know what I mean. Before explicating the details of the transformation now taking place, I must mention once again the irony of the situation. During the period between 1850 and 1950, enormous effort was expended in getting America to become literate, in elevating the values of the literate attitude. And obviously they only mean that for white folks, by the way, because clearly that wasn't the case for anyone else. At least not in a serious, like, and effective way. Like, not in a way that actually instilled humanness. At least according to institutions, I mean. But at exactly the same time, electric speed and mass-produced imagery were working together to undermine that effort and attitude. By 1950, the competition between the two symbolic worlds finally became visible and the irony manifest. Like many other social artifacts, childhood became obsolete at the same time that it was perceived as a permanent fixture. I choose 1950 because by that year, television had become firmly installed in American homes, and it is in television that we have the coming together of the electric and graphic revolutions. It is in television, therefore, that we can see most clearly how and why the historic basis for a dividing line between childhood and adulthood is being unmistakably eroded. I'm hungry too, Pando. Okay, enjoy. Oh, that sounds great. Enjoy. If anything, like I said, the recording will be here, so... Thanks for hanging out. Okay, the period in which we live is, of course, the incunabula of television. Then this is the 70s or 80s, again, just to repeat. After the invention of the printing press, it took 60 years for printers to arrive at the idea of numbering the pages of books. Holy shit. Who knows what the future holds for television? There may be novel and profound uses for it that will be thought of by people not yet born. That's us! But if we consider broadcast commercial television as we presently know it, we can see in it, quite clearly, a paradigm of an emerging social structure that must disappear childhood. There are several reasons for this, one of which I shall deal with here. The other is in the following 2 chapters. The first concerns the idea of accessibility of information, which in turn is related to the form in which information is encoded. The changeover from a pictographic writing system to the alphabet 3,500 years ago is a good example of the point I wish to make here. Prior to the invention of the alphabet, readers, in air quotes, were required to learn an enormous number of signs in order to interpret a written message. The task was so arduous that only a few could achieve it, and those who did were required to devote their lives to it. But it was worth it. As a result of their exclusive skills, they accumulated vast political and religious power, as is always the case when a group has knowledge of secrets to which the general population is denied access. See, he could have said that more earnestly in saying that they only allowed themselves to learn it. But he didn't say it that way, did he? Pictographic writing, in other words, generated a particular social, political, and religious structure. Yeah, that's the end of the sentence. With the coming of the alphabet, as Isaac Taylor has observed in the history of the alphabet, this structure was overthrown. The priests and scribes had their knowledge monopoly shattered by a relatively simple and ingenious writing system that opened the secrets of the written word to large numbers of people. In a similar way, the book culture of the 16th through 20th centuries created another knowledge monopoly, this time separating children and adults. A fully literate adult had access to all of the sacred and profane information in books, to the many forms of literature, to all of the recorded secrets of human experience. Children, for the most part, did not, which is why they were children, and why they were required to go to school. To be sure, the printed English alphabet is much easier to learn than were Sumerian pictographs, which is why most children could achieve adulthood. But phonetic literacy is not altogether simple to learn, and for 2 reasons. In the first place, because mature reading is an act of immediate recognition, that is, an unconscious reflex. The habit of reading must be formed in that period when one is still in the process of acquiring oral language. People who try to learn how to read after their oral language is completed rarely, if ever, become fluent readers. Thus, reading instruction must begin at an early age, when children are not biologically suited to the rigors of mobility. I'm sure this is why people say that it's much harder to learn a language later on in life. And I've heard that before. Okay. Another and far more important reason. Oh, wait, did I just read that? I don't remember. Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay. Another and far more important reason is that learning to read is not simply a matter of learning to crack the code. When one learns to read, one learns a peculiar way of behaving, of which physical immobility is only one feature. Self-restraint is a challenge not only to the body, but to the mind as well. Sentences, paragraphs, and pages unfold slowly in sequence and according to a logic that is far from intuitive. In reading, one must wait to get the answer, wait to reach the conclusion. And while waiting, one is obliged to evaluate the validity of the senses, or at least know when and under what conditions to suspend critical judgment. See, this is why, honestly, another element that I guess I haven't said as to why I also am reading this out loud is not only for my own neurodivergent brain, because it gives me so many things to focus on at the same time. Literally, when I'm doing this, it's like I'm multitasking. And it gives my brain enough distractions to both keep myself entertained and motivate me to read. But I know that it's also an infinitely more neurodivergent friendly way of receiving the information in the book. Like, if someone is like hearing it out loud, like an audiobook changes the game completely when you're hearing information that's really dense. It can really make it digestible. It can make it something that actually allows you to understand it in a capacity that otherwise you might not get. And I think that that's really important. I think that we shouldn't undermine the importance of that. And it also, as the book's talked about in many different ways, but I think hasn't said it explicitly yet, there's something, just infinitely more accessible to people who may or may not know how to read in whatever capacity any book that's being read. You know what I mean? It makes it accessible across many different dimensions. Okay. The literate person must learn to be reflective and analytical, patient and assertive, always poised after due consideration to say no to a text. Am I skipping over something? I did. To learn to read is to learn to abide by the rules of a complex logical and rhetorical tradition, It requires one to take the measure of sentences in a cautious and rigorous way, and of course to modify meanings continuously as new elements unfold in sequence. And I think that's also why I like doing it, because it gives my brain, it's like my hyperlexic autistic brain is like, yes, this is just a game where we're trying to continuously get it right. And most of the time, sometimes we do, but other times we don't. It's just like a little game. Okay. The literate person must learn to be reflective and analytical, patient and assertive, always poised after due consideration to say no to a text. This mode of behavior is difficult for the young to learn. Indeed, it must be learned in stages, which is why the young reader is expected at first only to paraphrase, not criticize, and why an 8-year-old is not expected to read the New York Times, let alone Plato's Republic. This is also the problem if, it's the problem with most education, if we're being honest. Most bachelor's programs don't teach you how to do that. That's one of my biggest gripes with formal education. And that's why it's like, on one hand, as I've said, like we're more educated and more indebted than ever before. But like the tricky part is that like you're not incentivized to critical think in most bachelor's programs, just like you're not in most K through 12 programs unless you get a really like critically engaged teacher that you're lucky. But most of them aren't going to do that. Or at least, and they'll teach you critical thinking in some capacity, but like I said, they won't teach you critical theory. And most bachelors don't either. And most graduate programs don't either. It's the minority for sure, as far as the different paradigms are concerned in understanding things. I feel like I didn't actually learn how to read properly in the way that I know how now, at least properly in the idea of having a critical eye and being able to suspend judgment and give people like the weight or the hesitancy that I understand until I'm working on my PhD, if I'm being perfectly honest. I felt like I learned how to read. Um, and why an 8-year-old is not. Oh yeah, I just read that. It is also why, since the 16th century, adults have had a strong impulse to censor the reading matter of children, the assumption being that children do not yet have sufficient command of the literate attitude to suspend belief. Sometimes you shouldn't suspend belief, though. Like that's so there's something to that. Children apparently have far less difficulty in suspending disbelief. With some exceptions, adult reading behavior is rarely achieved before the age of 14 or 15, and of course, in some cases, not at all. Here it must be borne in the mind that the school curriculum itself has always been the most stringent and persistent expression of adult imposed censorship. Sure. The books that are read in the 4th grade or 7th grade or ninth are chosen not only because their vocabulary and syntax are judged to be suitable for a given age, but also because their content is considered to contain 4th, 7th, or ninth-grade information, ideas, and experience. The assumption is that a 4th grader does not yet know about 7th-grade experience, nor a 7th grader about ninth-grade experience. Such an assumption could be rationally made in a print-based culture, for up until the present day, the printed word, for all of its seeming accessibility, has been sufficiently difficult to master, and the literate attitude sufficiently difficult to achieve, that both have sufficiently functioned as a barrier between the child and the adult, even between the young child and the adolescent. This also gives an entirely different perspective on hyperlexic autists that didn't know they were autistic being referred to as old souls, and like the fixation on reading and why people say that because of that. But with television, the basis of this information hierarchy collapses. And also, in such a sexually violent ecology, the way that people will use that as like a lure to prey on those exact children, and why the rates of violence are 9 out of 10 for people assigned female at birth that are autistic. That completely, wow. I need to write that down because that's going in my book for sure. You just got a sneak peek at me unpacking something that is going to change the course of, I think, my entire study. Hold on, let me write this down real quick. Like, it just connected so many dots for me. I wish I could. I can't. So for anyone that can't see, there's like all this, like I have the microphones here, the TikToks right here. I can't reach my hands to type with two hands. So it's gonna take a little while. I'm gonna put keywords and hopefully my brain will fill in the blanks. We'll see. I think that will do it. All right, let's get back into this. Thank you. Where were we? But with television, the basis of this information hierarchy collapses. Television is first and foremost a visual medium, which Arnheim understood in 1935, but which devotees of Sesame Street still have not grasped. Damn, calling Sesame Street out. Although language is heard on televisions and sometimes assumes importance, it is the picture that dominates the viewer's consciousness and carries the critical meanings. To say it as simply as one can, people watch television. They did not read it, nor they much listen to it. They watch it. So for anyone that doesn't know, what Postman is most known for, even though he says this is his most favorite book he's ever written, he said that in the intro, he's most famous for a book. Oh my god, I can't believe it's escaping me right now. It's all about, I know I watch the subtitles also because of my audio processing disorder. Um he's most famous for, how am I, so it's a book all about television. Okay, so that's his bread and butter. That's his main focus. Other than teaching, Postman's main focuses are pedagogy, television, and apparently this, because he said it's his favorite. I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of it though. It's a really good book. Um, if you just Google Neil Postman television, you're gonna see the book I'm talking about. I could do that right now technically, but I actually, wait, hold on, it's right there. I'm using ourselves to death. You can't see it on Twitch, but literally it's also by Neil Postman. It's the one that has the two little people and their heads are televisions. That's the other book that that's the one he's most famous for. Amusing ourselves to death. So that you're seeing a little glimpse of what he usually says at greater length in that book, in this one. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? Yes, okay. We require no analog to the McGuffey reader, no preparation, no prerequisite training. Watching television not only requires no skills, but develops no skills. As Damerol points out, no child or adult becomes better at watching television by doing more of it. What skills are required are so elemental that we have yet to hear of a television viewing disability. I don't know how to feel about this, but actually, I mean, I guess, what does he actually know? That, I feel like that's just kind of, that's not right. Like, is he just ignoring everyone that is nearsighted or everyone that doesn't has difficult capacity seeing? Is that what? Because it sounds like that's what he's ignoring, right? And then also anyone that has difficult hearing. I don't know. I'd like to hear someone else's perspective on that that has a better and more informed perspective, because that's what it sounds like he's ignoring. Unlike books, which vary greatly in their lexical and syntactical complexity, and which may be scaled according to the ability of the reader, the TV image is available to everyone regardless of age. According to studies by Daniel Anderson and others, children begin to watch TV with systematic attention by the age of 36. The 36 months, the age of 36. Oh my god. Okay, at age of 36 months, at which time they have favorite programs, can sing commercials, and are asking for products they see advertised. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Arco Sophie, thank you. Ah, that is a lot. I remember being told all the time I was an old soul, so mature when I was a kid. Exactly. I really think that there's something that I'm gonna unpack some deep-seated stuff about when I really sit down with that thought and hash it out. So stay tuned for the book. Okay, but the program's commercials and products are not just for 3-year-olds. There is no reason for them to be. So far as symbolic form is concerned, Laverne and Shirley is as simple to grasp as Sesame Street.
A McDonald's commercial as simple to grasp as a Xerox commercial. Which is why, in truth, there is no such thing on TV as children's programming. Everything is for everybody. The essential point is that TV presents information in a form that is undifferentiated in its accessibility. That's not true, as we just pointed out. And this means that television does not need to make distinctions between the categories child and adult. Indeed, in case I am suspected of exaggerating the point, it is worth saying that approximately 3 million children, aged 2 to 11, are watching television every night of the year between 11 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. 2.1 million are watching between 11:30 p.m. and midnight. 1.1 million between 12:30 and 1 a.m., and just under 750,000 between 1 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. It sounds funny hearing these numbers with just how staggering in comparison the internet is now. This happens not only because the symbolic form of television poses no cognitive mysteries, but also because a television set cannot be hidden in a drawer or placed on a high shelf out of reach of children. Its physical form, no less than its symbolic form, does not lend itself to exclusivity. Okay, so, but it's funny because in this age, not only was television dramatically different than it was now, or even 20 years ago, but it was literally enormous. It was so heavy, it wasn't a flat screen that you actually can hang up on the wall and then have a fucking remote control. Like, this was the box TV age, if that. This was an enormous TV set up in, like, a fucking station that my parents had. Like, one of those enormous TVs that, like, it's like the equivalent of an old computer that took up an entire office building and what exists today. What's up, Lewis? Nice to see you. Thank you, you too. It's just kind of goofy to hear him talking about it with how much more pervasive. I mean, it's important though to know, obviously, because obviously this was the perspective of the television, and then now we're seeing that in new form in the internet, but it's just goofy. We may exclude then that television arose the dividing line between childhood and adulthood in three ways, all having to do with its undifferentiated accessibility. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, truly. Yeah. First, because it requires no instruction to grasp its form. Second, because it does not make complex demands on either mind or behavior. And third, because it does not segregate its audience. With the assistance of other electric non-print media, television recreates the conditions of communication that existed in the 14th and 15th centuries. Biologically, we are all equipped to see and interpret. That's not true. See, okay, and I'm thinking also as I'm reading this, just to cut him off mid-sentence, because that's not true. It also is completely dependent on how accurate the captions are, if there are captions at all. Okay. Biologically, or what language one speaks. What language the content's in. Like, I mean, do you have access to a television? Like, all of that completely changes how one experiences it. And it's not okay for someone to universalize it as if it's not. Those are important things that make a difference. Biologically, we are all equipped to see, no, we're not, and interpret images and to hear such language as may be necessary to provide a context for most of these images. Incorrect. The new media environment that is emerging provides everyone, no, simultaneously with the same information. Inaccurate. Given the conditions I have described, electric media find it impossible to withhold any secrets. Without secrets, of course, there can be no such thing as childhood. All right, that was chapter 5. We're on to chapter 6, which is called the Total Disclosure Media. I think this might be another. Okay, yeah, there's a few others. Okay, the Total Disclosure Media. Vital Sassoon is a famous hairdresser who, for a while, had his own television show. A mixture of beauty hints, diet information, celebrity adoration, and popular psychology. As he came to the end of one segment of one of his programs, the theme music came up, and Sassoon just had enough time to say, "Don't go away. We'll be back with a marvelous new diet." And then, quick look at incest. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. Bill Donahue, as of this writing, has a television show that appears 5 times a week. He is a serious and responsible person who apparently believes that any subject can be indeed ought to be treated on television. But even if he did not believe this, he would do so anyway. 5 shows a week, an hour a day, 52 weeks every year, leave little room for squeamishness, selectivity, or even old-fashioned embarrassment.
I mean, and again, it pales in the comparison for like anything that happens on the internet. But still, yeah. After one has treated the defense budget, the energy crisis, the women's movement, and crime in the streets, one inevitably must turn, whether quickly or slowly, to incest, promiscuity, homosexuality, sadomasochism, terminal illness, and other secrets of adult life. See, okay, it's goofy as shit that promiscuity and homosexuality are listed there with sadomasochism and incest. Like, are you fucking serious? But it speaks to the dominant ideas of society and how horrific they've always been. Well, not always, but since the Western world is concerned. They still have swear words, you just can't. Yeah, that's so true, yeah. One may even turn to a kind of psychic striptease. The Stanley Siegel show, for example, regularly featured a segment in which its high strung host reclined on a couch while a psychiatrist analyzed his feelings about his parents, his sexuality, and his precarious sense of personal identity. For the moment, we must set aside the question of television's trivialization of culture. So obviously, this is before Howard Stern. What, for example, would Sophocles make of anyone's attempt to make a quick look at incest? What would Freud make of psychoanalysis being used as a vaudeville act? There's a prior question that must be addressed. Why is television forcing the entire culture to come out of the closet? I mean, because why the fuck not? Because people should be able to come out of the closet. Why is the subject matter of the psychiatrist's couch and the confessional box come so unashamedly into the public domain? Well, but I see what he's saying, because he's probably talking about people on, like, maybe like Jerry Springer, the Jerry Springer of the age, and like in an age where you'll literally be destroyed if you come out like in a way that's not consensual or autonomous. So I guess that's probably what he's speaking to, maybe. I'm gonna hope that that's what he means, but I don't know. The answer, I think, is obvious, although to be sure, there are those who obscure it by pressing on us naive theories about the malevolence of television executives. The plain facts are that television operates virtually around the clock, that both its physical and symbolic form make it unnecessary, in fact, impossible to segregate its audience, and that it requires a continuous supply of novel and interesting information to engage and hold that audience. Thus, television must make use of every existing taboo in the culture. Whether the taboo is revealed on a talk show, made into a theme for a soap opera or situation comedy, or exposed in a commercial is largely irrelevant. Television needs material. And it needs it in a way quite different from other media, but obviously not different from the internet, although different. Not like it, but it's the television walked so that the internet could run. Television is not only a pictorial medium, it is a presence-centered and speed-of-light medium. The bias and therefore the business of television is to move information, not collect it. Television cannot dwell upon a subject or explore it deeply, an activity for which the static lineal form of typography is well suited. There may, for example, be 50 books on the history of Argentina, 500 on childhood, 5,000 on the Civil War. If television has anything to do with these subjects, it will do it once and then move on. This is why television has become the principal generator of what Daniel Boorstin calls the pseudo-event, by which he means events that are staged for public consumption. The Academy Awards, the Miss America contest, the roasts of celebrities, the annual Country Music Association Awards, the battles of the network stars, press conferences, and the like exist because of television's need for material, not realities. Television does not record these events, it creates them. I know. I mean, and that's the thing about Postman. I think he says it more than. So, Postman is for sure liberal, from what I could gather, but Postman also absolutely hated advertising. So, I can't just. I mean, it's kind of. I honestly. I'd have to read more of his work, but like, he definitely was a critic, for sure. So, he has a quote that I have in my dissertation that equated advertisers to R's, to grapists. So, um, who have no sympathy for their victims. That's how he compared them. It's a paraphrase of the quote, but he hit that hard onto them. So in that way, I think it's inherently anti-capitalist of him to say something like that. But in other ways, not so much. Okay. And it does so not because television executives lack imagination, but because they have an abundance of it. They know that television creates an insatiable need in its audience for novelty and public discourse, and that the dynamic visual imagery of television is not for the specialist, the researcher, or indeed for anyone wishing to practice analytic activity. Events would still happen without TV, though, but not as regimented and bright. That doesn't seem right. I know. So that's the thing. Like I said, it's something where basically he's arguing that this is basically just how it altered the way in which we receive information. Like his argument is basically more about like the effect of television as a media on our public consciousness. And I think it's interesting because technically a lot of this stuff I would contend in especially the algorithmic age as distinctly different, which doesn't make the arguments that he's saying about the electronic age inaccurate. It goes to show how different the medias have altered the way that we relate to each other, the way that we can understand ourselves, and the way that we exchange information. Because I would say that, like, and of course this is long before, or long after he's passed away, but I don't know about y'all. I see a lot of the same stuff repeated because different creators are coming to different conclusions at different times, informed by different things. And we're seeing that in real time, all mashed together in the most accurate algorithm I've ever seen the most accurate algorithm arguably in human history on TikTok. So that is, I think, but at the same time, it doesn't leave a lot of room for nuance still, even though people can, if they spend enough time, it's a labor. It's hard to do because the media of TikTok in its own way doesn't it's not inclined for nuance. It's inclined like it praises sensationalism. It praises all forms of taboo, just in the way that he talks about with television. But I think that it also allows us to embrace a humanness and make self-realizations in a way that is novel, and it gives me a better understanding, I think, of the way critics and like supporters of these prior media have talked about them and the way that they like affect our understanding of ourselves, but also in the way for better and for worse, and he's mostly speaking to the worse here, it seems like, that it's altered our landscape. So where were we? Oh yes, novelty. To use a metaphor favored by Dorothy Singer, Jerome Singer, and Diana Zuckerman, watching television is like attending a party populated by people whom you do not know. I feel like you could say a lot of this about the yeah, exactly. Yeah, most of the time, big media only does things for clicks. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I know it's funny. I know. So on Twitch, I'm a little bit like I think 5 seconds late. So you probably said that at the exact same time that I did. Um, and you're just getting it like a little bit late. All right. Every few seconds, you're introduced to a new person as you move through the room. The general effect is one of excitement, but in the end, it's hard to remember the names of the guests or what they said or even why they were there. It is of no importance to you in any case. Tomorrow there will be another party. To this image must be added the fact that you will be induced to return by the promise not only of new guests to meet, but of possibility that each of them will disclose a secret of some considerable interest. In other words, don't go away. Tomorrow we'll take a quick look at incest. So for anyone that wasn't here, that was what they started with because there was a creator on television said that, and he's saying that like because it's ridiculous. Anyway, as long as the present system of competitive commercial broadcasting exists, this situation will persist. That is a valid critique of also the algorithmic age for sure. One suspects that if every network executive and program director were replaced tomorrow by, say, the faculty of the Harvard Divinity School, television programming would in the long run remain quite close to what it is. Well, and like just going back before I just read that sentence, this is why so many academics are hesitant to enter into TikTok and any space that is something, really, I would argue just any social media in the algorithmic age, because it is altering, and I've written about this in my work also. It's altering because of the way that users have the ability to like share ideas and get influence people in a way that's never existed before in human history because of everything that is already talked about here, and as we're always talking about. It's even though, again, as always, it's still deeply inequitable. The algorithms are incredibly biased. They're every form of discriminatory imaginable. There's still more chance than ever before, even with that said, in being someone that is in any form of disenfranchised position and getting eyes and being heard, especially on something that has as much of a reach as TikTok. That is revolutionary, undoubt about it. No doubt, no doubt about it. It changes the game in our ability to be heard, but it also changes the game in our ability to be absolutely just bombarded with hate. And people see that all the time, right? And sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. It allows us to not tolerate Yahtzee behavior. It also allows us to be doxxed and destroyed publicly if we have some sort of attachment to that kind of reputation. It allows us to be outed as multi-million dollar CEOs that think that they should share ideas of respectability politics in a system that deeply exploits us for profit. It allows people to out themselves as not knowing as much as we thought they should. You know, like it does all those things for better and for worse, as always. Okay. Oh yeah, the gaming community talks about the random comments that are. Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I've played video games my whole life, and I remember when the whole Anita Sarkeesian stuff happened, the Gamergate, all kinds of that shit. Yeah, for sure. I mean, to this day, it happens all the time. People on YouTube hate me. And it's funny because I just have stopped. I just don't even. It's weird. It's weird being on a side of having like any even small following, and like I get overwhelmingly supportive comments in a very like incredible life-changing way, if I'm being honest. But then every once in a while, I'll get somebody that's just absolutely hates my guts when they don't know they have no idea who I am, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to entertain this because I don't know you. Like, why would I listen to you? You don't have any barring about what my value is or what you have no idea what I know. Like, you absolute fool. Like, what are you doing? Why are you upset by something I'm saying? Is it because it's making you think? Because maybe instead of projecting at me, take a second and think about what it is that I said that is making you react so violently. Like that's another thing that if done correctly, the internet can offer that space for learning. But it's hard. It's hard out here because like I mean for how much we don't owe anyone our time at the end of the day. We don't owe anyone an education, especially for free. But it's nice to do it if we can and we have the spoons and we can afford to. Unfortunately, many of us don't have any more fucks to give. Especially for people that are just so deeply ingrained in bigotry that it's like, why would I give you any energy? Yeah, but Twinkle agrees. All right. As long as the present system of, yeah, we already read that. One suspects that if every network executive and program director, yeah, we already read that too. Okay, but my point in reading this, I'm actually glad that I reread that. My point is that what this age does, and I've argued this in my dissertation, is that for the first time, the people that have always been given the microphone, the authorities, the people that have been deemed experts by the institutions that are incredibly inequitable, for the very first time, they can go on a platform and they're not being treated the way that they think that they should be. And that's kind of, I mean, in certain respects, especially if they're saying something that's really inequitable, that's kind of a funny and necessary thing that needs to happen. When I was at a conference once, there was a panel of folks in my field that were talking about exactly this, and I raised my hand and I said, "What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of losing?" And they like, I love my favorite thing about my field is that I can ask questions like that to the people that are infinitely more established to me, and they're willing to listen in a way that is very, very, it should be cherished. As much as I know that they've been taught and socialized into all the same things as we all have, and have had to learn them, and many of them, aren't as read on critical theory as many of us. Like they're willing to learn because the approach it inclines that, and I respect them incredibly for that in a way that I could never understate. Yeah, the gesture to the king dynamic. Exactly. Yes, yes. Yeah, there's something great about being a fool. Truly. Where were we? Oh, yes. Like alphabetic writing and the printed book, television opens secrets, makes public what has been previously private. And that includes authority. But unlike writing and printing, television has no way to close things down. The great paradox of literacy was that as it made secrets accessible, it simultaneously created an obstacle to their availability. And to continue that thought, actually, it did it again, as always, for better and for worse. Because think about how much just like horrifically like absurd claims have been made that are like completely thrown in the wind of things that do actually need to be respected, like acknowledging that a pandemic exists. Like I mean, the because again, a flip side of it too is people like Joe Rogan and all the Manosphere and all of the just all the right wing think tanks. Like all of that is unfortunately a product of the users also being able to have a microphone in a way that they never had before. So it's like, but we can microphone back at them if the algorithm is kind to us. We can shut them down now, but honestly, they still look down at us. I know. Well, and it's like I think it gives us an opportunity in that to decide if we care if we're being looked down on because whose eyes are looking? Is it the eyes of Yahtzees? Because they're up on a fucking soapbox of fucking poison. Like if they're gonna look down at us, maybe they're being quite literally hanged by bigotry. They just can't be tolerated. That's the only reason they'd be looking down is because they're being held up by a horrifically built society. They're hanging on like a kid on a monkey bars, looking down at people that they have no business judging because they don't know anything about their own value, which is why they are full of hate. Yeah, Twinkle. Yeah, she wants tweet. She wants. I almost said that like Tweety Bird for some reason. She wants tweets. I know, right? Yeah, we surpassed the goal. Y'all have been great. I gotta give Tringle treats or else she's gonna keep meowing. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm not gonna put the be right back message up because it'll be quick, but Twinkle's gonna keep meowing if we don't give her treats. BRB! I also gotta close my blinds because it's getting dark. Alright. I don't know if you could hear me when I yelled over there, but I said I also gotta close my blinds because it's getting dark. Oh, yeah, on holiday. Congrats. Reading all day. I know it's 9:30 for me. Got cousins visiting from Bolivia. Oh shit, that's awesome. It allows a response these days for sure to major douchebags. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And in hilarious ways. That's another thing that I love about like just people that like just understand and like hold their ground when they know that it's not worth it. And that sometimes like when someone's going to say something that's just overtly bigoted, you just need to mock them. Like honestly, like there's power in that. There's I mean just like humor is a huge tactic for like solidarity. There is power in just mocking people that don't deserve to be given an equal standing because they're just absolute bigots. If they can't respect you, why should you respect them? Ultimately, not every fight is meant to be accepted. Some of them are just meant to be like mocked. Because if you're gonna hate everyone and treat them as less than human, you can't be tolerated. It's just not. It's not okay. You can't do it. It's not a behavior that should be given respect. It's not a behavior that should be invited on equal footing as if you're on the same level to debate. Did we just turn the page? Yes. One must, I think at least, one must qualify for the deepest mysteries of the printed page by submitting oneself to the rigors of a scholastic education. I don't know if I like what he's about to say. One must progress slowly, sequentially, even painfully, as the capacity for self restraint and conceptual thinking is both enriched and expanded. I vividly remember being told as a 13-year-old of the existence of a book, Henry Miller's Tropic of Cancer, that I was assured was required reading for all who wanted to know sexual secrets. I don't know anything about this book, so if anyone knows what the hell this is, please enlighten us. But the problems that needed to be solved to have access to it were formidable. For one, it was hard to find. For another, it cost money. For still another, it had to be read. As in, that's a burden. That's what he means by that, I think. Much of it, therefore, was not understandable to me, and even the special pages to which my attention was drawn by a thoughtful previous reader, who underlined them, required acts of imagination that my experience could not always generate. Television, by contrast, is an open admission technology to which there are no physical, economic, cognitive, or imaginative restraints. That's not true. Again, as we've talked about, that's erasing experiences of people that are disabled. The 6 year old and the 60-year-old are essentially qualified to experience what television has to offer. No. Television, in this sense, is the consummate egalitarian medium of communication, surpassing oral language itself. No, not entirely. At least not in a universal way. For in speaking, we may always whisper so that children will not hear, or we may use words they may not understand, but television can't whisper, and its pictures are both concrete and self explanatory. The children see everything it shows. Not necessarily. The most obvious and general effect of this situation is to eliminate the exclusivity of worldly knowledge, and then therefore to eliminate one of the principal differences between childhood and adulthood. Thank you, Pablo. You're the best. This effect follows from a fundamental principle of social structure. A group is largely defined by the exclusivity of the information its members share. If everyone knew what lawyers know, there would be no lawyers. This is okay. This is what I've been trying to get at also in like the way that like people are always like, especially when they get like whatever form of expensive form of status, they're always just trying to, because we're in a society that is rooted in a hierarchy in which all of us don't have what we need to thrive just by default, it creates a marketplace, quite literally, in which people have to justify their own existence and worth. And that it doesn't need to be that way. It's like it's dehumanizing because obviously that's what people are really getting at when they're talking about us being based on our productivity. That's really what it's getting at. Is we have to justify our reason why we should get food and water and money to do other things that we require to live. We shouldn't have to prove shit for that. Like, what the fuck? It's ridiculous. Anyone that thinks that we do, that's just ridiculous. Like, why would you choose that reality? If there was a choice to build a world in which you either had to do this, that, or the other thing to get the things you need to thrive, and then one where you didn't, why wouldn't you choose the latter? It just doesn't make any sense. I think the fucking closet that was leaking the other day is leaking again. So, for anyone that wasn't here or didn't see my TikToks, there's something in my closet that's leaking. Ever since this thunderstorm. Hold on, let me check on it really quick because they're literally the towels from the other day are still there. And I have this rug that absorbs water, like one of those fucking rugs, and I'm pretty sure that's what's happening again. Oh my god, no, it's a whole new part. Oh my god, you guys. Okay, so the right part of my wall, the paint, you know when the paint is full of water and it does the fucking thing where it like pulls it down? Like that's what's happening right now. And it's just dripping. God damn it. I've never. Okay, so here's the thing. What's funny about it? Yeah, it has a bubble. Okay, so I don't think it's raining right now. That's the weirdest part about it. At least I didn't notice it raining earlier. Oh, thank you. Okay, so Moonhinda, you're in luck. So, I've been reading this book, The Disappearance of Childhood, all day. We only have like 60 pages left, but I just heard something dripping over to my right. And for I just explained this to folks that were here a moment ago, but okay, there's a hallway, okay, like right over here. And basically on the left side of it, there's a door that's like a closet that has like all my like furnace and shit in it. You know what I mean? It's one of those closets you can't put anything inside because it's just that shit. So yesterday or 2 days ago, the night of so on after stream on Saturday, after we watched the horror shorts and then rated them, they fucking it leaked something in that closet leaked onto like I don't know what happened, but the dude, the maintenance guy, I don't want Twinkle to drink the fucking water or whatever that is. Twinkle, get out of there. Oh. He said that he thinks it might have just been leaking like straight down the exhaust pipe. And so he wiped everything down and he was just like, yeah, somebody's gonna come because he thinks that because of the wind, because it was really hardcore, he thinks that shingles fell off the roof and then water was able to get in. Um, that's the thing. I don't even know, Dookie Mookie, if I do have neighbors that are experiencing it. So, but anyway, that closet isn't leaking. That's what I thought was still leaking. It's the other side of the hallway now. It's a part. So there has to be water damage. The whole ceiling has to be damaged. And from what I'm looking at, it looks like I see a physical line that I didn't ever notice before. And it's just I've never seen anything like this before, where it looks like it basically just rained down the inside of my wall, and the paint is holding it like a little bubble. And then but here's here's what I the options. So basically I moved the water resistant rug to the other side of the hallway and it's doing what it needs to do right now. I guess I'm gonna probably I mean it would be irresponsible of me not to deal with this immediately, right? It sucks because I've been reading this book all day and I wanted to read the rest of this book, but my apartment is a fucking nightmare, y'all. Like, I swear, this is the third major problem my apartment has had since I've lived here, and I've barely lived here 2 months. Like, so okay, I basically the apartment I've had. I know it's 9:42. The last time the maintenance guy came by, it was 11:30. So they can come by again, especially if my fucking wall is crying. Like, okay, so here's what's gone wrong with my apartment. The yeah, it's not so late. Yeah, it could be way worse. So the fucking breaker, like they needed to replace the whole breaker because I had power outages like a couple times, and I at first I thought I might have been overloading my outlets, but I don't think that was it. They replaced the breaker because it was bad. And then fucking what else happened? There was some other shit that happened that was like just absolutely ridiculous. What happened? I mean, I guess obviously, maybe I am just thinking of this other thing. Um, but yeah, there's something bad. There's something bad happening, like in this hallway. So I gotta deal with that. Because it shouldn't be, the hallway shouldn't be doing that. So anyway, thanks for hanging out today. The universe is probably like, Bird, that's enough of the book. We read like, we'll finish it in like one day tomorrow or whatever. Yeah. Oh, seriously? Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I gotta check to see if it's raining though. Cause like, but yeah, okay, but I don't know if my neighbors are experiencing anything. That's what I never found out, which kind of sucks. Cause like, the maintenance guy is cool. Like, and he was very upfront with me. He said he used to live in like the building that's next to mine. So he knows, and he works for them. He knows that they're like, they do a shit job of getting anything done. But like, I don't know. Yeah, he said that he figured it wasn't that big a deal, but then he was like, I'm gonna check back on the thing because there's evidence of water damage in the same paint situation on above the closet. But then he figured that like there's nothing fucking happening, and then this is another story. So what the fuck? It's going hard today. I know. Thank you. I always got two. Yeah. But yeah, I should really go ask to see if the neighbor, because like I mean I figured when it leaked 2 nights ago, I figured that there's no fucking way, like unless it did the thing that he was suggesting, then just fell down the exhaust pipe at like just the absolute best time. There's just no way that it wouldn't have been flooded on the third and second floor. Like if I'm on the first floor and I'm getting a leak, it's either the people immediately on top of me or it's all the way from the fucking roof. And this is an old building, so it could be either one. Yeah, it doesn't sound good. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, oh, I remember what the second thing is. Yeah, I talked about this on TikTok. My fucking fridge stopped working. My freezer, it stopped freezing shit. I've never had that happen before in my goddamn life either. Like, what the fuck? I've never had so many problems with an apartment ever. The fucking electricity, the freezer, this fucking shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? I moved here to save money. Like, but then I like Jesus. Well, yeah, I think so. What I think happened with the freezer is that I'm pretty sure the defroster pipe actually froze. It's like apparently something that happens to freezers and then they can just stop cooling. It's like an ironic, kind of funny sounding thing that can happen to freezers. There's like a pipe that's supposed to basically defrost. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, so that's the thing, and that's exactly what I think happened, Paka. So basically, like, but they just replaced the whole freeze. Like, they replaced the whole fridge. I have a new fridge, and it's working. But yeah, I don't. They can't replace my fucking walls. So anyway, okay. Anyway, what chapter are we in? We're in chapter 6. We just started it. I'll continue that like whenever this shit gets fixed out. Like, because I can't wait on that any longer. But thanks for hanging out all day. Y'all have been hella supportive today. This is my apartment is a nightmare. I would review the heck out of the lease you got. Yeah, I've seen people withhold rent because the apartment doesn't comply with what's happening. Yeah, too much. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, y'all. Well, hopefully I'll see you soon. If anything, I do readings on Thursday. Hopefully this shit will be dealt with at the time that happens. And we watch horror movies and rate them on Saturdays. So if you liked what you've seen today, give me a follow. I'm trying to get all the viewership up so I can get affiliate finally. That's the only thing I'm waiting for on Twitch. And obviously thanks for everyone on TikTok as well. But yeah, let me go figure this fucking emergency out real quick. Jesus Christ. I know. See, Discord kind of like, I don't know what it is, but Discord like overstimulates me. Like I think it's the amount of servers, it's the amount of stuff that goes on that like yeah. So I don't know. Maybe eventually I'll come around to it, but for right now, the idea of it is the idea it overstimulates me. So we'll think about it. All right, y'all. Have a good night. We all deserve better. Drink some water, have a nice snack. I'll see you on the internets. Oh, thank you for that, Fabula. What a fucking God, that is not how I wanted the stream to end. A fucking water emergency in my walls. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, have a good day or night. Fuck all of this.